Hello and welcome to Day 2 of the King of the Sea 16 EU Regional Finals. I'm your host, Kilibin, and today, as I was yesterday, joined by the very useful Bazinga Flux.
Hello everybody, I'm obviously Baz, I play for Rain. I've been a competitive member of Rain and playing competitively since 2018, and today our casters are Sailing Robin and Blood Legend.
Ahoy.
Hello, yeah. As Baz introduced me already, I'm Blood Legend. I'm a long-term member for the 3X team and have won multiple King of the Sea tournaments with them. So again, I will be providing you with lots of tactical analysis in these games for you guys. And yeah, I hope it's very fun for you all.
And happy to be with you for today's EU finals as well. My name is Robin, aka Listening Robin. I've been working for all the Warships Legends for about 4.5 years now, and I've been a PC player for a long time as well. Part-time YouTuber sometimes. And I'm really happy to be here for this exciting day, and I hope we'll have a bunch of fun. Like yesterday, actually.
Oh, we will.
Yeah.
Absolutely, there were some excellent games yesterday. And just so people are aware of what we'll be doing today, we'll go over to the schedule for today. 2 best-of-5s between Shaft and Rain. And then whoever wins out of those 2 games will then play 3x in the total finals. So there are the times. Hopefully we'll keep to it, provided there's no technical issues or such. But there you are, so people know what we'll be doing today. And we'll also go to the brackets from yesterday, so people can see how the teams did. So as we can see, Rain defeated Shaft 2-0 in their first best of 3. 3x defeated Oh Boy 2-0. And then 3x went on to beat Rain 3-0 in their best of 5. And in the losers bracket, Moyai beat CSN 2-1. We caught some of their games. Moyai then managed to defeat Oh Boy 2-0. GWAT managed to beat SRT 2-1. And then Shaft were able to defeat GWAT 2-0. And so what we'll see today is the 3rd place game and the EU Regional Finals. And for everyone watching on Twitch, we have the Twitch drops as well available for today, which can drop some very nice rewards, as you can see. Getting a Marceau,
Yeah.
very popular ship, very useful and
Definitely would want that.
Absolutely, as well as the various King of the Sea camos for North Carolina, Prince Eugen and Halland, which I think most people agree are some of the best camos that the art team have made.
They are amazing.
Along with some of the more classic sci-fi camos, community tokens, which are always useful, get various things in the armory from them, as well as a Mainz and a Borodino, 2 very popular and very capable tier 8 premiums that people will be able to get through the mystery drops. As well as, so while we're still in the regional finals, we can go over to the prizes that the teams will be competing for. So whoever wins today and takes the EU crown, as it were, will earn 7,500 steel, 8,000 doubloons, a single steel permanent camouflage, 50 of the King of the Sea consumable camos, 30 of the red boosters, so the best, as well as the new King of the Sea 16 permanent camouflage for Tier 10 American battleship Vermont, which, if you've seen the CC show off on their streams, it's very nice, a space shuttle theme. As well, for something a bit more physical and perhaps somewhat more encouraging for the teams playing today, by going through to the global finals, they'll also be playing for cash prizes. As you can see, the winning team will earn $17,500. So there's a lot to play for over today and the next week. And for those as well watching, if you want to have something a bit more tangible and physical, you can also buy a t-shirt. Which obviously, with the logo and such, having one of the t-shirts, it's very nice, very comfortable. I would recommend it. The links and such are there. They're $25. And so we can already have the picks and bans for the first game, Rain versus Shaft, so we can go over to the map pool and such for them. So it's a best of 5. As we can see, these are the maps available, just in general for the entire tournament, along with the general restrictions, so the teams can only bring 2 battleships, no carriers, no subs. And so for the first game, Rain's banned Des Moines,
Yes.
and Shaft have banned Goudenlow. So it's a bit of an unusual ban, Des Moines being so popular.
It is one of the, or it is the most popular ship that people or teams have brought in currently. It is, I think the second highest was Marseille. But yeah.
Especially Des Moines is such a utilitarian and viable ship. It's a very, very strong ship.
Very good.
And Goudenloo she's certainly good, but she's certainly more niche.
Absolutely.
So it's interesting to see what they're hoping to prevent Rain doing by banning it. And obviously, with the first map decided already, we can go over to the best of 5. So these are the maps that will be played: Shatter, Sleeping Giant, Northern Waters, Estuary, and Warrior's Path. So if we do get a full best of 5, we'll see Estuary and Warrior's Path. And Estuary is an interesting map because I believe it is the most banned map of the tournament so far.
It is by far the most banned map. The second most banned. It's more than double in terms of bans compared to the second most banned map. So teams either really want to save their strats or they really don't like playing it. Either one is a valid option, and maybe they're just saving their strats. Maybe they have something cooked up. I'm really interested in seeing what they're going to do with that one.
Absolutely, and obviously, since Shatter is the first pick, Des Moines and Goudens are quite popular on Shatter.
They are.
Shatter's definitely a map that leans into Goudens' strengths with its airstrikes against the sort of bigger static Soviet cruisers. And Des Moines, obviously, smoke Des Moines on the flanks.
Yes.
Will we see Salems or will we see something completely different?
I expect to see Worcesters and minnows.
Okay.
Purely because the Salem doesn't bring as much radar capabilities, and the Worcester is a better smoked up cruiser, same with the minnow, compared to a Salem.
Yeah, no.
Salem is usually better off playing on an island and looking for fights against other cruisers.
Yeah. Obviously, we saw a lot of teams play this map yesterday.
Yes.
Tends to devolve into a bit of a brawl in the middle at some point. When one team has to try and make a play, they tend to go for the middle.
Yes.
So do you think we'll see that, or do you think the teams will keep it to the flanks?
I think I don't think they'll fall into the trap that CSN went into, for example, where they had 4 cruisers or 4 ships in the middle, 3 of them being cruisers and being unable to trade for the most part. But they will probably have something in the middle, maybe a battleship pushing through. We've seen Rain do it previously. Maybe that happens again. I'm looking forward to that.
No, absolutely. It's a game that can certainly turn very exciting very quickly.
Absolutely. We could go back to talking about the rest of the map pool.
Yep.
So they have obviously, the second map is Sleeping Giant, which is Northern Waters and Sleeping Giant are currently the 2 most played maps in this season of King of the Sea. And so I expect to see them again in this series. They are staple picks, and I think both teams are very comfortable in playing them. So I'm not surprised about seeing both of those ones.
Yes, though then again, yesterday we saw both of these teams struggle on this map against their opponents.
They did, and I'm looking to see if there's any adjustments they've made, maybe a strat change, maybe a lineup change altogether, who knows.
Absolutely. It'll be very interesting to see how both teams react to their defeats on these maps yesterday.
Yes. And so then the third map, Northern Waters. Fourth one is Estuary, which is a map that we rarely ever see because it is a permaban for Rain and Shaft for the most part. They don't like playing it. This was picked by Shaft, so I'm assuming they have something planned and prepared.
Yes, no, absolutely.
And then the decider, if we get to it, is going to be Warrior's Path.
Which is a much more conventional map. It's an older map in COTS. Teams generally have a understanding of how it plays, and compared to, say, Sleeping Giant, the cap layout hasn't massively adjusted.
No, definitely not. It's a map that has been in the King of the Sea format for a long time. Teams have played it for many variations of it with the different cap layouts and such, but this is also a map that I think this is the 3rd most played map in the tournament, and it is a map that both teams would be very comfortable with. So it's very interesting to see Estuary, a map that both teams are probably not very comfortable with as the 4th game, but the decider being a very conventional map.
Yes, if we do get to the full best of 5, it will be interesting to see if Estuary turns out to be a deciding game, especially since Shaft picked it despite having previously banned it consistently.
Yes.
So I guess that we assume, therefore, that they must have a plan.
Yes.
And is it a plan that they're relying on that Rain may not have a depth of tactics for it because they keep banning it?
Possibly. It is difficult to predict these things, obviously, because we don't know what kind of stratting and preparation that has gone into this whole tournament. And so it could just be a thing where the team doesn't feel comfortable playing it, they don't have enough strats that they feel comfortable playing with, and or maybe they do, and they're just saving them for this game in particular, where they chose to not ban it. They both floated the map, and therefore it got picked, and now we're going to see it, maybe.
Oh yeah, I do hope we get that far.
Yes, I do hope so as well. It should be a fairly good series. They played each other yesterday, obviously, and as always with rematches,
Yes,
they tend
absolutely.
to be quite close, and I'm hoping to see a similar performance from both teams, because they both played very well in their respective games, and yeah.
No, Shaft will definitely be looking forward to this rematch, given how well they
Yes.
played in their later games to get back into this position.
Yeah, the fourth place match they played against Moyai, I believe, was exceptional.
Yes.
The first game was very decisive. Second one, they had a bit of a stumble, but the next two were amazing. They played almost perfectly. We didn't see any mistakes. And yeah, it was just a good match to watch.
No, absolutely. Hopefully Shaft will be hoping that Gassando continues his performance from yesterday
Yes,
in the battleships.
the battleship dev striking. I hope so. I hope for some, drive-bys and potential dev strikes happening as well. But obviously it is a thing that doesn't consistently happen at such high level of play.
No, absolutely. As the general reaction to yesterday's, especially the Vermont and the Schlieffen, which we do have a highlight of somewhere, just such a surprise.
Absolutely.
No one expected
No
that.
one expects that, not even the BB players themselves.
Yeah. So I guess we can pass over to the casters. You have any thoughts on this?
I mean, awesome matchup again. I would say that I'm very excited to see this rematch between Rain and Shaft. I think obviously Shaft went through the lower brackets, so they've had to play more games, had to potentially use a couple more strats. But ultimately, if a team is well prepared, I don't think it matters too much overall. Sure, Rain's coming from a loss right now. They've had a day of a break, but it can sometimes be a factor. They have to kind of find their rhythm again. But ultimately, I do feel both of the teams are very well prepared to put a very good performance for us here on the show. And yeah, I mean, let's just see. We're starting with Shatter, which has produced a lot of great games in the past. I mean, just yesterday when Rain and 3X were playing on Shatter, I mean, that was a crazy game as well. So I expect nothing less. What about you, Robin?
Well, I think most of all, one of the most important factors for today is that not to discard what happened yesterday, but today's stakes are significantly higher. Because it's the road to international finals for whoever teams wins the European one, obviously. What we saw, Rain versus 3X yesterday, Rain still has a shot at the competition. They can still come out on top, they can still beat Shaft and then beat 3X. So can also Shaft. So like these three teams are sort of all in for today. So we might see perhaps some more conservative tactics, perhaps some Hail Mary trials on how to defeat the opponents and everything. So I don't really know what to expect, and I hope we'll get a few pleasant surprises as well today. But I think the main factor today will be the stakes compared to yesterday, at least.
Yeah, I mean, all three teams obviously have already made it into the international stage. So now it's basically just about where they finish on the EU side. So that obviously matters because the higher you finish, the better your seeding is going to be into the international stage. So people, like the teams, they actually still want to be first because it's going to put them in a better position when they do get into the international stages. So don't you worry, there's plenty of stakes still here for these teams to play. That's why I think games are going to be very good today.
I definitely agree with this statement.
Absolutely.
Both the teams are obviously well versed in the competitive format and have been playing for a very long time. I'm sure they have dealt with the stakes and the pressure that comes with it. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
No, yeah, absolutely. These sort of last few minutes before the big matches, like making sure, like, have you got all your signals on your ship? Is your captain built correctly? Have you managed to remember to put the modules on?
Absolutely.
Are the teams planning to run any unusual builds? A couple of ones we saw yesterday.
True.
Well,
Like
both of
the
you,
non-standard.
both of you, Baz and Blood Legends, have been in this situation before. What do you think each teams are sort of like? What kind of mindset do you think they are in right now?
Go ahead.
I think right now I would be in a state where I'm just going through my motions, looking at the tactic, and seeing if there's anything that I could change slightly, maybe improve my overall impact on the game.
Even at the last, not like last minute.
I think it
like
is
that
more
close
of
to the
a
actual game.
preparation and making sure you're ready with everything. You don't want to go and change a big thing. It will be like a micro movement or basic, like small things that you need to maybe touch. And obviously you want to keep the team morale high before starting a game. You want to have some fun. You want to have a laugh essentially before you start.
Get the pressure down a little
Exactly,
bit.
yeah. And be hydrated. That is very important.
Oh yeah. How about you, Blood?
So, from the tactical side of things, obviously I've been involved into these things multiple times already. I can tell you that teams basically have a plan of what they want to do on these maps, and then they go into these picks and ban stages. And obviously, the order in which the picks and bans happen very much determine the spawn picks as well. So some people, some teams might actually pick these maps that are more balanced in order to then go ahead and pick the spawn, because spawn doesn't really matter on a balanced map. And then now what's tactically really important, now ships get banned, right? So you can prepare a strat for a specific map, but then when you actually do get to the picks and ban stage, ships will get banned, and this might actually change up the way you wanted to play this map originally. So these are the kind of things that the teams will actually go through, like 30 minutes before the games actually start. So you can prepare for a map strategically, but these bans kind of force you to sometimes just change it up right before the games. And also what Baz said is really important, that the team just having fun, be relaxed, because the big work, the big prep work has already been done. So it's just about these minor adjustments that you have to do in just before the game, and then it's just chill out, relax, talk about important sequences that you have maybe set up. That need to happen, like how do you lay the smoke screen, at which position do we want our radar ships to end up at the early stages, what might potential rotates be after we have set in to these setup positions. And these kind of things, you just go through them because they're very much important in order to set up what you actually want to do on the map strategically. And yeah, that's about it.
It's like a mental repetition before a show.
Yes, exactly.
And I hope today's show will be good.
Absolutely. No rousing speeches?
I mean, sometimes, look, I've done them in the past before some important games. I won't deny this. Sometimes it can be nice to be very calm and chill, but I feel like depending on what the team is feeling at these moments, like sometimes can be very nice to pump the players up a little bit and get them excited. So it's really just about the personalities that are in these teams and kind of what's best for them. But these teams know best themselves how to do this in front of these games.
No, absolutely. These teams know a thing or two because they've done a thing or two.
True.
So, and as you said, like on your end, as a former Rain competitive player, like, was it fairly calm?
Yeah.
Or was there the speeches?
No, I don't think there were any speeches that I've witnessed over my competitive history, but usually quite a lot of people just doing goofy stuff.
Oh yeah, trying to break the tension, calm down.
Yeah.
You don't want to go into it too high strung.
No.
Or you've got the classic when one player's like, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm not ready.
No.
I also have potentially a question again, since we're on that topic and we have a little bit of time, I guess, before the game starts. When something bad happens during a game, a mistake is done or like some loss, how is this usually being dealt with within the communication of each team? Now you have two different prisms by being in two different teams. But how would you summarize it the shortest way possible? Is it acceptance? Is it more like, you know, just a callback to focus or something?
It really depends. I would say if it's a really big mistake and it is a clearly obvious mistake that someone has made and they die, then they'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, I died. Mistakes happen. And then it basically comes back to, okay, you made a mistake. Let's move past it. How do we fix it? How do we move forward? Can we change something to maybe compensate for that? Can we make a play out of it? Because sometimes someone dying involves a focus fire call from the other team and therefore makes like an opening potentially that you can exploit. And so it is basically a matter of problem solving. You see something happen, maybe it's your team, maybe it's their team, basically, and you play reactively. Things that aren't under your control, sometimes those things also can disrupt your strat very heavily. And as a result, it's just a matter of seeing what has happened and working together as a team, communicating those things effectively. Maybe you see something, and then you should communicate with your shot caller, and then maybe you can play together, discuss about it, and then make that play happen.
So mostly forgiveness, I assume, yeah, which is nice.
Yeah, I think it's really important not to let the thing that happened interrupt the general flow of the game. So you can't immediately go to frustration once something bad happens. You have to be in a very problem-solving mindset. So you just take what you're given, right? Okay, you've lost the ship, but now what are your options? So you just look at the map and you see, okay, what can we do in order to actually get the best out of this situation that we're handed now? And as soon as you start doing this, rather than being frustrated or mad about it for too long, of course, sometimes frustration can set in, but you have to really minimize that, and you can't actually allow it to let it through into the communications inside of the team comms. This is also very important because you can really break concentration when you do talk about these things like in a negative way inside of the team comms. So those are also other things that I would say are important.
And this is really hard to do because in this level of play, everybody knows that mistakes are going to be extremely punished and also very fast. Like as we saw, I don't know, yesterday we saw a few examples of this. Stalingrad getting blown up early, like Entaz that complete Demo and Harugumo push all the way south and everything like this. So like I think it's extremely hard to keep a cool head when you know you have less than a minute to come up with a counter strat to what just happened.
Yeah.
This is like as a viewer or as myself, I sometimes even don't see this. But it's still happening. Like the reaction time is extremely punishing on both sides, I think. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a game yesterday between, I think it was Shaft and Mojai on Sleeping Giant, when Mojai played an incredibly well strat from the north of Sleeping Giant, and Shaft was really just trying to move ships around left and right and try to really see what they can do about it. So you could actually see from watching the game that they were trying to solve the problem, but I mean, Moya just didn't really give them any chances, so good on them. But yeah, we'll do our best as the casters to kind of give you a perspective of what's happening, what the teams might be thinking in these games, and yeah.
No, absolutely. It's a sign of the best teams that they can react quickly to unexpected events, and I guess that is the marker of the best teams that are playing at this level and who will then go on to see next week as well. Yes. So hopefully everyone's almost ready for the teams. Hopefully we'll get to start on time. So if we go back to the first map of this first best of 5, as we discussed earlier, Des Moines Guden bans unusual?
Somewhat, yeah. I have a feeling that Shaft banning Guden is a counter strat. Perhaps they know that Rain would like to run Gudens. Maybe they have some specific plays with their like Russian cruisers that they're putting on islands, because a Guden would be a really good tool to dig those anchor cruisers out. But they don't want to deal with that, and essentially are just like, okay, we take that out of the game, we can still play our position, see what happens.
And also, I guess with the Des Moines ban, instead of banning one of the smoke destroyers and leaving the others open, simply by banning Des Moines, does it simplify strats in the sense of that you're less reliant on a smoked-up cruiser, or do you think the Minnow Worcesters will lean more heavily into that?
I think Rain and Shaft are both teams that are comfortable playing the Minnow Worcester. So it comes down to the fact that one team may be more comfortable playing a Worcester, whereas the other team is more comfortable playing a Minnow. And in that matchup in particular, the Minnow is the one that is favored.
Yes, thanks to the improved radar range.
Exactly. So it is something that should be taken into account if maybe Rain has a play where Shaft cannot run a Des Moines on an island of some sort, then this would be a targeted ban. But it is difficult to predict on a map like Shatter. There are so many good islands for any type of cruiser, really.
No, yes, absolutely. I will be curious if we'll see the Schlieffen in the middle again.
It's possible, yeah. A Des Moines ban and a golden glue ban definitely implies some sort of pushing play. However, it's difficult to predict in the sense that Rain have already played that, and Shaft will have seen that, and as a result should have a prep when it happens. If they see a Schlieffen pick, then they definitely should expect it.
Okay, so we've just been informed that the teams are ready, so let's move to the map intro video.
The picturesque coastlines of the maritime provinces of eastern Canada form the backdrop for a titanic clash of opposing fleets. These steep cliffs and jagged rocks will soon echo the thunder of heavy guns, and only one team will emerge supreme. This is Shatter. Shatter is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. In this new configuration, Cap Alpha on the left is arguably the safest for destroyers. Though there are plenty of nearby islands within radar range, the cap perimeter is wide open, providing unfettered access and a multitude of ways in and out. This directly contrasts with Capture Point Bravo in the center, which is more claustrophobic and has only a handful of entrances and exits. Ships caught out here typically fall under tremendous focus fire from both map edges. On the right, control of the new Charlie Cap is likely to depend heavily on commanding the island on the western edge. Expect teams to deploy ships both south of this island and to the 9-10 line on the extreme eastern edge as they vie for dominance. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Shatter.
All right, welcome everyone. This is the first best of 5 today, and it is Rain versus Shaft here in the lower bracket final. And as you can see, we are on Shatter, and we have already picked up on some very interesting battleship choices. Robin, what do you think about them?
Well, let's start with the obvious, I mean, at least the most different from the rest. Kremlin Schlieffen from Rain. Interesting because both ships have substantially different playstyles. Kremlin is this battleship which is like, hey, I'm here, deal with me. Schlieffen is sort of the same but can go down much more easier, as we saw yesterday. The rest of Rain's lineup is actually pretty versatile, I would say. We have a lot of ships with a lot of different gimmicks, I'm going to say. Marseille is here, Kléber is here. We've seen what these ships can do as well. So I think Rain is coming in with a very diverse lineup. But maybe you have more hindsights on what Shaft is bringing.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the big picture right now, you can see that Rain is already setting up a very impactful play on C-Cap. I feel like they're sending the Marseille out wide, probably going to 10 line. Stalingrad, I presume, is going closer towards C to actually bring the 12-kilometer radar as far out as possible on the flank. Other side, they really don't have much. They have a Moskva and a San Martin. So I believe we will have just a lot of action that we can see on C-Cap soon. On the other side, let's check what Shaft is bringing over there.
Well, the Marceau just literally made it into B right now, and Stalingrad will have radar range, already does actually. The only question is what can actually contest Marceau. Unfortunately, sliding slightly out of the cap, so losing some precious seconds on the cap time here. But Shaft might be able to just get the central cap very early in the game.
Yeah, there is nothing that can actually reset him, so radaring here doesn't even prove of any value. I do believe that Rain also knows this. This is also why they might not radar it right now.
Of course.
They'll just let it slide. They have a strat that is designed to just attack C very aggressively and then move around C quickly. So they don't really care right now if Shaft is taking B-cap from them. All they're focused right now is trying to catch that Haruguma and Minotaur from Shaft heading to the 8, 9, 10 line.
What do you think about Rain's San Martin? Basically, we saw this ship on the same position in the same map in previous games. Basically, that very survivable cruiser, very hard to kill if played right, that is going to be essentially stalling A the whole time. That's the only job of Artorius here. Yeah,
I mean, he's just going to try to basically hold them off as long as possible, kind of being a thorn in Shaft's side here on the A-cap. So San Martin is a ship that can do that very well. I've just spotted that Rain Stalingrad had already used the radar on the C-cap to kind of spot out the early deployment from Shaft, and Minotaur and Haruguma from Shaft did not get caught by the radar. So Rain was seeking for some information on the 9-10 line, but they didn't really get any. So all they can play off of right now is the RPF that's heading towards 9-10 line maybe.
So Shaft reversing a daring into A. They are playing cautiously on A because they don't know what's going on. How long will it take for them to realize that basically Rain has no assets at all for A except the San Martin, which, as you mentioned, his only job is to kite away. So once this is put into action, Harugumo and Salem might just try to make some sort of move towards the center of the map.
Yeah, I believe this daring that's contesting A-cap right now is in a position to tell with RPF already that they might not have a lot on the flank. So this might mean that Haruguma and Salem will be pushing up into the San Martin very quickly here.
Yeah, Shaft is touching the cap here with the daring ready to bolt forward, but they will realize quite quickly that, well, A is theirs, which is going to be a little bit of an issue because these points are going to start ticking on Shaft's side.
Yeah, if we look at C, they're just setting up the push right now with the Minotaur and Harugumo. You can see Lulu and Ship Shady on the 10 line. They are kind of trying to set up a smoke screen there. Obviously, they don't want to smoke too early, because it might mean that their push is going to take too long. But yeah, heavy torpedoes getting thrown into that direction from Shaft.
I think the Harugumo used the rated booster on the torpedoes plus the Minotaur torpedoes as well. Do we have hydroacoustic? Of course, we have hydroacoustic from Lulu.
Hydroacoustic is on. Smoke's getting late right now.
Already seeing these torpedoes.
They should be safe. I do believe Lulu will have to dodge these torpedoes.
Oh yeah, he is dodging.
He should be fine.
Yeah, he's fine. So far, we didn't see any action. Obviously, this is still the deployment sort of stages. But oh, Lulu, be careful! Minotaur does not like to slow down. It does not like to. He's taking one.
Yeah, he's taking one, but
this is actually interesting. What you just saw. He accelerated to take the torpedo on the belt instead of the bow to mitigate the damage here.
Yeah, I mean, we can see right now that Rain has moved up the radar. Oh,
sorry to interrupt, but real Ship Shady caught with a Harugumo bordering the line against Minotaur radar. This could be a little bit difficult. Interestingly enough, Lulu still is going into the radar, even though he knows the real Ship Shady is spotted.
This might be a bit dangerous because Preußen and Ohio could have guns there. Let's see if the shots are going to be coming in.
Any string broadside
Although
to
just
the
look
Minotaur
at the B-cap right now. B-cap right now is really... Oh my goodness, Kleber just rushed out and took a huge salvo from, I believe it was the Preußen, and these torpedoes are not going to be enough, and the Kremlin is going to drive into B-cap right now, probably thinking that the Preußen would have been dealt with, but it's still there. Schlieffen, on the other hand, is also pushing up on the 7 line, so yeah, stuff is going down. I believe Preußen will have to deal with a lot of crossfire from the Kremlin and Schlieffen here.
That is a combined push on Rain to get this Preußen out of here, but they lost the Kleber in that attempt, which is, I mean, is it critical? I don't know.
It is very critical. I mean, it's one ship completely gone, didn't do its job of killing the Preußen. Let's see how long Preußen can stay alive and how much damage these Rain battleships will have to take here. I mean, Dasser is already taking a lot of damage in his Schlieffen. I mean, Yeah, I don't know, but at the same time, Gazando in Ohio is flat broadside to the Stalingrad right now that's pushing around on the sea
Stalingrad
cap.
just took torpedoes as well. A lot of HP being traded on Rain's side right now to try to root out the Shaft's battleships. I'm not sure how this is gonna go, but the WGC Rider is on 21,000 HP, which is not exceptional. It's just a matter of time before at least one of these 4 battleships goes down in this fray of engagements.
I mean, if they don't kill Gazando quick here, Gazando is going to get to his next heal. It's up in 12 seconds. In the meantime, Malimo in his Kremlin has to kind of kill this Preußen here as soon as possible to then switch his focus onto the Ohio. Like the key for Shaft here would really just to not lose both of the battleships and actually do get the kill on the Schlieffen as well.
But as you can see, massive push from Rain on the 9-10 here. They want to take control of this half of the map, perhaps to get a chance at B. Preußen from Shaft goes down, and the Ohio shortly after.
And the Schlieffen doesn't get killed either, so that is huge for Rain actually here, being able to kill both battleships, even though they've lost the Kleber. So let's see.
Silverhopper's heal is back in 5 seconds, so he will be able to heal a little bit more. Now the question is, can he actually go dark and survive?
So he might because Marceau can also not trade
Ooh, massive hit as well.
into him the entire time, because now obviously Marseille opens up from the 10 line, chunking him for like almost 10k or more. I mean, they have to be careful to not lose the Marceau here.
Shaft has brought the Petropavlovsk and the Harugumo back towards Bravo to try and set up some nasty crossfires on that mayhem going on around C, but at the same time, San Martin from Rain is going to start creeping back towards Alpha, but will have to face Simplicat in his Salem. San Martin versus Salem, I see this as a very, very one-sided engagement. Let's pay attention to what happens in a moment on the A side, because it might also be very important.
Yeah, I mean, it will be important very soon here, because obviously San Martin is looking for stuff on A-cap, although Salem, I do believe, is very favored in this engagement. On the other hand, Schlieffen, I think, he's almost down. He's burning.
He's burning. He's going
doesn't
down.
He doesn't have damage control ready, so Schlieffen is going down at the end. Was a nice relocation for Shaft with that daring onto the 6 line. Also, another smoke is getting set up on the 8 line, so just further trying to defend. And Radar goes actually out, and Harugumo is caught.
Has to run. Yeah, that's going to be a lot.
And he's full broadside to that Minotaur. Let's see how much damage he will take from this turn.
These initial salvo when the ship is broadside are crucial. It seems the real ship Shady will get away with this. Very luckily, actually, unfortunate salvos on Shaft's side here. They have reversed, Rain has reversed the Kremlin to try and stop the point bleed on Shaft's side.
But if you look at the 10 line right now, sorry to interrupt, but Lulu is trying to chase after it because he knows they have to catch this Minotaur. They're sending in Marseille as fast as possible to then be able to catch Zil and his Minotaur with Lulu's radar, but it's not really working out.
Marseille is just going to be dealing with a hail of fire. Harugumo de Marceau, which is on very low HP, meaning, well, AR.
At the same time, what I just pointed out just happens right now. Lulu pushing up, getting Zil into radar, and you will see now probably Kremlin and Stalingrad maybe also trying to crossfire Zil here, because it's really important. Also, yeah, Kimi Lille is getting caught by this.
They might be able to
too.
take him down if the focus fire. Yeah, he's on no HP at all. Just a couple more hits and that's it.
So this could be really huge actually for Rain, catching yeah, the Minotaur and the Marceau and it's inside the
crossfire from Stalingrad on the Minotaur. That's land just a little bit above. Yeah, a lot of pressure being put on that.
But radar is still on for another 16 seconds, so the Marseille will be able to continue to shoot him here.
And the Stalingrad as well. Stalingrad too is focusing on that Minotaur. This might be a kill shot, a little bit late, unfortunately.
And look at where, like Harugumo, Shaft is also just stuck at the border, so it's going to be very hard for him to get away. Oh, huge torpedo hit on Lulu right now. Aggression
on Rain's side. They are picking Shaft off one after the other, and now, even though Shaft still has 2 destroyers in play, they have yielded so much of the sea side of the map.
What happened to the Petropavlovsk guy? Like, he just got chunked tremendously. I completely missed this.
Perhaps some Moskva crossfire? I'm not entirely sure.
It might have been. I mean, Moskva just completely out-traded him, potentially. Harugumo was maybe too focused on dealing with the Stalingrad.
This is looking really bleak for Shaft right now. I don't think they can come back from this. They have a two-ship disadvantage, even though they are maintaining the point lead just by a sliver. Rain is going to start basically asserting the dominance on this game.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of trades that went into Rain's favor here in a rapid succession. So, yeah, I do believe that this game is set out for a potential Rain victory here, because they've lost all the control ships on the B cap as well.
And it's only a matter of time before Shaft's Harugumo on the J line is being picked up again by Lulu's radar. 40 seconds, and it's going to be Minotaur plus Marseille at this range. It's probably going to go down fairly quickly. Daring from Shaft was also trying to pick off the Kremlin on Rain's side. Torpedoes go amiss, unfortunately. I don't know what they can do at this point.
Now, I think Rain is in a very comfortable position right now, especially with the Moskva inside the B cap, being in such a good position to defend from that Harugumo spot. Amazing knows that Flo is sitting in there, and he can immediately trade into him as soon as he tries to leave the position.
Yeah, Daring from Shaft just trying to assist the Harugumo by putting some DPM onto the Marseille, but with the HP both cruisers have, it's not really going to matter at all. We're going to see Lulu burn the radar right now. He does. Harugumo is lit. Now, which ships are they going to actually focus on? The Harugumo or the Daring?
Well, focus fire is a little bit split right now, but Shaft obviously trying to kill the Marseille here maybe. Now both of the Rain players trying to kill the Daring, which obviously being on 3k HP now.
And the
I do believe they picked this up. Yeah. So ultimately another trade going into Rain's favor here, further ticking the scales towards a victory.
I believe there's nothing Shaft can do anymore. This is essentially a defeat for them. They don't have the asset. They are being crossfired from essentially every area. Shaft, Salem is going to be broadsiding a San Martin while trying to 1v1 a Moskva. They might pick up the Moskva from Rain, but it doesn't really matter now, does it?
No, at this point, even though the Moskva gets picked up here, I believe Rain is in a favorable position. I mean, they can just drive the Kremlin in now.
That is nasty San Martin crossfire. Unfortunately, the radar was a little bit too early on this, so Simplicat is actually trying to go after that Moskva. They're just trying to pick up some sliver of points, but if he pushes too hard, he's facing the Kremlin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going nowhere.
No, he's not going anywhere. Malimu will have to dodge some torpedoes, maybe taking one on the bow. At 30k HP, this actually might be a little bit problematic. He takes that torpedo. Now the question is, can they pick up Malimu, or Malimu is going to be able to get Shaft Salem first?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Salem can deal a lot of damage quickly. Also, Harugumo is shooting him, although Kremlin Salvo goes out now, this will put an end of Salem's life.
But then, yeah, it's two destroyers versus an armada of Rain just pushing back into B. They pick up the Kremlin, but then they trade the Harugumo for it. So congratulations for Rain for an exceptional display on this map so far.
I was slightly worried when I started the push happening and the Kleber immediately getting taken out without even damaging the Preußen too much, but at the end, what they had planned out, Rain that is, was executed very well. Still, they pushed the battleships around on 6 line and 7 line to create a crossfire immediately on the 6 line battleship, and then Stalingrad was peaking on C-cap as well. So these battleships, they were just in a position where they suffered so much damage taken, and really Shaft was in no position to actually trade that damage back, because they still had a good amount of ships stuck in between A and B that were incapable of helping out.
Yeah, Shaft just making the game last a little bit longer without a real reason here. Maybe they're just trying to discuss and get a little bit of time to discuss what went wrong. But yeah, impressive play on Rain's side. It's good to see that even though yesterday's outcome against 3x was disappointing for them, they are still very much in the game, and they're ready to deal with whatever is thrown at them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Rain clearly had a plan that they wanted to execute on this game, and it worked out like a charm. And yeah, they've definitely recovered from yesterday, if you can say so.
With a vengeance.
Yeah. Still, though, it's a best of 5. Awesome game to start off of, but we'll have lots of more games to play. So let's send it back to Killibrand and Bass.
Well, that was something.
that was quite the game. Yeah, I had a assumption before the game where I predicted that given the bans, we might see something like the mid push happening, which Rain have done previously. That did seem like that was their idea to go for from the start of the game. Executed it really well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And from what I've seen previously, actually, the Kleber that died at the start of the game while he was trying to rush a Preußen was an intentional play. They do it as a distraction, so the battleships can make it out without really taking that much damage. And the Schlieffen basically did that. He got through the channel and entered the enemy team spawn while being at basically full HP. And so trading that HP positively was definitely worth. And then he basically wasted a good amount of time before he died for the rest of the team to start making their push, start getting more map control in the 9-10 line. The Stalin pushed up, the Minnow pushed up, along with the Marseille, obviously. And then what do you do when your battleships are dead and there's a Minnow and a Marseille running you down?
No, absolutely. As you say, like, they had the plan to push 2/3 of their team basically at once they had that opening. Granted, it takes a special kind of player to play that Kleb and willingly go forward knowing you're going to die.
Yes.
So the sort of that level of commitment to the team and doing it for the team and not for your own personal glory. Obviously, you prefer to maybe get a couple more torps into the Preußen.
Yes, definitely.
Like, serving the purpose and managing to trade both of Schaft's battleships for only one of their own is an exceptionally good exchange.
Yes, absolutely. The trading the BBs, trading one battleship for two is already an exceptional trade. Unfortunate that the Kleber is like a sacrifice, but it is for a eventual victory, so I don't think he'll be too unhappy about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then obviously the exchanges in the middle of the map after that, having the Kremlin being able to just position itself and use what health it had left as just a doorstop.
Yes, absolutely. It's a brute force. He can just keep tanking so much. It is a Kremlin, and the Salem, unfortunately, having to sit in front of a Kremlin at like 4 or 5 kilometers. He doesn't want to do that.
No.
It is a Des Moines hull. He gets overmatched.
Exactly. The heal might be useful, but it's not going to keep you going too long.
No, definitely not.
And obviously credit to the Marseille and the Minnow pushing down its speed, despite at the start we were kind of concerned about that.
Yeah.
Taking the torps early on and getting caught out by the radars. It definitely seemed at the beginning that Schaft had the upper hand, but Rain definitely used their strategy to the fullest effect.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't say they surprised Schaft in the sense of that they weren't expecting a push like that, but I think the extent of the push.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the push was to be expected. I think Schaft will have done their homework. They will have studied Rain strats. All of these strats, the strat that we saw today in this game, has definitely been played before. And so Schaft will have known that this is a possibility. And especially after seeing the strat itself, they will have definitely predicted it's happening. And so at the start of the game, the Schaft people on the 9-10 line, they definitely played their ships correctly. They kited and they were prepared for the incoming push.
Absolutely.
However, I guess they just weren't prepared to lose both of their battleships so early in the game, and then basically have a Minnow run at you and not much you can do about it since they lack the overmatch.
Yes, I mean, like, as tanky as Ohio and Preußen are, there's a limit to how much damage they can withstand in a brief period, especially if a Schlieffen's bearing down on you.
Yeah, absolutely. Schlieffen secondaries are amazing, and that in addition with its main guns and the Kremlin occasionally shooting at him,
and the Stalin,
the Minnow, it's quite a lot of damage. Also the Marseille, actually.
Yes.
So it is quite a lot of focus fire, obviously, and no battleship is realistically expected to survive that much focus.
No, but we do have the replay render now, so we can go to that.
Yes, let's do that.
I actually have one question.
Oh,
no, it's okay because it has to do with the renderer.
Okay.
What happened to Schaft Petropavlovsk at B? Because we sort of missed it. He went from full HP to 0 within a minute or two.
My guess is the Moskva outtraded him.
Or the Starling got a good solid, or the Starling got a volley into
Let's
him.
see it on the replay, yes, thank you.
So early cap by Schaft with the Marceau, which is not something you see all that often, and a more sort of conventional positioning.
Yeah, so now we can see all of the ships have activated. The Schlieffen has gone through, barely lost any HP.
Yeah.
And while that is happening, the 9-10 line push is happening, as well as the mid push is happening.
I wonder if the San Martin had a good audiobook.
Unfortunately, the Kitic flank San Martin doesn't really get to play the game for the most part.
But like you see in this still of just like that Preußen,
Yes.
that poor Preußen. Like, what do you do?
Run and hope that you can do more damage. Get the best trade possible, I guess.
So like once the battleships get past, that's when the Petro moves up to try and get some cross shots into the 6 to 10 line. Just about to see what does happen to the Petro.
Oh, the San
San
Martin.
Wow.
San Martin catches him out.
So he did play the game.
He did play the game. His
contributed
rotation
heavily.
was impeccable. He
Yeah.
got the angle and he did quite a lot of damage from
Yeah,
what
no,
it looks like.
absolutely. And then the Petro just goes down eventually, and at this point,
Yeah.
Shaft just have their entire health is basically in their destroyers, and their destroyers just aren't in a position to do enough damage quickly enough to take out big targets.
Yeah. Yeah, the San Martin played that really well actually. He started kiting the A flank as he should have. He is the solo defending ship essentially. There could be like 5 ships pushing him. And so he ran away at the start, then decided there has been enough time that has progressed. He has seen enough ships leave the A cap, and he decided, let's try to make a play. Let's try to counter push, get some more info. Ended up finding that angle and helped with the Petro kill in mid and
Absolutely.
solidified their B-hold.
Absolutely, given that we've seen San Martins not do an awful lot this tournament, despite being very popular, that may be the most impactful San Martin we've seen so far.
Very likely, yeah. San Martin's usually the ship that takes all the damage, doesn't do very much. But in this case, it was definitely a ship that did quite a lot of damage, was quite impactful. And yeah. very impressive.
Absolutely. So 1-0 to Rain, and an excellent display of a coordinated push. So hopefully we can bring up the map 2 now, which if I remember correctly was, Sleeping Giant, where we're seeing a Kleber and a Gdansk ban, so banning the gunboats.
Yes, that is very interesting bans from both teams. I'm expecting to see a lot of darings, probably, due to the Gdansk ban. I'm expecting to see the darings in middle as usual. Maybe Rain tries to do the Petro play that they did towards the middle of the map, like last time, maybe with a bit more info before making the jump towards the mid-island.
Possible.
But yeah, should be an interesting one as well. The Gdansk ban obviously is going to be very crucial in this, as it is a very good ship for cap control. If you have a Gdansk, you effectively deny the cap at the start, and then you can position your cruisers accordingly to have more radars in the cap, and therefore just deny that cap for the majority of the game.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see if Shaft put more emphasis on the sea side compared to what we saw yesterday.
Possibly. I hope that teams can make a good use out of the Thunderdome. However, it is not as good of a position anymore due to the cap moving around. Sometimes it can be a trap to go in there, because once you go in there, you can get stuck. And some ships just simply don't have the arcs to shoot over the mid-islands. And once you're in it and you're stuck, you kind of become useless. And you really don't want to do that, where every ship and every shell even counts.
You know, absolutely. I guess if we see something like a Worcester, then that implies a plan to play the Thunderdome?
Possibly. Yeah, a Worcester, a Salem maybe. Des Moines are definitely, Des Moines class ship is very good in the Thunderdome. However, you really want to make sure you have control of the border of the map. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck. And then you might not have the impact that you wanted to have from that ship in particular.
Yes, no, I guess we'll probably see Des Moines return in a vengeance, given they were banned previously.
They were banned in the first map, yes.
So yeah, so hopefully everything will go smoothly for both teams, given that both teams have had not the greatest experience of this map.
No, yeah.
Despite it being one that teams have played a lot, but as we say, the cap layout is that little bit different. B cap especially, being that bit smaller, meaning that you can't rely on a sort of static cruiser on the island capping. You've got to put destroyers in. It's why darings have been so popular.
Absolutely.
And as we say, with a Gdansk ban, the sort of natural predator isn't present. So.
It could be the case where we see a Ragnar and a daring together in middle, where the daring brings the smoke and the firepower from close range, as well as the survivability. And then you have the Ragnar for the radar at the start of the game, and then he can maybe rotate off and do something else. But it could be a possibility that we see those two ships combined to replace the Gdansk. However, it is a bigger investment.
Yes, having to use two ships to play the role of one is always a bit of a risk.
Yes.
So I guess the things we're going to be looking out for is, do Shaft play the seaside more as a holding flank, or do Rain attempt their sort of through the islands in the Petro and hope that there's not a Des Moines waiting for them?
Yes, that will be an interesting one. Rain and Shaft both played this map yesterday, and they both lost on this map, I believe. Rain lost against 3X, and Shaft lost against Moyai.
Yeah.
And both of those times, I would say the other team was clearly the favorite to win that one based on the tactic they played. And I'm wondering how they have changed their strats, or how they have maybe studied each other, given that they have already played this map just yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe will they have any counter strats prepared? Maybe will they have some specific strat to just outright win a flank? And that could be something that is possible.
Or we could see something completely different.
As well as that, yes.
So
I would like to see something completely different, given the fact that both of their teams lost on their first showing of it.
Yes, so both teams will have something to prove that they can win this map.
Absolutely.
So hopefully the match should be ready soon. Like last minute things, obviously both teams re-evaluating how the first match went, maybe need to do any quick minor changes. So hopefully we should be able to switch over to the game pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. This time between the two games is very crucial for both teams. People like to discuss about things that may have gone wrong, some communication issues maybe. All of these things are taken care of between games, and as a result you want to very quickly go over the entire game that has happened and then start preparing for the next one.
Yes, no, absolutely. And obviously Rain, with a game in hand, are they going to try and go for the full sweep and the 3-0? Or is this where we see the Shaft fight back? Okay, we just heard the slight delay. So, I mean, Kleber Gdansk bans though. It's like Kleber ban. Okay, she's the best rusher, and Gdansk is, while she looks very similar, she's also much bigger.
Okay.
So Gdansk is definitely a destroyer that, while it has exceptional guns, and the smoke radar combo, is relatively easy to kill.
Okay.
But we have seen Gang play that ship very well yesterday, so this might be a targeted ban for that.
I see. The teams are ready, so let's go to the map introduction.
A colossal battle between opposing fleets will soon unfold here amongst the waters of the East China Sea. The residents of these islands will shortly bear witness to the thunder and flash of combat, and only one team will sail away victorious. This is Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and C is on the right. Cap A on the left is fraught with danger. Previously located in the Thunderdome, the new cap location has an island on the left side that provides limited protection for both teams, while on the right side, the Thunderdome can provide cover for radar cruisers. Any team looking to take the cap will now have to gain control of both sets of islands in order to hold it. In the center, capture area B is just as perilous, as it is now smaller than it used to be. Completely open with plenty of places for radar cruisers to hide nearby without being spotted, it's commonly left uncaptured until the mid and late game. Cap C on the right may be the most treacherous. Originally centered on the set of 4 islands to the left of the cap, which provided some cover for a daring destroyer player, the now wide open cap will be challenging for even the most skilled of teams to contest and hold, unless they gain control of the island chain near the center or the Ocean of the 10 line. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Sleeping Giant.
All right, so now it's game 2 between Rain and Shaft, and playing on Sleeping Giant here. And yeah, already Gazando in his Vermont doing his cheeky blind shots again, this time barely missing. Yeah, as we can already see from the lineup, Rain is trying to do really aggressive play here on the C side with the double DDs. Interesting to see how that will maybe turn out. What you can see? What can you see, Robin?
I'm seeing a no DD presence on A on Rain's side, so probably a bit of a more defensive action. They're sending the Montana, San Martin, the Moskva, which is a nice mix of kiting and defensive. So maybe they're not sending that many assets to A because they don't want to put too much pressure on this. On the other hand, Shaft is essentially sending Harugumo Des Moines Smoke Trail with a Moskva as a radar backup. Already torpedoes being shed at Charlie. We're going to see some intense engagement because it's sort of mirrored Ragnar Harugumo Des Moines versus Ragnar Gearing Des Moines.
Yeah, I believe you will see these teams both fighting for early positions here, because the further you can push back these DDs early, the better smoke you can actually set up for your Des Moines. Rain from Alpha Spawn is a little bit favored here. You can see right now Ship Shady is pulling the smoke from the island, so this is usually like the more favored position to smoke from.
Harugumo is not great at dodging torpedoes. Shaft's Harugumo is going to have to be careful because that smoke is about to be interrupted by Gearing torpedoes coming through.
Yeah,
I believe they see them right now. Does he see them?
Des Moines just presses hydro, so he sees them right now, but this is obviously not going to be great for the smoke placement because Vert has to dodge basically to the south away from Rain. So yeah, not the greatest of smoke placements. Good torpedoes here from Ship Shady to disrupt the smoke placement from Shaft.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be critical because that smoke is still very usable, of course. We see radar ranges obviously being not there, at least on both DDs and Des Moines. At B, double daring with Moskva backup, pretty standard, I assume. So it's going to be a matter of who wants to touch the cap first and take that risk.
Yeah, exactly. Also, maybe the darings can get some nice torpedoes onto these Moskvas. We'll have to see during the game. Yeah, on A side, Shaft is actually pushing towards the Rock of F1, so I do believe they will put themselves in a position where they can take A cap with relatively a few amount of forces committed. So yeah, I do believe that this could potentially be an advantage for Shaft. Radar does come out from Rain's Moskva right now to yeah, maybe push the daring away a little bit. That's actually one thing that you can see teams do a lot that are very experienced. Bison is very close to the capture point with his daring.
He's also being countered radar right now.
Exactly, but you can see Bison is much more close at the minute, so he was, like, Rain was trying to...
Gassando with a Vermont salvo on the daring. Daring has exceptional acceleration, so he gets away from a very scary salvo from Gassando.
Indeed. Now, as I was saying, I think Rain is trying to set up the situation that their daring is much more closer to the capture point on B. So
the real Ship Shady from Rain caught in the Des Moines radar loses basically all his HP, while also Rain's Ragnar was caught too and took a bit of a chunk. That is not a great start for the real Ship Shady here. Being on 8K, 5 minutes in the game will definitely be an issue for them on the long run.
I mean, one more torpedo and he's potentially out of this game.
Or another radar.
Yeah, or another radar. So really well done from Zill and his Des Moines to actually stay so close and radar the gearing here. Both smokes are dissipating right now, so we will see them reshuffling a little bit.
We have big Gassando shots over the Thunderdome here on Malimu's Montana. He is broadside. This is ridiculous. Almost halving.
That's a big chunk.
More than halving. That is 50,000 damage being poured into Malimo, stuff he doesn't even can heal back because it must have been Citadel damage.
Yeah, I mean, amazing shots again from Gassando. He keeps impressing me with his Vermont shots.
Shaft is trading the hits right now.
Kind of crazy. So daring contest comes from Bison on the B cap. Will be interesting to see. Like, the Moskva does not have radar back. No one else really has radar, so this might potentially be the B cap for Rain here.
Ooh, Shaft's Des Moines Zill from across the map being chunked down by a Vermont salvo, half HP as well. Rain starting to, bite back a little bit, because losing that much HP on a DD and a BB is not ideal.
Yeah, you can see though, Ragnar from Rain is trying to contest the cap here, getting counter-radared by the Ragnar, and losing quite a amount of HP here. Yeah, trade's definitely going into Shaft's favor here. Although smoke is set up from Rain, you're going to have counter shots into Shaft's
Ragnar as well. Yeah,
so trades are equalizing themselves.
For the Monsalvo coming in.
I was just going to point this out. Yeah, Vermont Salvo maybe. Well, actually, Antaro dodging well here.
Decent hit still. I mean, against DDs, even though they can heal, every hits count.
Exactly.
Every single hits count. So the more shells you take, the less likely you're to survive in the late game, where the stakes are actually higher there. Oh my goodness, yeah, they don't.
Dusko still spotted down to 8k. I mean, they just continuously want to trade. I mean, yeah, the smoke is going to catch him right now, but that's dangerously close to dying.
It is,
and
yeah.
He doesn't have a heal until 35 seconds. He's dark right now, so yeah, that was crazy amount of HP getting traded between those Ragnars here.
We're gonna see a double torpedo from Shaft's Harugumo. He used the torpedo booster. Here we go. So one for the position, one for the smoke. Meanwhile, I think Shaft is starting to act a little bit of a push on A. San Martin and Malimu's Montana, which is half HP and cannot heal more than this, just initiating a push on 1-2. Malimo kind of wants a little bit of vengeance on Gassendo right now after taking that big of a hit.
Understandable.
So we will see what happens here, because it's just the two of them with potentially the daring Bison coming back to assist here.
Because in the meantime, Rain has actually picked up the Charlie Cap. They have pushed away the radar ships because obviously Ragnar was continuously trading.
Of course.
And the daring actually taking Sea Cap here, although there are torpedoes incoming.
Real Ship Shady is going to have to dodge that.
I do believe he is quick enough
He's good.
because he has speed boost active. But that was a scary moment again.
It was a little bit, yes. Lulu as well will be able to dodge these, so these Harugumo torpedoes are just
You can see that Shaft rotated their daring because they thought, okay, now with the smart, amazing Des Moines relocation from Rain, they now have double radar on the A cap, so it's virtually impossible for the daring to be effective on B any longer. So he just goes towards C and tries to, be more efficient that way, maybe grabbing the cap off of Rain.
This is a bit of a tricky position here for Amazing. Not that many things can actually trunk him hard because there's no battleship presence with angles. But now that he's radar by Shaft's Moskva for another 5 seconds, he is taking a little bit of heat. Nothing critical, to be honest, but this position might be difficult to defend. The one thing Rain doesn't have to do right now is defend B, because Shaft doesn't have any assets to take that. So that they just have to hold the points they have and defend C as much as possible, because that's the point income.
Lulu is kind of getting run down a little bit here by this daring on the 10 line. He pressed radar thinking that he could actually spot whatever was chasing him, but well done by this daring to maybe surprise Rain a little bit with this relocation. Also, having used the radar, Rain now only has the Ragnar left to use a defensive radar on the Sea Cap.
Yeah, but that Ragnar is actually showing his position by opening fire and being spotted by Shaft's daring, which is the one that they're going to try to put into Charlie eventually.
Yeah, I believe now Shaft will try to set up a Harugumo smoke towards the capture point because they know they've pushed away Lusnail a little bit further.
Yeah, meanwhile on the A1, both San Martin and Montana from Rain have basically reached the end of the map, just trying to contest that one-line push with the Vermont backup. I mean, they just have to survive, essentially.
At the same time, look at this, Harugumo pushing so far because he wants to keep San Martin in spotting range, and then Bison also relocating now. This might potentially be very dangerous for him.
Harugumo's already slow and scraping the border, so we might see Malimu Salvo just absolutely ruining him. He's even loaded HC for this purpose. That is
if Flo goes down here, this is going to be crucial because, Jesus Christ, now Kimilela in his Des Moines is in a very bad spot, potentially just getting spotted by Bison as he leaves the smoke.
So the daring rotation wasn't even necessary because basically Shaft gave away that Harugumo. The only issue is Malimo going to hit these Japanese torpedoes? And I believe he will, because that's a lot of torpedoes. He's only on 40k HP, remember, because he took these massive hits from Gassendo, so this could be problematic. 2 torpedoes probably will not kill him, but he will be low enough to be critically in danger.
Yeah, he's on 15k right now. At the same time, though, there isn't really much that can shoot at him anymore or spot him, so I think he will just chill out right now and take advantage of the pickup that they just made on the one line. If we just look at C, Shaft is still not really able to grab the Sea Cap here. Ragnar, Des Moines still in good positions to defend the Sea Cap. So, I mean, they're trying their best right now to trade into the Des Moines to maybe get rid of this crucial position that Rain has with this Des Moines. He's currently spotted. I don't know if Gazando has potentially lobbing shots on him.
I'm just seeing gearing
Oh,
shaft.
Jesus. As I say this, he gets completely clapped by this shaft Vermont that is on the sea side. So they actually do take advantage of this Des Moines position being very lobbable from both battleships.
Do you think, yeah, Gazando salvo landed on Des Moines here, yes?
No, no, no. It was the other Vermont from seaside chunking him in the back.
Yeah, I did mention that this position would be a little bit tricky to defend. He is still spotted right now because the Moskva from shaft is essentially keeping vision on him. What do you think they're going to do with Gazando in the Vermont? Are they going to body block B and just try to brawl Gangbarang's Moskva here?
No, I don't think so. I think he's trying to actually find the kill onto this Des Moines here. Amazing actually goes dark though on 2k HP. I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Does he have DCP? He doesn't have DCP. One fire and that's it from the...
Blind shots come out actually. Wondering if they can hit. No, but down on 1.3k HP, but I don't know. Maybe the Daring has an angle to actually spot the Des Moines. I don't know. I'm checking. I mean, he may be able to spot him here.
Shaft going into Charlie. They really want to get that cap. Does anything can actually spot Shaft's Daring on C right now? The Ragnar's radar is on
cooldown, so I do believe this is going to be a pickup for the C cap here. I mean, Rain does have quite a significant point lead. Although if they take the cap shaft that is and actually do manage to find that Des Moines kill, it's not completely over.
No, it's not. More blind fire coming in on Amazing. That is probably it's just guess shots at this point, but
I mean they know he's really, really low, so they really need to try to get that kill. Although Amazing has another heal now.
He will heal. Now I'm wondering
that look at what's happening on the B cap right now. The Moskva from Shaft is peeking and actually hydro spotting the Daring.
That is actually kind of rough. Do you think they're sending the Daring to deal with the Vermont here?
I think they were trying to, but maybe not expecting the Moskva to peek this way. But they do
Amazing pushes out because.
Yeah, he's actually chunking the Moskva significantly because of the better AP angles. He goes down to 22k HP, so that's like, you know, Amazing being below 10k HP really spent his HP really, really well. I mean, chunking the Moskva significantly, and this is now very easy pickup for Rain because the Moskva is
Bison
so low.
just going for it. Bison going for it exceptionally well. He picked up that diversion just to try and get that Vermont kill. He's just ignoring the Moskva entirely. He knows his team can pick him up. It's only a matter of if Gazando can damage him enough. The back turrets of the Vermont are not pointing at him. Keep going in front of him. Do not allow him to get his back turrets online. Oh, that is really bad. I think Bison might go down here. Gazando does not miss his shots.
Yeah. I mean, Gazando was so ready. No. I think Bison actually went a little bit too early because he kind of needed to wait until the Moskva was maybe dead, because the Moskva of Shaft actually put a huge amount of damage still into Bison before he could ever get the torpedoes off on the Vermont.
Bison's mistake was to keep going towards him instead of trying to get across his bow to prevent the back turrets from being online. He allowed Gazando to get all 12 Vermont HE guns on him. So that was a guaranteed death. A bit of a mistake on that rush. That's really unfortunate because now Gangbarang's Moskva is gonna have to ram or brawl that Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, Vermont being in a very crucial position here still for Shaft to actually crossfire the ships that are currently blowing up on D7 a little bit. You can see rotations coming out from Shaft with the Daring and Ragnar to now just pressure onto B cap a little bit further.
Yes. How much radar? Okay, there's only one more radar on Rain's side for the Moskva. So this is going to be really hard. They are now bleeding the points in their advantage with no way to get any caps back right now. Of course, San Martin, Montana is pushing back towards A, trying to pick up that Des Moines kill, Kimilele, but he's going to be kiting. I think he will be fine. I don't know how this is going to work out for Rain. They had a massive advantage until that Daring rush.
Lulu is actually spotted right now in his Des Moines because Daring is in so deep. This could potentially be very dangerous because Daring will just be able to keep the spots on him. So that would be really bad for Rain if they actually lose Lulu Snail here in his Des Moines.
I think he might be able to go dark here, even though it's a really, really tricky position for him.
Yeah, he reverses and gets away from the Daring ground spotting.
And he has torpedoes to
But cross shots come out from Vermont. Maybe they do actually hit him still?
That is ridiculous.
No, they go over.
They go over him. Lucky for Lulu, but that is extremely risky. I don't think he can survive staying in here because now Harugumo might try to get an angle on this.
And I would just like to point out that Kimi Lille in his Demon is doing an exceptional job of keeping 2 ships pinned down on the 1-2 line. He continuously trades well into the San Martin and the Montana. So very well done by him. Actually, you know, even though after the Harugumo went down, he keeps a hold of the A-cap.
Malimu still, incoming Gasendo salvo.
Yeah, this might actually hurt him a lot if this.
He's only on 12,000 HP.
This might be very bad for Malimo, and
that is the end
the Des Moines is actually. The Des Moines actually gets counter-chunked very hard. Kimi Lille is super low as well, and Malimo is unspotted. So this can go either way.
He has a heal too, but yeah, Malimu has been hanging on a thread the whole time. Now the question is, can he actually pick up this Des Moines kill?
But if Kimi Lille goes down here, I think this will be huge for Rain, and he's on 1.1k HP. San Martin still has shots incoming.
And the Montana as well, Malimu, very nice.
Kimi Lille actually does go down. This is huge because now we're very close to reaching the 20-minute mark. It's 1 minute until Rain actually wins this, and they will be able to contest the alpha spawn here. So Shaft now being in a very, very bad position because they need to make plays quickly.
Ooh, Gasendo getting some crossfire on the Vermont. It's not going to be enough to hurt him that bad. Still a good almost 20k chunk. But yeah, Shaft might be losing this the moment they put San Martin into A.
Yeah, I mean, Shaft can really only just get this victory by getting enough kills, because obviously they won't have double cap any longer.
Do you think Gasendo is stuck on the rock trying to rush the Moskva and has just been struggling to get the Vermont out of this position because that rock is preventing him from doing so?
He very much could be, but a huge salvo actually comes out on Gangbank, probably from the other Vermont that's pushing up on the 9 line. I mean, that's huge. So if they actually manage to trade Gangbank here in Shaft's favor, that would be very big. 6k HP still on Gangbank, although Medutska and his Ragnar takes tremendous damage. He's trying to hide behind the rock here. I mean, this could go either way.
That is a lot of HP being traded. They will kill Gangbank. I don't see him survive.
But Gazando is also critically low, and he doesn't have a heal available.
Oh, can they pick up Medusko here?
Also on 1.3k HP. I think
Malimu with the
both go down. And yeah, that's all she wrote. Rain just continuously trading well back because Shaft was in such a bad position.
Exceptional game.
Yeah, I mean,
this
amazing.
Got flipped around like 3 or 4 times.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm absolutely amazed at how well this was played by both teams. Like you said, it swapped back and forth like multiple times. Yeah,
this
crazy
is what we
games.
want to see in this tournament, right?
And let's see. I mean, Bas, Kilibrin, what do you have to say?
That was bloody close.
What a game. Oh my god. That has to be one of the games in the tournament that everyone has to watch. That was such a close one. Rain obviously starting off quite well. They got some good map control, and then the gearing from Rain unfortunately ate a Torp.
Oh, he did?
That's what lost his, that's what made him go down like 8k HP or something. And then obviously we have to mention the 50,000 salvo from the Vermont, making Mali in a very strong position go basically crippled for most of the game. Luckily for him, the good rotation from the Daring, they caught the Harugumo on the border, got a free kill almost, and then the counter push was excellent. I do agree with Blood saying that the Daring rush was a bit too early. And yeah, unfortunately, I think that was one of those things that we talked about in pre-game, where a mistake happens, where a Vermont should have died and the Daring should have lived. However, that didn't happen. The Daring just outright died. But Rain then reacted by realizing that this is a bad play and we should try to make something else happen.
No, absolutely. I think, obviously, again, shout out to Kimmy playing his Des Moines when he had no smoke cover for so long, so well. But that last volley that took him to nothing from Malimu, just like, at that moment, I think it was just when it was starting to slip and we started to see...
I think that's when the points were almost equal. It was like 880 to 900 or something like that, when Shaft had the cap advantage.
Yeah.
So it would have actually gone in Shaft's favor if nothing happened.
Yeah, I think that's when we started seeing not desperation plays, but the teams were then starting to throw many more ships into positions that they wouldn't normally want to go into. Obviously, the Vermont pushing up, nailing Gang's Moskva.
Absolutely.
And then the sort of scramble to try and trade out the Moskva without losing the Ragnar. And obviously, Malimu managing to catch a shot from about, what, 15, 18 kilometers?
Yeah, that was quite a distance shot.
To take out the Ragnar to secure the win for Rain. But no, that was damn close. That was back and forth almost completely.
Yes, absolutely. That was an amazing game to watch. And I'm really glad that we got to see it as the second map. Rain obviously goes up 2-0 with this. However, this map could have definitely gone Shaft's way if some things changed. Maybe some better salvos out of the Vermonts on amazing.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I saw the rotation out of Shaft's Vermonts. They went to the 9-10 line and the other Vermont that was in the Thunderdome, and they potentially had a really nice way to kill the Des Moines. Unfortunately, spotting a Des Moines there is sometimes very tricky.
Yes, and obviously we've got to give a lot of credit to the Des Moines of Rain for surviving on such little health and then managing to recover what he could, and then making a major impact in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. He was something like 10,000 HP, finding a Moskva who was basically full HP and putting him down to maybe 20k, making him a possible kill, and then eventually him dying was all a critical reason to them winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we've got the replay render, so let's go to that. Obviously, we were thinking maybe a Worcester or something else would go into the Thunderdome. I don't think we expected a Vermont.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, because that's the moment when Cassando nails Kimmy for about half his health.
Yeah.
And at that moment, that Montana and San Martin are in a problem where they can't contest the cap, they can't stop it being capped, and then Montana is now at a distinct disadvantage if it comes to a slugging match with the Vermont.
Absolutely. I think luckily they were already prepared for this. They were the kiting flank for Rain, and I think the original plan that they started off with was having the daring contest mid, and through just outplaying through radars and positional, with the Des Moines pushing up to the middle of the map, essentially having 2 radars over the B cap, Shaft had to give up that cap, and so they got B, and then Daring started rotating back to A when Shaft started making their push in A. They went down the 1-2 line, and the Harugumo obviously wanted to keep spots on the San Martin, which they thought was the main kill on that flank. Unfortunately, he got caught and then killed.
Yeah, no, losing the Haru like that obviously goes into a 4v1. Granted, the Moskva's only got its rear turret.
Yes.
But Moskva's an excellent destroyer killer.
Absolutely.
And losing the Haru going forward to try and keep the spots, realises he's gone too far, tries to turn around, and then obviously the Des Moines is in deep trouble. He's got no support, no smoke. The Vermont goes into the middle. And at this point, I think, at least in my own mind, I thought Kimmy was dead.
Yeah. I think he played that well in realizing that he is now alone and he is now the kiting flank on Shaft's side.
Yeah.
So his main job was try to hold A as long as possible and not die. He did both of those things relatively well for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Almost until the end of the game.
I think it's fair to say he played it well, and I don't think he played badly. I think it's just Rain's Montana got an exceptionally good salvo off.
Yes, definitely.
And like Shaft's 10-line push was probably more effective than Rain's. Like, both teams are low on health in general. These are teams that, when they get opportunities, they do the damage. So Des Moines goes down, Moskva goes down, Daring goes down. Oh, was that actually? I think it was the Vermont that nailed the Des Moines.
It could have been.
And obviously Rain's Des Moines up at the top, not being able to be caught out. And
it was a Vermont
yeah,
salvo.
so cross shot from the Vermont.
Wow, that has to be also one of the best shots that we've seen.
And just the loss of that Des Moines opening up A, allowing Rain to lever back into the A side of the map to gain the cap back and force Shaft into a position where they have to play in positions they don't really want to play.
No, definitely not. I think as soon as the Des Moines died, they had to, or well, when they realized that Des Moines was going to die, they went all in trying to kill the Vermont or the Des Moines from Rain's side. Unfortunately, Des Moines was in a position that is basically impossible to spot, and the Vermont before this last scene was relatively healthy. I think he was around 60,000 HP, and he went down to maybe like 20. But that's still, killing a Vermont at 20,000 HP is going to take you probably a minute.
Yeah, something like
and that is the time that they basically just didn't have due to the points being ticked so far.
No, absolutely. So again, it's a 2-0 to Rain, but damn, it was a good, exciting game.
Absolutely. That could have gone either way, and both teams played very well. They reacted pretty well, and was just a really good match to watch.
No, absolutely. So hopefully we can get up to the third game, which could be the decider for Rain.
Absolutely.
If they win this one, they go through and play 3x, or if Shaft can pull it back.
Yes.
So the next map of Northern Waters,
Yes.
a competitive favourite?
Absolutely. It is favored by all of the teams. Everyone. I don't think there's a single team that actually bans this map, really. They all like playing it. It has been in the map pool for quite a while, so quite a lot of the map has been figured out. The ship bans for this map are Vermont and Petropavlovsk, which is going to be interesting given the fact that we saw 2 Vermonts from Shaft side and
Yes.
1 from Rain. So 3 of the 4 battleships in the last game were Vermonts. Now there will be no Vermonts.
But this was the map where Cassandra was in the Burgoyne.
Yes, so this game they had Ohio and Burgoyne.
So this might not be as effective as
So
Rain hoped.
possibly this is a map that they didn't play the Vermont in anyway.
Yeah,
So
But,
yeah, should be.
but
an
Petro is
interesting
a staple.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
So a ban for her means that potentially fighting her in the middle of the map might be easier in
Yeah,
terms
you
of
usually see
killability.
the Petro on the A cap islands.
Yeah.
And being positioned to face middle, and so it will be a radar threat in the A cap while having its guns on mid, and basically it's a crossfire
Yeah.
that it is developing, that anything that's in mid or towards C will have a good crossfire setup with the Petro.
Absolutely, and who knows what sort of destroyers we'll see. Gdansk's Darings. I mean, on this map, even German destroyers, the Hydra destroyers, have in the past been used since they can rely. If they can get into the cap, the Hydro covers almost all of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it'll be interesting to see what the teams do. Obviously, the seaside with its smaller islands tends to be where you see the Des Moines pushes.
Yes.
So obviously, with no destroyers restricted and the Des Moines available, we might see that.
Yeah, I'm predicting that we'll see a Haru Des Moines going towards C, most likely.
Yeah.
And that is usually the normal play they do, as well as having a Daring or maybe a Ragnar trying to contest the cap. And the usual A play with something either going for E1, F1 if they're playing aggressively for it, or having someone farther back to on the G line.
Yeah, no, and both teams are ready now, so let's jump to the map intro video.
In the southern Arctic Ocean lies an archipelago of Caledonian granite. Frigid and foreboding, these frozen rocks and sparse fauna will shortly become unwilling witnesses to the rigors of naval combat. This is Northern Waters. Northern Waters is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, the B cap in the center, and C is on the right. Capture Area A is isolated from the map center by 2 large islands along the eastern edge. These islands provide limited cover for radar cruisers who may want to deploy nearby, while a narrow channel connects the cap to the middle of the map. In the center of the map, Cap B contains hard cover in the center of the cap for intrepid destroyer captains hoping to secure control. Just like the A cap though, there are islands along the eastern edge that provide at least some cover for radar cruisers to defend from. The scattered islands in and around Cap C create challenges on both offense and defense. Not only do they constrict the movement of battleships in the area, they provide places for lighter units to take shelter behind and launch ambushes from. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Northern Waters.
And welcome back for this third game of the best of 5. Decider for Rain and last chance for Shaft, actually. Last game was exceptional,
It was.
as the studio said. And I sort of want this to keep going because we can see that these two teams have an interesting synergy while facing each other, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, I mean...
You see a lot of actions, reactions.
Yes, of course. I mean, it went back and forth the last game quite a lot of times, and Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see the same this time. Maybe Shaft can bring it actually back and potentially setting up a reverse sweep. Well, nobody knows. But Rain obviously in a very comfortable position. Let's talk about the lineups right now. Obviously, Petro is banned, and you know this forces the Moscow pick out. You can see Real Ship Shady and his Harugumo already smoking in the center, which means that Rain actually wants to set up a Des Moines position closer to the B cap in order to defend it. And if I may just point this out, this is an incredibly heavy one-sided push here from Shaft, kind of saying to Rain, look, I mean, we've seen you do something like this on Shatter, but hey, we can do this as well. Let's see how it can actually work out. Only Marseille alone sailing towards ACAB.
This is going to be an insane clash because both teams are sending exceptional forces on B and C. Marseille, of course, will be on disruptive kiting flank against a Salem and a Conqueror. But we might see a bloody battle just being deployed on C. So I guess we'll just focus on that cap as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ragnar is coming close towards C, and I do think he's going to be under a lot of pressure. I believe that Shaft will set up a decent amount of angles. I do believe Gazando just got briefly spotted, and Montana Salvo's coming in.
Yep.
Let's see.
But it's Yamato armor.
Much, so yeah, fortunately for Gazando, who swapped to Yamato because obviously Vermont is banned now. But yeah, I suspect that with how wide Vincent is going from Shaft's side, that they will just set up a very decisive 10-line push when they do have all the ships at one place in order to put them under pressure. Although Gazando is losing a decent amount of HP.
Yeah,
here.
I was about to say high explosive loaded by Malimu. A little bit of a vengeance happening. They might want to try to push Gazando a little bit away so his salvo impact is not as efficient. While Charlie is actually being capped by Ragnar right now, and there's not that much that actually can radar him back.
Yeah, it might be the case of Shaft saying, look, you can grab it early, but we're just going to set up positions where we can better contest the capture point later on.
Shaft's daring is going to be under a little bit of trouble here. Rain's Ragnar radars and obviously leads him up. We have Lulu with potentially the Montana from Malimu salvo coming under the gearing here.
Yeah, I mean, also at the same time, Radar went out on B cap here, chunking the Moine a little bit, and Shady as well, being under the receiving fire from the Harugumo on B cap. But
nothing critical so far, but Rain does pick up the C cap.
Exactly, they pick up the C cap, and now they're setting up this push. Zil in his Des Moines already spotted, so you can see shots coming in, smoke's going out though, so he goes unspotted relatively soon. Malimo unfortunately didn't have a shot ready for when Zil was spotted. I'm going to be really interested to see in these torpedoes coming in from the gearing on the one line, because they're coming directly towards this Ragnar and Harugumo. And if they're not careful enough, this could actually be very bad. They're both full broadside here.
Oh, and these are Harugumo torpedoes, or no, gearing,
these are gearing torpedoes, but I mean, I do believe they're both in a...
Yeah. Yep, that's actually 2 torpedoes on
Both
each.
of them take 1 torpedo, so that's definitely not so good. I do think that Vert will suffer here significantly because he's still very deep inside of Lulu Snail's radar. So if the smoke ship goes down that early on this flank, that might not actually be very good, although Lulu is also taking a huge amount of damage. He goes dark, Vert's still spotted. Radar's about to go out though from Lulu Snail.
Steel is pushing in. Steel is pushing in.
He wants to keep Lulu spotted. He's taking lots and lots of risk here. You can see though that Bison is reversing, and actually he keeps Vert ground spotted. You can see that Vert is kind of stuck in this position. He has to try and find some cover here.
That is a lot. Even Malimu is.
Now you can see the gearing opens up because they know they've got him pinned. He pushed up way too far. And
simple as.
Smoke ship going away on the flank where they wanted to just set up a push is really bad now for Shaft.
And in the meantime, though, Shaft did pick up the C cap back from Rain.
Yeah, this is really not how Shaft wanted things to go. like now, I mean, they've pulled up the smoke, but Des Moines can't really push up any further because he's going to be pushing up into crossfire without smoke otherwise. You can see Vincent is also turning around, so they're completely bailing off of their heavy commitment on C.
They do have the cap for now, so obviously Rain is going to try to get Charlie back. Meanwhile, there was a little bit of an attempt from the real Ship Shady to capture Bravo because the Kimidele's radar was on cooldown, but that was during the entire engagement that happened on the 9-10 line. So there's still some deployment games going around Bravo. And just to quickly glance at A, Marseille, Salem, and Several Hope Days, I don't think any of them were spotted at all. So, you know, Simply Cat on Shaft's side is just waiting for something to happen at A. He knows he's the only one there to disrupt whatever's going on. So
yeah, at the same time, he's really not in the position to do anything because he can't face a Conqueror into Salem. He will just go down super quickly. So he can't really do anything. I think Shaft now really he has to just try to find the rotation that's working for them. Maybe taking control over the B-cap.
Oh, goodness me. Gassando taking a massive salvo here from Malimu. I don't want to say it, but still, a little bit of a revenge shot. That was about 20,000 shaved off of Gassando. He, like, Malimu has his eyes on him.
Yeah. You can see now that Rain is just taking it a little bit more slowly on C. They know that Shaft have just lost their smoke ship for the Des Moines. So you will see them taking their time, setting up a Des Moines gearing flank on the 10 line and just trying to fight back this way.
Simply Cat from Shaft already took basically a third of his HP out. He is facing a Salem, which is not a ship you want to be 1v1 with. Probably a Conqueror salvo helped as well. And meanwhile, Rain is gonna start capturing A with a Conqueror that's only facing HE spam, which that ship can shrug this off extremely easily with that heal. Backed up by the Harugumo, which will basically, if it doesn't take torpedoes, that is, help cap A. Real Ship Shady has to be really careful. Harugumo does not like to take torpedoes. It's all good.
Yeah, radar comes out on the C-cap here from Zil catching the Ragnar, who was trying to get closer to the capture point again. Yeah, Rain is really taking it very, very slowly here. They don't need to rush anything because they've just grabbed Alpha and they are obviously still in the cap lead, although only a very slight one.
This position, Zil 2 on Shafts has taken a very aggressive position on Charlie. He can't go forward and he surely cannot go backward because Malimu will have his eyes on him. They just want to make sure that they keep C under heavy control, especially with radar, and also keep any attempt of the destroyers closing in C at bay.
Yeah, although I really do not like this position from Zil here, I have to tell you, because he is now stuck basically in front of a Des Moines that will get smoked up, and he just used his radar, so the gearing will be able to spot this Des Moines quite freely up until the radar is up again.
It's a tricky spot to hold, yeah, especially if he gets caught by Malimu. I believe even
exactly.
Silver Hopper can
he
get
can't
some
reverse
shots too.
back too far. They are pulling the Ragnar towards the 10 line here in order to prevent the gearing from perma spotting him, but I mean, Lulu does have radar himself, so the Ragnar can't get too close either.
He's lit and gearing has to be careful because he is essentially just 100 meters away from being radared back, and that will be giving a lot of information for Shaft's Ragnar here. Is he using radar? The gearing is still pushing. Oh, I'm sorry, the radar is on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, Ragnar is trying to speed towards the gearing here so that he can potentially catch him.
He's going to catch him really, really soon. The only question is, can he open up? Because obviously they will have Lulu Snail just shooting right back at him.
This will be a very crucial trade here. Ragnar does get spotted, pulls the radar. Now it's going to be interesting if they can actually put enough damage onto Bison here, but Bison
they might lose him. Because he either have to face the Ragnar guns or Zil 2's Des Moines. He's in a nasty crossfire. Yes, Medusco might even go down on this because it's going to be a lot of fire.
Yeah, it's really a lot of firepower
Bison's down
on him. But Bison obviously getting caught here by Ragnar. Now it's just about whether Ragnar can stay alive. He's just trying to run away from the radar range.
He's going to slip away from the range. He will live.
Yeah, the Montana salvo also slightly misses. So yeah, actually good trade coming out from Shaft here, mitigating the disadvantage that they had on the 10 line.
Okay, so 1 DD down on both teams. Most of the action is still happening at C. Bravo remains uncontested. Although you know, we are seeing some rotation from Rain's Ragnar coming to help the Des Moines here on rooting out the Daring, potentially spotting the Des Moines. But Shaft is also rotating the St. Vincent towards A.
Yeah, I mean, you could wonder if Rain maybe took it a little bit too easy, because now, obviously, Shaft having traded back that kill, you can see that Shaft currently is winning again. And Rain is not really in too great of a position to go back onto C. They've rotated the Ragnar over towards B cap, so I think this fight will soon turn towards B cap here for Rain, because they're really out of options on C right now.
Yeah, Kimilele has the radar ready, and Entaro will have to face St. Vincent and Daring. Basically, he is deep into Kimilele's radar. This could be really problematic. It's just a matter of Kimilele burns the radar now, or does he want to wait until he has an angle?
Yeah, we'll see.
Here goes the radar.
Yeah, he pulls the radar. Daring also smokes up on the 4-line in order to actually shoot the Ragnar here. He will basically recontest this though immediately. Like, sure, he will eat some damage, but the Ragnar's quite healthy still.
It's just a matter of the St. Vincent HE salvo here, because St. Vincent is unspotted.
Yeah, Vincent is doing an interesting rotation. I do believe that Shaft plans to step on towards A here in the medium term. Otherwise, they would not have rotated that Vincent over so far. I mean, he went from C to A here.
Interesting. No, not really that much firepower being poured on Antaro here. He will be able to just shrug off that radar and take Bravo. He will have to contend with Daring torpedoes, which could be a bit of a problem from Daring Shafts. Remains to be seen if they can actually, if Rain can actually get B, because that would flip back the advantage in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it really works out what Shaft had planned now, because look, Conqueror is actually in no position to shoot at the Marseille that is currently going down the 1 line. So Shaft's plan of completely swapping over from C to A cap here is kind of working. You've got to be careful though, because the Harugumo is on 4.7k HP and radar.
Gangbarang is in trouble.
Obviously, you know, Salem still has radar, so.
Yeah, but Gangbarang is in deep trouble. He has the radar to contest A for sure, but he's going to be facing a Marseille coming out of his rear, a St. Vincent coming in front. This could be very problematic for Gangbarang. Yeah,
I'm just hoping that Shaft pays attention to this. Because yeah, they definitely do want like a 1-for-0 trade here onto the Salem. This would be huge for them, because they obviously just lost the B cap to Rain.
This is really, really dangerous. Gangbarang is gonna be, I don't know if he can survive a Marseille rush.
But radar goes out, and crucially, a Dastard from Rain, excuse me, has actually reversed far enough, and he gets the shots off on Harugumo. Let's see if he actually lands them. That could be very deciding here.
Oh, but incoming St. Vincent salvo on the Salem, that's not enough damage. Salem has to go forward now, otherwise he's facing, this is...
Yeah, this might be very, very bad for the Salem. Marseille forces the Salem to kind of angle towards him.
And give broadside to the St. Vincent at the same time.
Broadside to the Vincent, exactly. Like, this is a very nicely pulled off maneuver here from Shaft.
One might hope that Gangbarang would have tried to ram the Marseille instead of basically keeping the broadside on the St. Vincent here. I
don't think he was in a position to do so, because his bow was pointing towards A cap here, so...
Yeah, but
sure.
He reversed, I mean, yeah, we'll see. He might go down without being able to take out the Marseille here. I guess Conqueror, the real ship Shady, and Saverhopper are pouring a lot of fire on the St. Vincent. It's just a matter of if the St. Vincent will actually shoot the Salem again.
Yeah, this salvo is going to be very important here, and it picks up the Salem, so very nicely done by Shaft. Now they are contesting the A cap, although obviously Vincent has to contend with a lot of firepower.
Harugumo, yes, of course.
Getting put onto him here.
Meanwhile, Shaft is also putting Daring, backed up by Kimilele, into Bravo. Of course, Amazing has the radar ready. It's just a matter of who can actually contest that Daring.
I really like Shaft and how they're doing this at the moment, because they're really controlling tempo. They are pushing onto A cap. They're getting the trade for themselves. Now Vincent is in a semi-safe spot, and at the same time they pulled back to Daring on towards B cap and immediately pressuring that B cap, because they know they cannot stop pressuring Rain, otherwise they won't pick up this victory.
That is, yeah, that is the point difference is weighting onto Shaft heavily right now. Of course, the Daring gets radared, and some contesting fire is going to be pouring onto him on Shaft's side.
He does have to be very careful because they do actually have double radar on the B cap here. Moskva is in a position where he can potentially radar him as well if he moves forward.
He's too far. I think Rain is also starting to put Lulu's Des Moines into C, because right now Shaft has cap control. They don't really have to put Daring into B anymore. They can just hold what they have and wait for Rain to make a move right now. And they are doing it right now by pushing the Moskva and the Des Moines into Charlie with the Montana as a backup.
Yeah, big push coming out from Rain here. They realize they have to do something about this. Obviously, they're back in points and they really need to grab the C cap here for themselves. Zill under pressure, he can't really contest this because it's way too many ships shooting at him.
Oh yeah, ooh, the Moskva does get a little bit of a crossfire here from the St. Vincent. He has to be careful about this.
Yeah,
St. Vincent
Gazando
from Shaft reversed.
obviously also still looking at him, I bet.
Yeah.
So Moskva goes dark though.
He goes dark,
Doesn't
but
have
if
to
he
worry
gets
too
lit up,
much.
he's gonna have to contend with
At
that
the same
St.
time,
Vincent.
look at the Marseille on the one line. I believe he's in a bit of a... No, he's fine. He just suffered a little bit of damage, but he can go safe behind that rock.
Yeah.
No worries there. But he has to be careful. He can't peek that much longer because the Harugumo Conqueror crossfire exists.
Simplica is indeed in a bit of an issue. Of course, Rain is going to capture Charlie back again. Is it going to be enough to grant them the advantage in terms of the remaining time there is? I don't know. This is, again, a very, very close game.
Good crossfire coming out on the Moskva from the St. Vincent, who's sitting inside A-cap. So Lucar in his Moskva continuously getting reset is quite important, actually, for Shaft here. And Ragnar...
Incoming Gassando salvo on Lucar. He is angled enough. Easy though. Oh!
I mean, big hits coming out from the Yamato here, like proving its worth again. He's down to 4K, still spotted.
He's still shooting even though Kimilele's radar went dark, so I don't know if his...
Another St. Vincent salvo coming out. This might potentially be very dangerous for him here. He's obviously in a very precarious spot being on crossfire from the St. Vincent and the Yamato at the same time.
Gassando's second salvo. Gassando doesn't miss. He simply doesn't miss, does he now?
No, he doesn't, and he picks him up, and again, very huge for Shaft here. They can basically sit on this one capture point, and as long as they do not lose another ship, which also, if you look at the A-cap right now, there's a huge trade going on between the St. Vincent and the Conqueror has the heal running, but obviously St. Vincent has good reload, but
Vincent
Jesus Christ, Vincent just got nuked.
Obliterated. What happened there?
This is very huge because also Flo is on very low HP and Conqueror having its heal ticking, so it actually swings back a little bit into Rain's favor here. I think
Saverhopper had AP that didn't overmatch the St. Vincent bow. That's what must have happened here.
Yeah, you can see torpedoes come out from Flo, but he just has to run. He cannot get picked up. They pull the Ragnar over. But actually, yeah, there's a Ragnar trade going on the B cap right now. Entaro versus Medusko, obviously also helped by the Daring here. Very crucial.
Torpedoes coming into
this might not be very good for Rain if they lose this Ragnar here.
Oh.
Because it will equalize the trade on losing the St. Vincent.
Ooh.
And Gassando picks up another ship. Like
and the Ragnar goes down too. Yeah,
yeah, I mean, there must have been a trade on the 10 line here. Just trades going back and forth. So Ragnar is actually getting picked up. Meduzko actually dies as well as the Ragnar from Shaft, from Rain.
Can they actually pick up the Conqueror kill? Can Shaft pick the Conqueror kill in time?
I mean, it's 1 minute left. Like Rain just really has to go in and kill ships here super quickly. Harugumo is not really in a position where he can actually open up on the Conqueror because, yeah, Conqueror has another heal ticking. So it's actually simply Cat is not in a very good position because I do believe that they will try to get this kill. Although I believe it might not be enough. They would also have to kill Kimilele in order to actually equalize the points here.
They just simply can't kill him right now.
And it's 30 seconds left, so I don't...
Harugumo coming on the reef on Simplicat. If he has IFHE, he can probably gun him down. 23 seconds for Rain to pick up that Marseille kill. Can he actually do it in time?
I do believe it will be happening in time here, so this will give Rain another chance of actually finding another kill.
That is it, that's it.
So now it's back to, yeah, but 9 seconds in the game, like they don't get a kill anywhere. Like
Close
Amazing
game.
Tries to go around on Kimilele, but
Gassando,
there is
Yamato
no
salvo
time.
coming in, not enough. Not enough
There
to
is
pick
no
up
time,
on
and amazingly, Shaft goes from losing a Harugumo on the 10 line early on to actually pulling the game back around. Really smart rotations from C to A, completely mixing up this game. So I'm really amazed at Shaft's ability to come back from this incredibly detrimental early loss of a ship.
Claws, teeth, nails, everything was thrown in this game.
Good.
Wasn't it?
God.
Wow.
I
What
have
happened?
to apologize about the mess. This was a little bit of an intense game, so we might have been talking over each other sometimes, so apologies for this. But I mean, Studio, what do you have to say about what just happened here?
That was an incredible game.
No, absolutely.
The last game was so good. This one was even closer.
Absolutely, even better.
What is going on?
Yeah, so I guess let's start from the very beginning. The Shaft DDs smoke up, and then they get caught by Des Moines radar, and then they're trying to turn out, obviously trying to mitigate this damage. Both of them eating a gearing torp, going down to like half HP, and then the Harugumo obviously wanting to keep spots on the DM, going forward, getting hard spotted by a gearing, and dying.
Yeah, no, it'd be interesting to see, like, was that his intention, or was it like, in a Haru, I can't make the turn, so I'm going to make myself as
I
useful
would say
for as
that
long
was
as
the
possible?
intention. I think they thought they could kill the Des Moines, and as a result, he was going for it.
Yeah. Well,
Because they obviously had both battleships on that flank to
Yeah,
start
no,
off with.
and
so
the Des
they-
Moines all did severely pay for it.
Absolutely, yes. But unfortunately, some things that you want, you don't get.
No.
And yeah, so him going down at the start, quite a big loss for being a smoke cruiser, smoke destroyer, obviously. It made the Shaft guys reconsider what they wanted to do. They got the cap, obviously, but then they rotated the Vincent over from the C cap to
Yes.
the A cap, never being spotted.
No.
He chose to not shoot the Ragnar in middle, even though he was radared, and went all the way to the A cap without ever being spotted.
Yeah, no,
Obviously, a BB not being spotted for so long is a question mark that Rain had, but they had no idea where he went. And so he got a really nice opening salvo on the Salem and eventually did kill him.
yeah. I mean,
But-
like, that's one of the great advantages of St. Vincent. She's stealthy and fast.
Yeah, absolutely. It does around 40 knots, right, with
Yeah,
Brisk?
with Brisk and the flag and the speed boost going, it's about that. But obviously, when we're talking about battleships, obviously we have to bring up Gisando again,
Absolutely.
absolutely proving his worth.
Clutch salvos on the Moskva, on the Des Moines in the end. And wow, what I am out of words for that.
No,
one. That was,
absolutely. It was such a
brilliant
back
game.
and forth game.
yes.
Could have gone either way. I think nearer the end, especially when Rain lost the Moskva,
Yeah.
the Moskva's push was somewhat questionable, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd be curious to know what the goal was, especially after he took the big hit from the Vincent.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of miscommunication perhaps where they were like, I can go in the cap with you, we'll double cap it,
Yeah.
and then I'll just go sit on an island and be safe from one of the sides. However, unfortunately for him, Yamato being very far away can lob a bunch of islands, and the Vincent was just on his broadside,
Yeah.
and him not being able to find the island to shot block the left side of his ship from the Vincent obviously ended up in him being caught in the middle of the map with no cover and going
Absolutely.
down.
And the back and forth knife fight over B cap constantly with the Ragnars mutually killing each other.
Absolutely.
So no, this was absolutely one hell of a game.
Yeah.
And obviously it takes us to the fourth game, so we do get to see Estuary.
Absolutely, yes.
So what one we were hoping for, but no, this was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we also saw Rain realizing that they were not going to get the A cap anymore at the start anyway. So they counter pushed on C, which was originally their kiting flank, with just a Salem and a Conqueror, which are infamously not pushing ships.
No, and the Conch used armor piercing.
Yes,
And
the illegal ammo.
Yeah, and absolutely destroyed the St. Vincent.
Yeah, that was quite a crucial kill.
Yeah.
That put the game back in potentially Rain's favor. They had some potential comeback opportunities through that. However, at the end of the day, Shaft played a better control game. They held on to the caps for longer, and Rain was basically forced to get 2 kills to try and win with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and it's a game that went to time.
Yes,
Which is
it wasn't
very
a
rare.
points game. It was a time game.
And we have the replay render, so let's go to that. So is it this point where the teams have deployed their initial things? You can see what Shaft want to do, but obviously Rain have their gearing and that torpedo volley.
Yeah.
In a lot of games, in a lot of teams, a volley like that would have decided the match.
Absolutely. The Torps were so good, I was, doubting if either of them were going to survive.
The Ragnar manages to turn away, but the Haru was already further forward and turned more towards the enemy team. And obviously, the Des Moines not in smoke of Rain. And they've got the Yamato, all those DPM ships, they're all throwing everything they've got at the Des Moines, but the Des Moines manages to get away and they lose the Harrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that could have been lethal.
Absolutely, yeah. I think given the fact that it was a Vincent, a Des Moines, a Yamato, obviously the Ragnar and the Daring were both shooting at him, it is quite likely, I would say, that the Des Moines goes down. But maybe a bit of luck, but yeah, I think making that play to try and secure the Des Moines kill is something that is reasonable.
Yeah, and obviously Rain managed to take A with the Conch, and then the Conch sort of does its job and drops back. Harrow and Marseille do suffer for it, but so does the Conch. But obviously Conch with its super heal can recover.
Yep. And we can see the Vincent rotate over from C to A.
And it shows you the speed disparity. In the time that the Conch does a 180 to go into the camp, turn around and come back, the Vincent's basically crossed the entire map.
Yes.
And Conch's not a slow battleship.
No, definitely not.
So obviously the Salem, he radars at enough time to give himself enough warning that he knows one of the threats.
Yeah, the Vincent was luckily for Shaft just outside the radar range of the Salem. If he was spotted, it is very likely the Salem starts going forward way earlier, shot blocks the Vincent, and then probably gets a trade or just wins against the Marseille.
Yeah. So the Vincent caps. So we see battleships capping in this game.
Yes, crazy.
And the knife fight going over B constantly. Rain takes C, but obviously this is when the Moskva pushes forward, and this is probably when it starts going all wrong for Rain.
Yeah, absolutely. You can already see the crossfire that Shaft has set up with the Yamato on the 7 line and the Vincent inside the A cap with his guns pointed towards C. And the Moskva has that one island that's in front of him. Unfortunately, he decides to try and angle and shoot his guns at the Vincent instead of going for what is potentially the only safe island for him.
Yeah, so you would assume he would try to go for this area.
For this island.
Yeah. But obviously Gisando manages to catch him with Yamato's. Obviously, there's overmatch and then there's overmatch.
Yes.
And Gisando puts those 18-inch shells straight clean through the Moskva's nose, gets those bow sits, and then the Moskva, which had been pretty much full health up until this point, is suddenly a viable kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Moskva is a tanky ship, but as soon as you start exposing its broadside, you can go down very quickly.
And then the Des Moines pushes forward, gets caught into a Yamato Des Moines crossfire by Shaft, goes down, but obviously while that's going on, the Conch kills the Vincent with an AP volley straight through the nose, because obviously Conch can overmatch Vincent. And Vincent can't overmatch Conch. So all of a sudden the Harrow has to run, the Marseille's low, so Rain starting their counterattack and managing to take out the Marseille.
Yeah, the Marseille kill was very crucial. Unfortunately, I think at this point, given the fact that the Des Moines ends up dying to a Yamato salvo from across the map, and they don't really have access to any kills, was the, seal their fate.
Yeah, and I've also noticed where Shaft's Des Moines ended up.
Yes.
There is no more map to go.
Yep.
For all the map was conquered.
All the way to the corner and lived.
Yeah.
That was the most important thing, because if he would have died, given the points, we can see 810 to 894.
A kill will flip that.
A kill, essentially, that would have decided the game.
Yeah, and obviously in B, the Des Moines of Shaft hasn't basically moved from that position the entire game.
Nope.
He's got a Des Moines in his face and a Monty coming up behind him, and he manages to take out the Des Moines that's pushing, because that island, if you can hug it right, if someone wants to come around the island at you, they will give you an angle in a Des Moines.
Absolutely. The improved auto bounce angles definitely help with that.
Absolutely.
And you will have to show a little bit of citadel angle for the Des Moines, and he capitalized on it and did end up killing him.
And because this match was such a back and forth for so long, it went to time.
Yeah, which is a rarity.
Absolutely. So well done to Shaft. This was an excellent recovery game.
Yes, absolutely.
So obviously we will be going to a game 4 here, so we can bring up the map for that and check the bands. So Estuary, a map that is the most banned of the tournament.
Yes, it is by far the most banned map, and the banned ships for this map is Des Moines and Schlieffen.
Interesting. Well, this is quite a small map.
Yes.
Generally lower tiers, and you do often see your sort of like Synops and the such try to plough through the middle. Obviously, if you give a Schlieffen that opportunity,
it will do that and more.
Definitely put a cat amongst the pigeons. So banning that, it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, it's Rain's banned, so were they worried that Shaft may try it?
Possibly. It also could be the case where they want to play a Preußen.
Possibly, yes.
And a Preußen is obviously an overmatched threat, but it's not as much of a rushing threat.
No.
So a Preußen would bring the Hydro that the Schlieffen wants to control the middle of the map, because a 6 kilometer Hydro in the middle of the map has enough range to get both of the mid-caps in its Hydro. However, a Schlieffen can do the same thing, but also rush.
Yes.
Where a Preußen would just be sitting there, hydroing and potentially contributing to some flank fights.
Yeah, exactly. If the Preußen manages to get there, then it's a case of he'll be shooting on either side of the map, whereas the Schlieffen might just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But obviously with the Des Moines ban, probably going to see more Salems.
Possibly more Salems. I would still assume that teams will be favoring the Worcesters and the Minnows.
Yeah.
So I would expect at least 1 or 2 of them on each side. I'm expecting to see like a Russian cruiser of some sort, maybe towards the middle of the map on some of the islands, because they are exceptionally good anchor positions.
Yeah.
It seems like the teams are ready, so let's go to the map introduction.
The picturesque waterfalls and broken cliffs of these narrow straits fuse to create a grinder that does not distinguish between meat and steel. Soon, seagulls, dolphins, and whales alike will find their lives interrupted by deafening explosions and brilliant flashes of light as two fleets do battle. This is Estuary. Estuary is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination style map with 4 cap points splitting the map into north and south. A cap is to the left, B cap is to the left center, C cap is to the right center, and D cap is to the right. The A cap in the west provides a natural playground for maneuverable and quick-firing ships. Large islands to the north and south provide natural cover for radar cruisers, and an island in the center provides a safe haven for bold destroyer captains. The small B and C caps lie in the middle of the map and provide valuable resources to the fleet bold enough to take them. A large island between them guarantees protection for radar cruisers, ensuring a high cost for any attempts at capture. The D cap in the east is rather easy to enter and leave, as there are few islands to restrict movement. Smoke screens will have to provide cover for teams as they attempt to capture this key area. Teams on Estuary will look to take advantage of the diagonal firing angles provided by the narrow islands and areas of flat land. Experienced captains will know not to expose their broadsides while sitting near low-lying settlements, and will look to take advantage of gaps in the mountainous terrain to land unexpected salvos on enemy ships. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Estuary.
All right, game 4 in between Rain and Shaft here. So this is another crucial match. Obviously, Shaft still trying to claw this back. Rain obviously wanting to put the final nail in the coffin here. Estuary, a good map for this. Let's see what the deployments look like.
Well, we already see Rain just sending Kleber Ragnar straight to A. Speed boost active on both ships, and they just want to get that cap as early as possible. And then just having Marseille, Napoli, and Vermont in the rear. So a lot of ships going towards A compared to Shaft only sending a Harugumo, lowly backed by Salem and Ohio. In the middle, we see Petropavlovsk, Marseille are going to be the ones just, you know, holding these islands in the middle of Estuary. And a little bit of a bigger force from Shaft going towards Delta. Marceau, Harugumo being the 2 DDs that are going to brawl Adering and San Martin here. So.
Yeah, Shaft wanting to put pressure onto D-cap early here. Rain obviously thinking, oh, we're going to do the same thing here on the A-cap. Flo actually in his Harugumo has to be careful here to not go too deep. Maybe getting potentially caught by Ragnar here could be bad. We'll see about it. Torps come out from Kleber, but I do believe that Harugumo is just going to pull off defensively onto the 2-line here.
These are quick torpedoes though.
These are quick torpedoes. He definitely does not want to get caught by those either.
Nope, but I think he should be safe. He has enough speed. Marseille, Petropavlovsk have both reached their basically staged position. What I do see though on these islands, they are lobbable.
Yeah, they are lobbable, although...
I'm wondering if Gassendo missed that mark.
It's fairly hard to lob because they're very close to these islands. Like you'd have to be on like I-line or B-line with your battleships in order to actually make that lob possible. So yeah, you can see battleships facing opposite ways here on 7-line, although actually let's check out San Martin on the
San
decap
Martin
here.
is
San
in
Martin
a bit of a trouble, yes.
Already being spotted by the Marceau here.
He's focusing on him. Hidusco Buddy's taking a lot of
and
heat
the petrol
for it.
radar goes out. They didn't expect the shaft 12-kilometer radar, and he takes a huge salvo. He's full broadside to every one of them. And obviously,
Kremlin salvo's
I don't think this is going anywhere. He puts the heel off, but yeah, this is all she wrote. Really nice aggressive play by Shaft here, catching out of San Martin early. Damn, that's a good opener.
Kind of a rough start for Rain because they lose their only asset. It's going to be Bison just running away from this excellent push here with Harugumo, Minotaur, Petro, and Marceau. So Shaft is going to get a hold of Delta to compensate for the early cap on A, and potentially also put the Petropavlovsk into B from Rain's side as well, along with the Kleber. Are we going to see a gangbang rush on Marseille here?
We might. I mean,
because the Preußen is right here to. They are going to try to root Simplicat out of this position with Kleber on one side, with Petro, and the Preußen just as a body block, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is potentially very dangerous for Simply Cat here. I do believe if he is not fully aware of the Kleber rush coming from behind, he might get pincered here.
His sonar is down. He doesn't know. He has no idea.
He doesn't know, so he will only know up until the very last moment, which might then be already way too late. So this is actually going to be a play that's very, very crucial for Rain
Marseille
here.
has great acceleration, though. Like, these torpedoes could actually miss.
He doesn't have speed boost up right now, so he's not actually that fast.
And the synchronized Malimu push on top of it. This Marseille could go down. That is not that big of a hit on
He only
Malimu's
takes
side.
one torpedo, though, so we will see how much damage he will actually take from Kleber. At the same time, Malimo is taking huge salvos, obviously being full broadside to Marseille with the reload booster on is obviously not very good. The Torps do look good, but I think it's coming in too late.
Not enough. They're gonna ram.
This was super close, actually. Damn, the Torps almost caught the Simply Cat here.
But look what's going on with Kimile here. He is blocked behind this island with now a Vermont pushing in front of him. Kimile is in big trouble because he is spotted.
And they're continuously resetting B-cap here, actually. That's very interesting. So Rain still doesn't have any hold of B-cap. Yeah, Kimilele in a very bad spot potentially because the Vermont will just walk up to him.
Oh yeah, the Vermont is just going to nullify his position. He might even have to just charge forward and face the Napoli and the Marseille instead. Try to just deny that angle. But in any case, I don't think Kimilele can survive that much. On the other side, Shaft is pushing a Kremlin and a Marceau into Charlie to try and take it, kind of mirroring this push against the Marseille, but this time against the Petropavlovsk.
Exactly. Radar goes out from the Petropavlovsk, catching the daring here. Yeah, I mean, we just saw, Kimilele in a very, very bad spot now. He probably just got nuked by Dastard from the front. I mean, he's in no good position. Yeah, I mean, he will go down. They will be able to pick him up. This is very good for Rain in this position. But equally on the other side, Zil in his Minotaur and Harugumo on 8 line are getting in a very favorable spot to actually farm out the Petro at the center.
Yeah, the Petropavlovsk is in trouble. The question is, can the Petropavlovsk actually push forward and only be facing the Ohio? I think he sort of has to do this.
Kremlin taking a couple of torps here, so that was not good. Losing a bit of health.
Yeah.
But yeah, they continuously have to try to kill this Petropavlovsk now.
Luca is doing exactly this. He's nullifying this insane crossfire from Shaft and just trying to basically survive as long as possible. Daring Kleber on Rain's side are sort of trying to run interference against the Kremlin, which is taking significant damage actually.
Yeah, I mean, Kremlin obviously having to deal with Ragnar continuously shooting him the entire time. Also, Kleber opening up, Daring might do so as well.
Oh.
So this is kind of like a trading match in between both of the teams right now. Who gets to kill the Petro or the Kremlin faster?
They really want to get that Petropavlovsk dead. He 1 minute on his heel. He's not in a critical loss situation. He can survive for a while more, especially because he's undetected right now.
Yeah, but they have way more shots on the Kremlin. Like Rain has way more shells coming into Kremlin the entire time. And yeah, Rain, Lucar in this Petropavlovsk is even dark right now. So that might be very, very big for Rain if they can kill the Kremlin here before they even lose the Petropavlovsk.
I believe that Gassendo has to get involved into this because he's been taking pot shot sniping, not really using the insane healing and survivability of Ohio as well. Like Gassendo on Shaft side has to start getting his ship in there and making things happen because he's been on the B line for a long, long time. I know that he has to face the A crossfire here, but considering the HP he has...
Another salvo from Dastard goes out. Will it be enough to actually pick up the Kremlin?
Yes,
and it will, just in time before the heal comes up. So now, yeah, Lucar is still in a bad spot, so it would be very important for Shaft here to pick up this kill immediately.
They're sending Marceau as well to try and farm him down, as Shaft is at least.
Lots of firepower actually getting sent Harugumo's way here on the 6th line. Vert obviously wanting to put damage onto the Petropavlovsk.
But
he
look
has
at the
3
counter
people shooting at him.
Look at the counter from
And he doesn't have any smoke, so he kind of has to stop trading this very soon. I think he's going to lose too much HP otherwise. At the same time, Lucar still in this spot, holding
Zeal 2
on.
taking a little bit of a punishment here from Petropavlovsk, of course. Lots of HP being traded right now. The advantage is clearly on Rain right now, at least in terms of points. Harugumo is dark from Shaft and can sort of disengage on 4,000 HP.
Crazy amount of HP.
But they might pick up Lucar.
Yeah, the blind fire still comes in, and
the Marceau
Harugumo is on 1.9k. Although no more shots coming in, and in the meantime, Petropavlovsk, I do believe he's getting picked up right now.
Yeah, he's still shooting, trying to get some last damage in, but the Marceau HE spam is just ridiculous, and that's all she wrote. Now the question is, Rain doesn't have to push anymore. They have cap control and point control. They just have to figure out a way to prevent them from taking Bravo. So Server Hopper here with the Vermont is going to stay around here to try and get some shots on anything trying to get into B. The only question is spotting. They don't have that much, with the Petropavlovsk down now, the Marceau sort of has some nice maneuvering potential until the Ragnar
But what's
gets
really
here.
crucial right now, the Petropavlovsk is continuously suffering from the DD pressure, and I do believe that unless he can manage to get unspotted, he will go down. He's on double fire at the moment.
With no
Damage con
DCP.
isn't ready, so if that kill happens, I do believe Rain is in a much better position to actually pick up this victory.
Ragnar with like almost 15 kilometers of range, just landing these 150mm
Yeah,
shells.
Ragnar obviously, super good at farming stationary targets. So he did, very well in order to put his damage onto the Kremlin early on and then onto the Petropavlovsk.
It's looking really bleak for Shaft here. They're gonna have to try to act to just turn this around. Otherwise, we might be looking at a Rain victory here.
Yeah, I mean, HP difference also paying, it's really in Rain's favor here. Like, this is going to be very, very hard to get rid of that big amount of HP pull from Dastard, who's just sitting smack dead in the center here.
Everything's converging back to B though. Everything is converging back to B, but I don't see how Shaft can break down the defense because they're sending all 3 destroyers, or at least Ragnar with Kleber, to specifically prevent any push on B. Now Gassendo is putting his Ohio in there, but is it going to be enough? That's the question.
I mean,
what can Ohio do versus Vermont and Double DD with the Marseille backing him up?
Like, the way it looks right now, Rain has the potential to put down way more firepower onto Shaft's ships here immediately. So I do also see that Rain is in this favorable spot here. Bison gets caught by the Minotaur radar. He has to really worry about getting out of this radar as soon as possible. Otherwise, he's going to fall victim to it. I believe he will be fine just because he's unspotted now, but yeah, losing a lot of HP to that Minotaur push.
Gassendo is in trouble because Lulu, with the smoke and the Napoli, took a job from the Harugumo, but he is cross-firing that Ohio with armor-piercing shells. They're gonna make that Gassendo push really, really difficult. Crossfire on the Marseille behind that gap. This could be really bad for Artorius here, but he managed to get away basically unscathed. Yeah, this is problematic for Shaft right now.
Yeah, I mean, Rain just really using the HP pool of the Vermont right now, just putting it into these low health DDs that if they do get spotted while trading into him, obviously Rain has a good chance of picking up these kills. And you see Marceau getting spotted here. He really has to watch out to not get killed, because they cannot afford to lose the Marceau.
Gangbarang doesn't miss his shells though. They might
actually
They might actually finish Cyberhopper here.
Huge damage, yeah, actually coming out from the Minotaur, because obviously Vermont was selling full broadside to the Minnow. Yeah, I mean,
they're sending Gangbarang in the Kleber to try and rush that Ohio. He's not spotted, so
a really good call, because obviously the Marceau is very low HP, so he can't afford to really trade into this rush. Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens.
Gangbarang is going to use Cyberhopper as a body block here. Look at this action being made. Even if the Marceau just starts shooting the Kleber, that is a definite dead Ohio, I believe. They get Gangbarang for sure, but is it going to be enough to kill Ohio?
Also, the Marceau gets killed by the Vermont. Really smart for the Vermont to actually look
Keep
for
the guns,
this.
Yeah.
Although now we have basically these battleships facing off at low HP, although maybe Harugumo will be able to contribute to the kill. And yeah, I mean, they pick up the Marceau, but yeah, I mean, they lose both.
And Ohio,
even though Ohio is
will
actually,
just follow.
Yeah, I think Ohio will follow. Although he has a heal in 10 seconds, maybe he's going to get to that heal in time.
It doesn't fix their cap control issue right now.
No, it really doesn't. Yeah, you're right. They still have to find a way to really just get this Marseille off of the B cap.
I mean, Zeal 2 and Harugumo have been staged around that 7 line for a long time. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to take care of Artorius here, especially with Entaro just still sort of lingering around the G4 area to just try to spot them. Shaft cannot take any mistake with Harugumo here because he's on such a low HP. And I don't know, it's 2 minutes until a victory for Rain at this point.
Yeah, I fully agree. Shaft is actually trying to really trade well into this Napoli here, because Napoli is on 20k HP here. He cannot really go dark because Ohio is keeping him spotted, and the Harugumo obviously just shooting him from the smoke screen.
Lulu in a world of trouble. They kind of want to bag that Gassendo kill here, but is it actually going to be?
Yeah, Lulu goes dark. I don't know if this is actually enough. Like, shells are still coming in. Gassendo is most certainly going to try a blind shot here.
Yeah, of course. I'm calling it.
So if he actually manages to kill him, that would be very, very big.
Ridiculous!
And he lives on 65 HP. Like, of course, the Harugumo will continue to try to blind fire him, and he actually picks him up. This is very huge.
And look at Artorius here.
And Artorius is on 8k HP
pressure.
because obviously, yeah, Shaft knew about this. They had to pull off this Marseille from this capture point.
Look at the advantage, 2 minutes on each teams right now. They are literally hanging on by seconds on the
And Gassendo
wins.
gets to another heal, and there's nothing stopping him from peeking around the corner now into this Marseille. There are torpedoes coming in from the Daring. This could actually prove to be very, very valuable.
Gassendo
Gassendo actually just claps out the Artorius Marseille, turns in towards these incoming torpedoes.
And he's going to put his body into Bravo. Enough maybe to get the point difference for them. I mean, it's already the case right now. They're going to win in 1 minute. They might be able to get Gassendo.
I do believe they will get Gassendo killed here. And then, yeah, Minotaur will probably be the one having to step up onto the B cap here.
This is insane.
Because obviously this will flip the points back in towards Rain's favor. But yeah, crazy games.
We were asking how Shaft could actually claw back from this, and this is the answer. They are going to lose Ohio, but they still have the
and
the
actually,
timer
I'm
advantage.
mistaken. Shaft is in a position where they do actually win, and this will put Rain in a very, very uncomfortable position.
They don't have to do anything.
They don't. Yeah, Shaft doesn't really have to do anything.
They run.
Like, yeah. I mean, Harugumo just has to get away. He can't get caught. And Minotaur, look, you see them both pulling away. They know they have the victory. They know Rain can't catch up towards the C cap in time. So,
no.
yeah, we're probably going to game 5 here.
It's 55 seconds. Like, Harugumo is completely safe. He just has to get away from here. And, well, regardless, even if Minotaur gets spotted, what can he do? Like, a Daring is not going to outgun a Minotaur, not in 40 seconds. That is insane how well Shaft have played this, trading ships and HP to just try and nullify that cap control and point control they had, and literally bringing it back. Some memeing going on right now with friendly torping. They know they have the win, and obviously they're gonna try to, you know, pour some damage on.
Yeah, I mean they know they have to kill Zil here, but of course Zil has to heal. He will just angle in towards both of these ships. I do not believe that Rain has enough DPM here to actually pick up the kill.
And even if they kill Minotaur.
No, I mean, if they would kill Minotaur, that would actually flip the points. They would immediately win, but yeah.
998 to
crazy
986.
Close game again. I mean, talk about content. I mean, we're witnessing like the best of it right now.
I have to say, huge congratulations to Shaft. That game was not easy to claw back from. I have to admit, I did not expect them to actually win this, especially considering the last 3 minutes or 4 minutes were extremely bleak for them.
Yeah.
But they made it somehow, and now we are actually going for a proper best of 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes, that was insane.
That map. Oh, this
Enough
series
talking for
just
us.
keeps delivering.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So many, just like the San Martin getting dev struck, then the Kleber rushing and they're not really working, then the Ram on the Preußen.
Yes. Oh
Is it
my
me,
God.
Brother, or is it getting really hot in here now?
no, it is getting really hot.
Getting really warm in here. Oh my God. Oh, I guess we start from the start again here.
Yeah.
So, the smoked up Petro as a deployment to catch out the San Martin, getting a kill in like 4 minutes of the start, getting a kill on a cruiser that is supposed to be one of the main deterrents of them pushing in.
Like absolutely blew that flank wide open.
Absolutely. They basically got the free kill, went all the way in. The Minnow and the Harugumo from that side essentially ended up in Rain spawn and ended up farming down the Vermont that was pushing. And then obviously, while all of that was happening, Rain was preparing for their mid push. They got a Preußen and a Marceau going together on the Marseille from Shaft. And unfortunately for Rain, due to the tops being slightly too late, it ended up being a trade of the Preußen with the Marseille, because it was a Ram.
Yeah.
However, it wasn't nearly as bad as the Kremlin who died from Shaft while trying to get the Petro killed, basically for free.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like that Petro demonstrated just how tanky that ship is, and how if you can get it into a position like that island, you can survive an extreme amount of time. But obviously, like Cassando's Ohio, surviving not only the Kleber, the Napoli, the Vermont, the Marseille, the Daring Torps.
Yeah, that was incredible play from him again. That was just absolutely clutch. He lived
Incredibly so.
Basically got the Napoli killed and was able to block the cap for long enough that it didn't matter if anyone had touched the cap after that.
No,
they
absolutely.
were winning with the points and they just went and secured the win with that.
But that was a bloody, bloody fight.
Yes, absolutely.
Both teams threw everything they had into that.
That was absolutely crazy.
Just a seesaw of a game.
Yes, I mean, there's some things that I would say maybe Shaft would have played better. They would have had an easier way to win this one, but definitely a great game. I think the Haru trying to make a trade with the destroyers, him going down really low, essentially meant that he was going to be never able to contest the caps, which seemed to be the winning factor in this game, which would have been very, unfortunate if that was the case. If the Ohio had died to the rush from the the Marceau, then it would have been a point gain that Rain would have secured from killing the Harugumo while he tries to contest. And it's just small things at the end of the day that make the big difference. And these trades definitely count. You can see how the Petro played his angles very well. He was trying to manage his spotting very well. Obviously going stealth in the middle for a little bit allowed him to get most of his heals off. and Petro is obviously very tanky. With the min of farming him, he is angled to him, so it's, you know, a little bit less damage that he takes, but obviously he's going to take some consistent damage from the battleship shooting him. And eventually he does go down, but he served his job.
Entirely so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, the Napoli taking the torp.
Yeah, the
like,
Napoli taking the torp was, in the end, quite critical, since he got blind fired in the smoke by a Harugumo to finish him.
Yeah.
And that definitely did matter quite a lot, because the Ohio may have gone down if the Napoli lived.
Certainly possible.
I think this comes down to like some small decisions that the teams have made, where they decided either to contest, go for kills, maybe be too aggressive. Maybe the Vermont and Kleber push in the middle trying to kill the Ohio was not necessary, because at that point Rain was winning with the points.
Yes.
And then trying to force this victory as a result could be, you know, a big problem.
Yeah, I guess the concern was that Gassando would have to go for, in that position when Rain have the conditions for victory. The concern that Gassando is going to have to throw his Ohio in, and it might go badly at that point. So trying to preempt the risk.
Yes.
By trying to take him out, and it just went badly for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the idea of using the Vermont as a shield.
Yes.
For the DD to rush him, but unfortunately, he was going to go down anyway. So I feel like it was not as impactful as we would have expected it to be, and the Ohio obviously living is really bad for Rain.
It was possibly a game-deciding moment.
I
Those
would say
torps
it
didn't
was,
kill
yeah,
it.
because trading, if the Vermont and the Ohio had traded, it would have still been okay, because they were trading equally and they were on a points advantage, and the caps were equal at that point. So it would have meant that the Ohio doesn't contest the cap later on, as well as the points are in their favor. So they could have just lived and they could have just defended and they would have won.
And
with
Rain's
that.
Marseille doesn't die.
Exactly. So it was a bunch of things that happened. Shaft played that very well. They found all of the openings that Rain had given them and exploited them very well. Got a couple of key kills and ended up winning the game.
Stunning games.
Absolutely. Now it's a 2-2. We can see how well both of these teams have played, especially in these last two games that have been so incredibly close.
Yes. No, they have definitely been nail biters when just back and forth, just the kill, the cap, a kill, a cap. It's just, It was just, and obviously this map demonstrated just how hard it is to contest these middle caps if your opponents get them.
Yes, absolutely.
And we've got the render for this one, this exceptional game, so let's go to that.
Into the render then. There we go.
So, sort of a regular deployment. Haru of Shaft kind of being left by himself at the start.
Yes.
Potentially risky, given what obviously he doesn't know, but he's being contested by a Kleber Ragnar.
Yeah.
Which is usually sort of a DD kill squad. Marseille, which is an unexpected pick to go into the centre, I guess we thought. The Petro generally make more sense.
More reasonable, yeah. It's a position where you're under a lot of pressure, a lot of fire usually.
Yeah.
And Marseille is nowhere near as tanky as a Petro.
No, and you're also reliant, because all its guns are forward, you're reliant on you picking the right side to look down where the enemy is going to push. Because if this San Martin hadn't have contested D as he later does so, the Marseille's the wrong way round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a decision that they had chosen. The positioning of the Marseille pointing his bow towards the D cap was an intentional thing, as Shaft had originally planned to make a push on D.
Yes.
And as a result, the Marseille does bring a bit of crossfire from the middle of the map, maybe an angle that Rain wouldn't have expected.
Especially from a ship like that, you'd assume the Marseille to be wide.
Yeah, usually a Marseille likes to play towards the 1, 2 or the 9, 10 line because it brings speed and crossfire potential. But a Marseille in the middle is definitely a curveball. Maybe that is why San Martin goes down from the Rain side.
Yeah, San Martin just gets, like, even Gassando in the Ohio on the other side of the maps, everyone who had a shot at that San Martin took it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then obviously the Daring's like, well, now what?
Yeah.
And so obviously we see the Preußen Kleber attempted attack on the Marseille. Now, generally speaking, in experience, if you want to torp rush something, you torp it from the front.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't want to chase something.
No.
But maybe they were hoping that the Marseille wouldn't move with the Preußen pushing up?
Yes, I think the hope was the Marseille would reverse to try and mitigate the damage from the Preußen. However, the Marseille chose this in a split-second decision, essentially, to go for the ram.
Yeah.
Make sure it's a trade. That was a really good decision from the Marseille. Him getting a trade there when it was basically a situation where he was guaranteed to die was a positive trade for the Shaft team.
Absolutely. So you just see this sort of like pivoting of the two teams as they both try and grab each other's home cap almost.
Yes.
And then like the Petro, but obviously the Kremlin of Shaft, it gets dicey for them at this point because the Kremlin
absolutely.
becomes the focus. He can't go dark. He's got a Vermont in his face, and he's just got to sit there and take it. And Kremlin's tanky, but it's not Vermont, Napoli, Marseille, Ragnar tanky.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to point out the fact that Rain did in fact rotate their daring that was on the decap at the start with the Kleber in their spawn to try and farm the Kremlin down, and it was very effective.
Yeah. Then obviously you end up with this down at the bottom where the Harrow and the Minotaur are trying to help kill the Petro and run into 3 gunboat destroyers.
Yes.
And absolute credit to Shaft's Harrow there for actually getting away.
Yes, that was one of the trades that I would have said Shaft shouldn't have taken, because if for some reason the Harugumo had to contest the caps later in the game, he would have died for it.
Yeah.
Which would have meant that Rain would have won the game.
Yeah, I guess we can agree. It was a trade they probably shouldn't have taken, and it's one they should have lost.
Yes.
So the luck there, obviously the Petro then becomes the focus. They lose the Petro, but then the Mino and the Harrow, despite them being on relatively low health, commit back in and absolutely shred the daring, and then start shredding this Vermont.
Yeah.
And this is a moment of like trying to use the Vermont to shield the Kleber for against the Ohio, even though the Marceau is still there. So like obviously the Marceau goes down, but the Vermont goes down, the Kleb goes down, and the Ohio survives.
Yes, so it ended up being a negative trade for Rain, which I believe is the reason they lost this game.
Definitely, because obviously the Ohio then is able to get a heal. He can kind of tuck in. The Napoli then becomes a viable kill. Gassando pushes in, takes out the Marseille, and even though at this point he does die, he's done his job.
Absolutely.
And then it's just a case of like they've won and Rain are scrambling for the Mino kill, and they just don't have the time.
Absolutely.
So no, excellent display by both teams, but an excellent use of the situation presented to them by Shaft.
Absolutely. So now it's a 2-2.
Yep, all to play for.
And best of 5. So final map. Let's go to Warrior's Path.
And the intro video.
And the intro video for it.
Double Des Moines ban.
Absolutely.
We'll see how they do.
With more coastline than any country in the world, the nooks and crannies of the shores of northern Canada set the stage for a showdown between opposing fleets. Amidst the barren rocks and snow-capped peaks, only one team will remain unvanquished. This is Warrior's Path. Warrior's Path is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the extreme left, B is in the center, and C is on the far right. Given how the caps are arranged and how risky entering the B cap is in the early game, the most action is commonly found along the 1, 2, and 9, 10 lines. To the west, Cap A now no longer can be safely controlled with radars from nearby islands. Teams will have to rely on smokescreens and additional fire support to gain the upper hand in the battle for this capture point. Capture Area B is a difficult and challenging place to be in the early goings of a game. While the capture point was moved to a more central position, nearby islands still provide plenty of cover for radar cruisers, making this point exceptionally challenging to capture. Off to the east, the C cap offers solid cover for cruisers along the northwestern and southwestern edges, but precious little cover inside the cap itself. The long, narrow channel to the east that connects C to B is a frequent place to see pushes occur in the mid to late game, depending on the board positions of each team. Warrior's Path has a long and storied history within the tournament, having produced many close and competitive games. It begs the question, what memorable plays and matches will result this time around? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Warrior's Path.
And here we are for the actual decider of this first best of 5. I have to admit, 4 nail biters back to back like this. Whoever comes out on top today is going to be exhausted facing 3X later today.
For sure. I mean, this puts a very big strain onto both of these teams right now. And obviously it's not job done, even though yeah, they might be finished after this game with this series. So yeah, I mean, crazy game so far. Let's see what this one has for
to
us.
offer. Yes. In terms of lineup, what do you have to take on this?
I mean, double Bourgogne comes out, of course, because Des Moines are banned. So taking advantage of being able to trade into those Minotaurs. But I would just like to point out that Rain probably kind of expecting this and picking double Stalingrad, Petro, and obviously Shaft having 2 Minotaurs, that could be quite dangerous for them.
Yes, yes. I mean, obviously both are going to be running radar, so exposed when they're firing. In terms of destroyers, actually, Shaft only brings 3. Sorry, Shaft brings 3, while Rain only brings 2. Is this going to be detrimental in terms of cap control and spotting with 2 radar Minotaurs, obviously?
It could be, but
the spotting advantage will be on Shaft's side most of the time.
Yes, yes. I mean, yes, of course, for the A and B flank, they definitely have more destroyers capable of staying close to the cap. Although I believe Rain is just setting up for more heavy sea play here. We can see these ships kind of going into these positions. I believe that we will see a lot of action in between B and C cap in this game.
Yeah, we have a lone gearing backed up by actually Ohio, Minotaur and Bourgogne going towards A. And once again we see Artorius and the San Martin on the 1-2 line will be running disruptive kiting, as I like to call it, and essentially, as Kilabin mentioned, I hope he has a good audiobook for this game. We already see Stepan reversing his daring, versing Ragnar, which is already spotted. Radar goes out, and let's see how many shells are going to go towards Stepan here.
Oh, this is actually, yeah, really bad for Antaro. He's pretty deep inside this, yeah, he's not even radared. So yeah, they're just trading back at him. So it might potentially be very bad, because he's gonna lose a decent amount of health here. Maybe not being careful enough, knowing that Shaft might have the DD lead on B cap here.
There's a lot of fire indeed. Antaro trying to disengage now after firing and just running, trying to lose as little HP as possible. Decent trade though on Stepan and Medusko, I have to admit. They actually suffered from it.
Trades went back, and in
Medusko is actually burning
HP
with a double
loss,
fire.
yeah, actually Shaft didn't come out ahead on this one.
No.
So just interesting to point out that Minotaur and Napoli from Shaft are just defending C cap. So this is basically a very heavy BC push from Rain into a potentially yeah, just receiving kiting flank from Shaft.
And once again, our bird's eye view, you know, being an interesting position, because so far Shaft does not know that it's only a San Martin at A, and they can basically get the cap for free. It's always the same thing. They're even smoking the Minotaur. They are already expending a bunch of their consumables for a cap that is essentially not even interested for Rain here. So
yeah, so now they Rain does smoke on the 10 lines. So what you were just talking about, it gives it away. Now Shaft should know at this point in time that it is a very heavy C idea, because that smoke is super close to the E9 rock. You don't expect smokes to be that close normally. So I believe Shaft will now grab the A cap, knowing that this is potentially a very heavy C play. And I would just like to point out that Rain is actually moving into incredibly aggressive positions with their cruisers here. Petrov Pavlov's taking a position that you would usually only see
and
DDs
catching
occupy.
Stepan with the radar right now as well.
Yeah, what this does is it extends the 12-kilometer radar incredibly far out on the B cap, so making
and the
it very
poison
hard to
push
play.
at the same time. Look at the poison push from Rain with the secondary on daring, with the Ragnar Antaro, who took a little bit of a beating but is back for more as well. Stepan is in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, radar goes out, but obviously he takes tremendous damage. Another big chunk coming in. So Yeah, this is really, really good stuff from Rain here, trading into these DDs.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Preußen push is actually going to be very, very interesting also. Rain is going to put gearing into sea. Of course, he's being read out by Minotaur very early, but the only ship able to damage him really is the Napoli, which has a very slow reload. So it's only a matter of Bison just trying to evade this, taking cover and capturing sea almost unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting. Of course, they will take C now, getting these point sticks going. But what I will try to point out now is that Shaft has to kind of find a way in order for B-Cap to never fall into Rain's hands here, while also dealing with a wild Preußen going into the channel.
Yeah, this could be very interesting. So, of course, now both caps, C and A, are being captured by respective teams right now. Still, on Shaft's side, gearing Minotaur Bourgogne. Still not sure if they should linger around A or initiate a push. San Martin, of course, hasn't been spotted yet, so I believe that I'm not sure if they really understand what's going on, because they're still lingering Minotaur, gearing, and Bourgogne on the 1-2 line for a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously know that Rain will try to push them on the C side, to taking more and more map space away from Shaft. Yes, I would agree that Shaft rotations look a little bit off right now, but we'll see. Medusco is in a position where he could potentially reset the Petro when he ever steps onto B-Cap.
I don't think he will, because he has an Ohio Moskva daring to contend with, so the Petro is just tucked in.
Ragnar comes over to the B-Cap right now, and Taro, wanting to be the one touching the cap here.
And Taro so far has been the one under the most pressure, and he might be again. We see Petropavlovsk radar going on Medusco, denying him that crossfire.
This is the exact advantage that I was talking about. You have the 12-kilometer radar so central on the map that Medusco is really struggling to be in a position where he can be effective on B-Cap.
Even if he stays here, the Stalingrad will have radar in 37 seconds again.
Exactly.
So Medusco, essentially, if he wants to contest Bravo, he'll have to trade HP for it.
Indeed. So all that Rain needs to do right now is basically take this advantage, push them off of the B-Cap, and eventually take it so they get the points ticking.
We see an interesting trade here between Gassendo and Saverhopper, with the Bourgogne helping. They're focusing far on Gassendo to try to get him away. They know that he's an excellent player. He demonstrated this on the previous games, and they kind of want to... At the same time, the same thing happened on Northern Waters with Yamato. He got focused away for his impact to be minimized right now.
Yeah, we see Shaft is trying to actually catch the San Martin. Let's see if it works out. At the end, this is still going to take another 2 to 3 minutes until this match will be decided up there.
He is spotted. He is spotted. It's only a matter of time if, the gearing is spotted. All he has to do now is just bow on, because San Martin only has AP.
Radar goes out. Obviously, he can just mitigate damage by staying bow into the San Martin. I do not think that Stalingrad has shots. No, Stalingrad is trading into the Moskva right now.
Yeah, and the Minotaur will be safe from the San Martin's radar. He's going to have to be careful and try to carry it away as long as possible, because eventually they might pick up Artorius. It might take them a long time for sure, but it might happen anyway in the end.
Yeah, and Taro now reversing into the B-Cap, trying to get it.
He's on 8k. That's really dangerous.
I do believe the Moskva had actually just radared him in order to keep him away from the B-Cap. We will see if he's managing. Actually, very cheeky from the Moskva. He has Hydra running, but he's just not catching.
He's reversing into it.
Oh yeah, and Taro is reversing into the Hydra.
No, on Taro.
So this will allow Shaft to actually reset the Ragnar here.
Yeah, the Moskva is pushing slightly to try and keep him spotted. That yields his cap on Bravo. So far the points are for Shaft, but in terms of positioning, I'm not sure. A lot of aggression here on Rain's side. I'm just not sure if they're going to be able to potentially route Shaft's Moskva away of that position, because by now the radar will be cycled in 20 seconds, denying Entaro.
This trade into the San Martin might actually be ending up to be very important, because if they lose the San Martin on A2 right now, this will actually just unlock Bourgogne, Gearing and Minotaur to get onto the Stalingrad's back.
Yeah, Gearing, of course, perma-spotting the San Martin here. San Martin is like in a tough spot because he has to deal with consistent spam from the Minotaur, and even if he radars Shaft's Gearing again, he doesn't really have the tool to deal with him. So yeah, I wouldn't like to be in Artorius' position right now because he's being dealt a very rough hand.
And Vert actually in a very difficult position right now because he's getting shot at by the Preußen and the Minotaur.
Ooh,
and takes a huge hit. And just goes down. I mean that cannot happen in this game of 5. Maybe nerves getting onto him a little bit, or he wasn't aware of the Preußen reversing. So,
first blood goes for Rain.
Yeah, first blood goes for Rain. Maybe they can actually pick up the San Martin on the border. That would be very important for them.
In the meantime, Shaft's mob Moskva is getting some pain in. He's down to 30k HP with a Preußen, you know, basically threatening its rear. The control over B has been basically trading them a lot of HP right now.
Yeah, and now with the Minotaur going down, obviously this unlocks a lot more space for Rain to maneuver into the space on
Artorius though.
Yeah, Artorius is going down, so I mean he gets caught, and this basically means that, like we already said, Shaft and will be able to put the gearing and the Minotaur into the back of the Stalingrad.
Does it though? Because I believe Artorius saved enough time for Malimu to basically get back on the 5th line, protect the Stalingrad, and try to keep defending that flank, to just keep, you know, Amazing alive long enough to either deal with the Moskva and keep Bravo in check.
Moskva now is going to become under increasing pressure because he stays spotted the entire time, and because the Minotaur went down on the 8th line, now you see a smoke coming out from the gearing for that Minotaur to pressure this position any further. And I will tell you that if this Moskva goes down for Shaft, this is not good, because he is the kind of ship that holds this all in place right now on Bravo Cap.
He still has a minute of Severhopper's Preußen Hydro, so that Moskva is not going unlit anytime soon. And look at Gassendo's HP. Gassendo has been suffering. Even though he's on the island the entire time, they are still managing to find enough guns to keep Gassendo at bay.
Yeah, and look, like this Moskva doesn't have any more heals, so I do believe that he will just get whittled down. At the same time, the Stalingrad is also getting under increasing pressure. Torpedoes coming in, missing, but obviously there's so many guns on him too.
Lulu Snail takes a bit of a hit here from a blind fire from Napoli, I believe, but that's it. That's 2 ships down for Shaft right now. And now they can maybe start acting on Bravo, because...
Oh, Medusko goes very low onto 2.7k HP. Will he be able to go into a safe position? I believe... Oh, the Stalingrad is actually rushing forward, but Medusko is aware of it, so he doesn't go out.
HE Salvo landing
clips him at the bow. But he also, Medusko, no more heals, so this is like incredible amounts of damage are being taken from both teams here. And Lucar actually just drives into B-cap now. Look, the Moskva is missing, and Petro now just drives out and catches...
Look at this, the radar as well from Stalingrad, keeping Stepan at bay, because Stepan could just, you know, try to push forward or backwards, spot Stalingrad and reset him. But no, Gangbarang radars and just prevent Stepan from going anywhere right now. Stepan still get his guns on Stalingrad. It's just a matter of, you know, even if they kill Amazing, can they actually come back from that? Because even if Lucar takes a bit of a hit, he still captures B anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, like, Shaft has to kill this Stalingrad now, otherwise they will really be in big trouble. They have to try and find a way back towards B-cap, and it's not going to happen unless they do get the Stalingrad pick up.
Blind fire on Medusko, close enough, but no sugar.
Yeah, and look at the amount of HP that Rain now has around the B-cap. This is very, very difficult for them to actually, like for Shaft to actually claw this back now, because there's so many radars. The DDs are so low, both of them sitting on no heals left. So this is quite the task for Shaft.
It's unfortunate Gassendo cannot even hope now to get his battleship back. He has no heals left, sits on 20,000 HP. Like, they really kept him at bay this match, and, you know, prevent him from putting these massive salvos into cruisers as he's been doing the previous games, or battleship for that matter.
Torpedoes actually incoming on Napoli here on the 8th line. He actually takes 2, is in smoke right now, so it doesn't matter too much, but yeah, he obviously tries to repush. I don't think he will be able to pull this off with the Preußen crossfire supporting.
That is a very, very hard hand clawed onto B and C from Rain right now. I just don't see exactly how they can come back from this. 3 minutes left on that game.
Medusko is spotted trying to get some cheeky shots into the Stalingrad here. He has to be so careful. Radar actually comes out from the Petropavlovsk.
Misses the first salvo.
Misses the first salvo in the daring. And this is so very dangerous for both of these DDs from Shaft side here.
It is. Gangbearing has to be a little bit careful. Gearing from Shaft has sent some 16-kilometer torpedoes his way, so if Gangbearing just stays here, he's gonna probably be caught by these. These could be actually sort of a game changer if they connect. I'm gonna keep an eye on this if you don't mind. These gearing torpedoes, if they have the range, might be really, really good. In any case,
indeed.
regardless, the Bourgogne might even be able to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that they just have to trade into the Stalingrad. Meanwhile, WCG Rider is losing HP to the Stalingrad as well.
The Ragnar is pushing into them too.
Yeah, this is very important here for Shaft to pick up this kill. If they do manage to get Gangbearing killed in the Stalingrad, this might extend the game for them a little bit further. The torpedoes look very, very deadly.
Entaro has no idea.
Yeah, he has no idea. These torps, if they actually reach, these could be very clutch. I do believe he might be able. Is he able to dodge?
Oh, that's
he
gonna
takes
be one.
Center
That's
mass
a kill.
And it's a kill, and this is very, very bad.
Look at this
At the same time, Lucar just rushes into the Bourgogne, knowing full well he has to equalize this somehow.
That is ridiculous, this
No
prediction.
heal for Bourgogne actually available, so Lucar, just with his Petropavlovsk, incredibly strong ship and these pushes, is just continuing to march forward.
Even if Zil 2 is trying to get Minotaur guns on target, it doesn't matter, it's a Petropavlovsk. And now it's only down to Gassendo's Ohio, which is so much out of place right now. The Daring, on the other hand, from Shaft Stepan, after sustaining that much heat, might be able to get into Bravo uncontested because the Stalingrad went down, along with the Ragnar.
This is really, really crucial because the Petropavlovsk is continued to get spotted by the Gearing, and the Minotaur obviously tries to trade into him, but at the moment I don't see anyone being able to actually continue to shoot him. And Lucar actually blind fires the Ragnar spot, knowing full well that he's still there.
But the Petropavlovsk does not have any radars anymore. Lucar is out of radar, so the Daring can just waltz into Bravo and cap it.
He does have a
right
hydroacoustic available though, but I believe he's trying to actually get towards the A-cap. The Minotaur has to also be very, very careful here. He can't open up onto the Pedro because obviously Bourgogne has the crossfire. In the meantime, yeah, I mean, Stefan just going into the B-cap here.
Just look at Medusko. He's been hanging on that thread for almost half the game, and he still gets his guns into play on server hopper here.
Torpedoes do actually miss on Dastard's Preußen, but he will just have to send it in here. He cannot let Shaft get this B-cap here for free. He has to recontest it immediately.
Gassando again.
But Gassando is probably going down here because I don't think he's going away from the spotting. He has no more heal left, so Gassando going down here is actually very, very big for Rain, because
this might give them time to actually.
Rain is on 915 points right now. If they kill Gassando, it is 950. So Shaft has to find a kill very, very soon here. Like, it may be the Petro.
I'm not even sure. The Petro has no heals and no radars, obviously, on 14,000 HP. Can they actually kill him in 40 seconds? I'm not sure. I have no idea. The Daring is, Stepan is going to reset the Preußen along with Medusko. These destroyers are doing an amazing job at surviving and contesting, but is it enough?
I don't believe it's enough.
28 seconds.
To get this Petropavlov's kill. I mean, he might get spotted, yeah. I mean, Ragnar, radars.
Malimu shooting the Minotaur. He's completely neutral, but it still gets overmatched.
But who's going to be able to get the kill here on Lucar? I don't think anyone
12 seconds
able to kill any Rain ships here. So this actually might be the game for Rain.
Absolutely brilliant game from Rain here.
Man, I mean, what an end to this best of 5. I mean, every single game going so very long, flipping back and forth. I mean,
I have to admit,
I'm just lost for words.
Huge congratulations for Shaft to basically making Rain sweat for that final place, at least for you on the final trial. They've done a great job at after sustaining that back-to-back double loss from Rain. They give them back a double a double loss as well from them, and basically make them work for them so hard. They must be exhausted.
I mean, it was almost a reverse sweep for Shaft, so incredible work from both teams. Although, congratulations to Rain. I mean, they had the tiniest difference at the end and were able to pull off the victory. So congrats, and yeah, Killer Ben Bass, what do you think?
What a series. What a series. That has to be one of the best series we have seen ever in King of the Sea, I have to say.
Fully
Every
agree.
single game being on the edge. Either team could have won any of the games. And Rain winning the first two, then Shaft winning the next two, almost pulling off the reverse sweep. And then this last game, my God, what a show.
I'm almost lost for words. Like
Yeah.
the back and forth, the exchanges, like both teams sort of adapting to what they notice, how the opponents are playing today. Like as we saw in this game, it really seemed like one of Rain's objectives was, if nothing else, neutralize Cassando.
Absolutely.
Get him
yes.
out of the game.
Yeah, we could see that was one of the plays that they made at the start of the game. We could see, obviously, they had Ragnar in middle, but Shaft brought two destroyers, Ragnar and Daring in middle, to make a good trade. They actually traded equally with HP, but unfortunately, since it was a 2v1, they traded negatively with HP. But that was fine, because while that was happening, we could see the Rain ships actually play towards sea. They had a Burgoyne, a Minnow, and a Gearing going down the 9-10 line, just farming the ships away.
No, yes. I mean, there's several moments in the game where you're looking at like the Napoli of Shaft taking the two torps, negating his attempt to counterattack.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Burgoyne versus the Petro, because obviously the Burgoyne had turned around and was kiting away. Had he been nose in, would a ram have been better for Shaft at that point?
Possibly, yes.
And the Preußen managing to sort of sit in the middle of the map, and while being a threat to so many ships, we saw one of the Minos go down to a nasty volley from the Preußen, but also be in a position where not a lot of fire could be directed at the Preußen.
Absolutely, yeah. The Preußen played a critical role going down the middle of the map. He was hydroing the Moskva that was sitting on the rock for the entire game, and he basically just got farmed. That spot is very difficult to spot for a destroyer due to how the island is shaped, and the Preußen Hydro being on for so long just spotted him, let the Stalingrad, let the Minnow farm him for a significant amount of time. I think it was 4 to 5 minutes of continuous farming that it took Rain to finally kill that Moskva. But as soon as the Moskva went down, the middle of the map was completely unlocked, and the Petro could just walk into the middle of the map, broadside to everything essentially, but he has no threat because the battleship has been farmed. It's really far away.
Exactly.
The Moskva is dead, and the destroyers are no longer a threat because they are farmed away as well.
These matching being such heavy health trades, having a healthy ship late game can be the decider, because exactly the Preußen just waltzes in.
Absolutely.
He's got the Hydro, so he can avoid torps a lot easier than another battleship, and Shaft's DDs don't have the health.
Absolutely.
To attempt a torp rush. Obviously the Ragnar doesn't have torps. They're obviously great respect to the Shaft Ragnar, being able to survive basically the entire game.
Yes, absolutely. Living there is very good for him because not only does he bring additional damage into the equation, but he also doesn't give Rain the points when he dies.
Be very interesting to see how much damage he did on less than 2,000 health.
Absolutely.
Alright, so since this is the first best of 5 for today, we're actually going to have an interview with Rain's team captain Gangbarang, so we will go over to that. Well, sir, congratulations on the wins.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That was quite the series, don't you say?
Yeah. We have a tendency to throw ships when we don't need to, as you can see. We like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But what do you think about the series overall? Would you think that you played well? Was the team playing according to the laid out strat to begin with and then reacting well to it?
Yeah, well, since most of the blowouts and needless deaths were mid-game, surely the strat was fine. But when we all rotate mid-game and the enemy team does the same, we just send ships in, or we also send ships in situations where we don't have to, and then the trade goes let's say crappy, and suddenly we're losing. There's no need for all of this, but yeah, overall it's more us outplaying ourselves.
Was it more heat of the moment, panic, stress, losing a ship figuring you needed to do something more spectacular?
No, not really. It's more like the situations are extremely weird because like we're deep in the tournament, so people rather rotate than rushing through with their pushes, for example, and then you get into these mid-game shenanigans. Also, like maps like Estuary are obviously like going to serve very well for the viewer if one team or like each team tries to push one side and kite one side. So there's immediate trades of ships, and then everything tries to essentially go on each other in the middle. So it's prone to be very monk heavy, let's say.
Fair enough.
So, like, you're hoping that you don't really have to contend on Estuary because it's a map that can sort of generate those situations more easily?
No, I mean, you can't avoid it. Like, there's so many maps in the pool where you can do that. I mean, if you saw the first game, we literally just planned on sending it onto their side of the map and just trading better because we were better prepared to work off the trades. And yeah, like it works. You can have that. It's actually more fun to play like that. But also you have to expect that some games go like crap because you have an entire lineup of 9 ships that essentially plays each for themselves. As a like overall team, you don't have like 2-3 ships working together on a flank, but you have like 7 ships collectively sending it at the enemy. So everyone has to make like his own decisions, and that's exactly where we just essentially murdered ourselves in game 3 and 4. Mostly like 3-4 people at the same time fucking up. I mean, since yesterday 3x game, the list grows longer. Essentially, like now everyone in the team has managed to provide great content for stream chat. So
So obviously mentioning 3x and having played them yesterday, how are you feeling for today?
I mean, like I didn't really feel very motivated. I mean, I'd be brutally honest after what happened yesterday. First and second map were obviously a disaster for us. So yeah, but in the end, I had a little issue with my strat page yesterday, so I don't know how much they actually got out of it. But yeah, I mean, it's down to us. Every single game should have been our win. Apart from Warriors Path, which was actually a more close game with less mistakes from both sides, but also less risks taken by both sides. And yeah, the other games were essentially like we should have never lost Northern Waters or Estuary. We just sent it needlessly on Estuary, and Northern Waters was just like indecisiveness from lots of people and also shit timing. Like the reverse I pulled on the rock, for example, and then they caught me both out. If I have 10 to 15 seconds more to reposition myself, the game is over for them. Because I either ram or kill the Marseille, and the Vincent can do nothing against me. Because I can just play ring around the Rosie or I'm dead already, but then my team can kill him. So it's like, in these games, also Shaft probably learned a lot while playing in this tournament, because they played insanely well now. Definitely better than yesterday, which was way easier for us. But yeah, that's about it.
Oh, I mean, and obviously now going on to the finals, and obviously you've got to start thinking about the internationals and how the different regions will be playing. But obviously we wish you the best for your games against 3x and hope that nothing goes too bad and things do go well for you. Is there anything that you're sort of looking out for in the finals, or is it just a case of continue what the team's doing but sort of tighten things up and maybe hope that some of the team players play more for the team?
What do you mean more for? Nah, like people are just making wrong calls by themselves. Like that's the reason 3x is better than us, and that's the reason why we're second. Like just like better decisions. But yeah, I hope for the finals, I hope we have some like I don't know, maybe nice RNG. We can at least get one map off because our streak is still growing. And yeah, I mean, honestly, not too excited. But yeah, I don't think like Shaft and us had a lot of pressure on us in this series, and that's why it also went so well. Like amazing games, like probably one of the most drawn out series in the past COTSs. And yeah, it's like there's no pressure on us anymore. Like the international spot was probably what both teams gunned for. So let's see how it pans out in the finals.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As a viewer, they were excellent games to watch. So thank you and to Shaft for putting on one hell of a show. And obviously, don't want to keep you for too long since you probably want to get a drink and such before the finals. So thank you very much for agreeing to the interview, and best of luck.
Thank you very much, and maybe hear from you later.
Good luck.
See you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I couldn't talk to him, but I wanted to say, like, keep the morale high.
Absolutely.
You've got to hold it together, especially after a best of 5 like that, where
Yeah.
like I like gripping. There would have been table gripping, and words would have been said, and
Yes.
like you've got to try and like hold it together.
Absolutely. That after that series, I'm sure everyone in the team would have had a collective sigh,
Yeah.
because that was quite an intense series, definitely for both teams, and winning it obviously feels amazing, but going through those maps five games in a row is incredibly mentally taxing.
Absolutely, and obviously, as they said, like having to do that and then play the final.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it is obviously there's always the advantage of winning all your games,
Mm-hmm.
but so I think the team in general will be getting a drink,
Yes.
maybe going outside, and just trying to sort of settle back down, reset, and go into the next best, the final best of 5, as fresh as they can be. And obviously, Shaft are probably on the way to the pub.
Understandably so.
Yeah, no, like after a series like that, even though right at the end it didn't go their way, they played exceptionally well.
Absolutely.
That is probably the best 5 games of King of the Sea that I've seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
And so, yeah, no, absolutely fantastic games. I'm not sure what else to say really, because it was just so exciting.
Yes, it was.
Some unfortunate events happening as well. The gearing torpedoes aimed at the Stalingrad, catching the Ragnar out of nowhere when he was pushing back to get B, was just some moments as well. Like, yes, he was down to extreme team skills and everything, paired with just a couple of random events who weighed heavy into how the outcome goes. But Rain, even by losing Stalingrad and Ragnar almost simultaneously, still claw it back.
Yeah, that was.
I do believe that the impact of losing Vert with his Minotaur there was huge, because it actually then allowed Rain to put even more pressure onto that Moscow position, which was already suffering tremendously. So yeah, he's gonna bite himself a little bit, but yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, sometimes you look for these shots. I mean, he was looking for shots on the Petropavlovsk, obviously trying to damage it as best as possible, just unaware of these salvos coming from center from Preußen and Stalingrad.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the Preußen played a crucial role in this last map, and the impact he had from that position was tremendous.
Again, like, these Preußens are just better than mine. They hit things.
I like how we all asked for a proper best of 5 and just
Yeah,
We got one. It was delivered.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, it looked like it might have just been tailoring towards the 3-0, but yeah, Shaft didn't disappoint. Shaft clawed back those 2 games, and yeah, we had an amazing final game as well.
Like all 3 of these teams will definitely do the EU region proud at the finals.
Oh,
the
for sure.
internationals.
Do we expect a similar best of 5 for later today?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, we've heard Gang in the interview right now saying that they obviously had a decent amount of mistakes that crept up in their games in these scenarios in the center of these games. Of course, you can't do too many of them, especially against 3X. A very experienced team usually doesn't do that many mistakes themselves. Obviously, they can happen, but you can't have too many of them, right? Otherwise, you will get into a situation where you can't bounce back. So I do expect things to be very close again. I mean, these 2 teams, 3X and Rain, they had a very close matchup yesterday in game number 1 and number 2. So yeah, Rain, of course, you could say they're exhausted right now, but they're also really feeling it. No, I mean, they've just won this best of 5 in a spectacular way. They've got nothing to lose, as Gang said. So yeah, why not? I mean, they can take that winning energy right now straight into 3X. Of course, 3X was able to prepare, watch this.
Possibly also well rested.
Yeah, well rested, so they could potentially take an advantage from this. But honestly, I do expect it to be a great series. The outcome, I don't know yet. I mean, it could be going to game 5. It could be a 3-0 again. We don't know yet. Obviously, the track record of these 2 teams would suggest it can be a 3-0, 3-1. But I really think that the Rain warmed up right now, and that they are ready to take on 3X.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And obviously, since with the schedule, we've got a bit of a gap, so we will be taking a break.
I think we need one after this one.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be very
Yes.
nice. So, yeah, as you can see, bracket, shaft going out. Rain. Yeah.
So we should go to the break, and I can go get a drink.
Do we have render for the last match, or are we skipping that one? No? Okay.
No.
This strange story happened to me a long time ago. Our aircraft carrier was returning to the port after a prolonged cruise. Everyone longed to be back home, but day after day, we continued to swab the deck and dream about the girls left behind on far shore.
Hypnotize you on a count of three. She'll steal your soul, take control, leave you cold, never knowing how she did it. Once she mesmerized you, you'll be on your knees, on the floor, begging for more. Look is all she needs. Got lips on cherry red, got a killer look to knock 'em dead. Takes so long and fine, she'll keep your ass and blow your mind. She got ooh yeah, she got ooh yeah. Satisfaction, she hits the streets. When a song goes down, she hits the town, looking for another feed. Chain reaction, she gets the bite. The dog's house, she's on the prowl, insatiable, her dark infatuation. Lips are cherry red, got a killer look to knock 'em dead. She got skin so pale and fine, she'll bite your neck, then blow your mind. She got ooh yeah, she got razzmatazz. She got ooh yeah, she got ooh yeah, she got elegant class. She got ooh yeah, she got snake skin. She got shock attack. She got back bang.
Of course, no one believed my story. It made me wonder, did this really happen? Was it all just a dream?
They welcome us with nothing but destruction and the stench of death. Arathia must not fall to its enemies.
No longer will we allow Erathia to hamper our religious and economic ways of life.
In the ancient world of Enroth, after the death of the king of the good kingdom of Erathia, a bloody war begins. Only heroes of might and magic can bring it to a conclusion in the vast seas of World of Warships.
You will feel the power of my immortal army. You will tremble before Lord Sandro.
Prepare your harpoons! Leviathan in sight!
6 new commanders from the world of Heroes of Might and Magic 3, all with unique voiceovers, are waiting for you, as well as a real map that can be explored using crystals. You'll receive the first 3 crystals for free, and then you'll be able to purchase more with doubloons. 1 crystal provides 1 turn, like in the legendary turn-based Heroes of Might and Magic. Gradually explore the map to obtain all the commander heroes and other in-game items. Exploring the whole map will bring you a commemorative flag.
Enemies! Fetch my glaive!
The forces of evil are getting the upper hand. Let's show them the true power of magic.
Captain, no matter what happens, always remember the main thing.
The fate of the realm rests upon your shoulders.
Heroes of Might and Magic are already waiting for you in the battle for Erathia, in World of Warships. Tensions are rising again at the border between light and darkness. The portal to another dimension has opened once more, and the evil hordes are anxious to flood through it. It's time to return to the ranks of the Defenders of Light. It was a year ago when the Heroes of Light entered the Dark Realm and struck a devastating blow to dreadful Rasputin and his minions right in the heart of the enemy's lair. But the Black Lair Castle escaped destruction. The Twilight Fleet was able to recoup its losses and prepare for a new invasion. The elites of the Twilight Fleet are about to pass through the portal to Intania one last time and destroy anything that stands in their way. The Supreme Council of Intania decided to resort to the power of mages. They were the ones who opened another portal between worlds to search for help in other realms. Humanity agreed to help Intania. And so, a powerful international fleet has been assembled for the cause. Update 12.9 introduces a new Halloween operation called Last Voyage of Transylvania. This is going to be the greatest battle against the Twilight Fleet. Only Transylvania is capable of finally destroying it, and for this purpose, she must transport specialized explosives to the portal. Your task is to escort Transylvania to her destination and protect her at all costs. Just like in previous Halloween events, the map is thick with the filth, which eats away at your HP and makes your foes more resistant to damage. Using magic, Transylvania carves out a safe zone in the filth that follows her. However, as the battle continues, her magic loses power, and the safe zone will gradually diminish until it becomes minimal. This Halloween, you'll be able to take part in the special Operation Last Voyage of Transylvania at the helms of Tier 8 through 9 ships. Any ships you deploy for the cause will radically change in appearance. They'll receive a themed camouflage and special visual effects. Their combat characteristics will be adjusted, and special modifiers will also be applied to balance the characteristics of any ships that join the event. Your team will receive a buff for each allied ship that founders, and by collecting shards of the Great Towers along your way, you'll enhance Transylvania's protection. Start celebrating Halloween 2023. Engage in a decisive fight against the forces of darkness.
And welcome back to the EU Regional Finals of King of the Sea 16. I'm your host, Kilobin.
Hello, I'm Baz, and our casters, as usual, Sailing Robin and Blood Legend.
Hello.
Hello again.
So we've just got back after a break, after an absolutely intense best of 5 between Rain and Shaft, in which Rain were victorious. And so they go on to play 3X, the reigning champions, in just a little while. So while all that's getting set up, we're just going to go through some of the data that you as the players and such have generated in terms of what maps and such that players like to play, what ships they like to play, and also what ships and maps they really don't like to play.
Yes. So this data is from the groups and the playoff stage for map bans, map picks, and game count for maps, because in the qualifiers, obviously, the teams do not pick or ban maps. So for map bans in particular, Estuary, as expected, is by far the most banned map. It has a total of 50 bans, and the second most banned map is Loop with 22.
It's very clear that despite how exciting the game we saw on Estuary was,
yes,
teams generally don't like to play it.
Yes, and I think this is likely due to the unpredictable nature of the map. You quite likely are going to do some very aggressive pushes, and teams that are based around control strats will generally tend to shy away from these maps, because due to the unpredictable nature, you could lose a map which you have a good strat on. Even though you are the better team, you still may lose due to the fact that you're pushing into something that is unknown.
Indeed, and obviously with it being a relatively small map, those things can snowball a lot quicker.
Absolutely.
And then Loop, it's a bigger map.
Absolutely.
The caps do tick differently, and so it's a game that can run away from you. Even if you're trying to play like a control setup, if you can't get that early lead and then gain that control, it can definitely run away from you.
Absolutely, yeah. So the loop is a competitive staple, definitely. However, a lot of teams have noticed that this is a map where once you start getting some point control, some cap control, the points start to tick very fast. And given the fact that you have 2 home caps that are always going to be ticking in your favor for the most part, you end up with games that are very quickly, where if for some reason your opening deployment doesn't go according to plan, you may just run out of time because the game just ends fast.
And then obviously on the other end of the pick spectrum, the least banned map, Sleeping Giant.
Yes, somewhat of a weird one, I would say, given the fact that previously it wasn't as popular.
No, and also the version that most players have experience in is not the version that's being played with this tournament.
Absolutely, and as a result of it being the least banned map, it is also the most played map in this King of the Sea throughout groups and playoffs.
And then the other maps are sort of in between. Some teams heavily favour certain maps, like Warrior's Path. Northern Waters is generally considered probably the fairest map of them all.
I would say so as well,
And so it can go either way a lot easier. And in terms of ship bans and picks, Des Moines, by far the most popular ship.
Absolutely. Des Moines has been picked it has been banned 56 times, but it was played 206 times throughout the groups and the playoffs of the King of the Sea.
So yeah, and obviously then on the very other end of the spectrum, you have ships like Forrest Sherman, which we have seen.
Yes, we saw it yesterday when Rain played Shaft, actually.
Yes,
and
it was a gearing ban.
a gearing and a Harugumo ban. So the only reliable smoke destroyers were a Yu Yang or a Sherman.
Which is not a ship you see basically at all in competitive.
No.
Despite it actually having quite a lot of firepower with its SAP guns.
Absolutely.
Though obviously its torpedo angle is somewhat less useful.
Absolutely, yeah. So Sherman is it's a USN destroyer, so it has the USN smoke. However, it is very clunky, as it has no speed boost, and it has a really bad concealment compared to all of the other destroyers.
And it exchanges that for the Hydro, which is a rarity on US destroyers, and SAP guns, which can tear apart destroyers incredibly quickly. And even though in the competitive scene, Sherman is very unpopular, she's actually, in terms of the game overall, the most popular premium tier 10 destroyer.
Interesting.
So a lot of people do play her, and she's a ship that on occasion quite often is recommended.
Absolutely,
it's
it is a great ship to play.
It's a safe ship.
Absolutely.
And obviously we've seen a few, like Vermont has also been very present.
Absolutely. Vermont is one of the meta battleships currently due to the fact that it is in an unrestricted pool. So you can bring 2 Vermonts and you're not going into any pool restrictions. and it obviously brings the 457mm guns, which means you overmatch 30mm of armor, which is found on quite a lot of cruisers, especially Des Moines, which is the most played ship in the tournament.
And we've seen Vermont's influence games with single volleys.
Absolutely.
And then any ships that you were expecting to be more popular that haven't been?
Not really. I think the popularity of the ships has been relatively reasonable. I think there is no obvious outlier. However, I would like to point out the fact that Marseille is the second most banned ship in this tournament so far.
And Marseilles have had sort of a mixed impact. They've either done very well or not at all.
Yes, I would say this is likely due to the fact that Marseilles basically bring a brute force type of playstyle, where you would like to run 1 or 2 Marseilles, pair it with a minnow, maybe a Stalingrad, some sort of other ship that can bring the crossfire in, and then shove it in really hard and essentially just create some sort of disruptive opening. And teams generally prefer to not have these types of ships influence their games, because there is less things that you can do about it and more just play reactively into it.
Absolutely, and so obviously, the last best of 5 for today, the EU finals between 3X and Rain. We do have the picks and bans ready, so we can go over to the best of 5 screen. So Warriors Path, Loop, Shatter, Faroe Islands, and then finally Northern Waters. So Warriors Path, obviously, we just saw with Rain playing on it before.
Mm-hmm.
Do we expect that 3X will have seen what they did and play against that?
I would say that is something that they should do. I don't know if they would. It is likely that playing into a strat or trying to counter a strat is actually bad for yourself, because if you try to counter a strat and they don't do it, it would mean that you would end up in bad positions for your own ships. So I would say that starting off with 2 plans in mind and then seeing what ship composition the Rain brings, that is something that 3X will react on and may have 2 different strats that they can execute with the same ship lineup.
And obviously this is when the depth of tactics that these sorts of teams can bring to the play.
Absolutely. These teams are going to be, they're definitely capable of having many strats per map, per side, with various different ship lineups, including taking into consideration the fact that there's going to be banned ships. And so they will have ships that can do similar roles but play them differently, have similar-ish play styles, and replace them even if there is a different, like, unexpected ban, let's say.
So if we bring up the Warriors Path map and see what they've banned. So Des Moines and Stalingrad. So Des Moines is they said, very common ban,
yes,
but a very popular ship.
Yes.
So banning it means that the smoke comps tend to be less effective.
Absolutely.
But also a banning of a Stalingrad, I believe, is the first we've seen so far.
Yes, it is very interesting, because not only are you banning Des Moines, which means that you can now start playing Burgoyne, because Des Moines would be a hard counter almost to a Burgoyne. But then if you ban a Des Moines, then you usually end up playing Minotaurs. And then a Stalingrad is a potential counter to a Minotaur as well, because it brings high velocity AP with improved bounce angles and overmatch, crucially. So I'm going to predict that we see more Minotaurs in this game than any other ship for that matter.
So probably Mino Harrows working together?
Most likely.
I guess, and obviously this map does like the static cruisers.
Yes.
And Stalin being a staple of that, with Moskva and Petro being in a restricted category. I'm not sure what else you can put into those roles, because none of the other ships have the radar range to compensate.
No, not really. I'm expecting to see, due to the fact that Des Moines and Stalin are both banned, I'm expecting to see a Gdansk, since the Des Moines and the Gdansk share the same restriction pool. So it is likely we see a Gdansk, maybe a Ragnar instead, and definitely Minoharu is the pairing that I'm expecting to see. Unlikely to see Worcesters, given the fact that Stalin is like one of the main targets for a Worcester to farm down. Yeah, I think that about solidifies my proposed lineup. I'm expecting to see maybe Burgoynes as battleships, since there is no Des Moines threat. it is still a good idea to bring a Vermont if they want to. I am maybe seeing a Yamato from 3X since they like playing that. So, I don't know.
I wonder if we'll see a repeat of the Rain Preußen.
Possibly. The Preußen in the middle obviously was extremely impactful. However, it is in a position that has not as much protection from farming. So if there is a way to essentially perma-spot that, it will get farmed out pretty quickly.
Indeed, and also both teams are ready, so let's go to the map intro screen.
With more coastline than any country in the world, the nooks and crannies of the shores of northern Canada set the stage for a showdown between opposing fleets. Amidst the barren rocks and snow-capped peaks, only one team will remain unvanquished. This is Warrior's Path. Warrior's Path is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the extreme left, B is in the center, and C is on the far right. Given how the caps are arranged and how risky entering the B cap is in the early game, the most action is commonly found along the 1, 2, and 9, 10 lines. To the west, Cap A now no longer can be safely controlled with radars from nearby islands. Teams will have to rely on smokescreens and additional fire support to gain the upper hand in the battle for this capture point. Capture Area B is a difficult and challenging place to be in the early goings of a game. While the capture point was moved to a more central position, nearby islands still provide plenty of cover for radar cruisers, making this point exceptionally challenging to capture. Off to the east, the C cap offers solid cover for cruisers along the northwestern and southwestern edges, but precious little cover inside the cap itself. The long, narrow channel to the east that connects C to B is a frequent place to see pushes occur in the mid to late game, depending on the board positions of each team. Warrior's Path has a long and storied history within the tournament, having produced many close and competitive games. It begs the question, what memorable plays and matches will result this time around? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Warrior's Path.
And welcome back, everyone. These are the grand finals of the King of the Sea Regional EU. And yeah, I mean, Rain and 3X meeting yet again, off probably to hopefully another great best of 5 series. Let's talk lineups, Robin.
Let's do it. Yeah, this is an already interesting start because I don't know if you've already seen a 4 destroyer lineup on each teams so far, but this is definitely going to be interesting because both teams have forfeited HP for destroyer and double Minotaur. Very close lineup, you know, bringing a Moskva, etc. The difference is, of course, Vermont Bourgogne versus Kremlin Conqueror. Kremlin, we haven't seen that much during this, but everybody can remember how well 3X used to put Kremlins in play in previous King of the Seas. They make that battleship work extremely well into a defensive position. So let's see how it works on Warrior's Path here.
Yeah, I mean, we can already see double Kleber from Rain heading towards the Alpha Cap, obviously wanting to grab it incredibly early. I don't think that 3X will be in the position to actually do anything about it. Minotaur is still too far away. Gdansk is setting up towards a more central position at B Cap. Although, if we look at 3X's Kremlin spot right now, I do believe that they are setting up for some sort of C cap aggression. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to be sending Kremlin there.
We actually see Rain just completely forfeiting Bravo. They have no interest on getting into that cap. I'm not entirely sure. Like the tactic is obviously to focus on both flanks without any assets at all in B. Could this be problematic because maybe 3X will send the Gdansk into B and across?
I do believe at the moment that this bluff of sending incredibly dangerous destroyers on this map here for Rain is working out because, look, 3X has to respect it and they're not actually taking B cap right now. Because they can still expect Gdansk to be on B cap and they can't just immediately put themselves into it.
Look at Striver FX daring here. If he gets read out by Luka's Moskva, he will be able to get into cover, fair enough. He's setting up into a position where he can reverse and use the amazing daring acceleration to get away. But he will be facing Gdansk, gearing Minotaur, focus fire, I guess. And that Moskva is really safe for right now. If she stays just right here, if Lucas stays just right here, he won't really be focused down anyway, while having basically radar range on all three 3X's light ships, I'm going to call on.
And if you just look at the one line right now, look at those two Klebers actually running in and trying to spot something out. Problem for them now is the Kinemod actually gets smoked up, takes a big salvo from Malimo's Bourgogne, but yeah, now these two Klebers definitely have to bail.
And look at the torpedoes from the Harugumo. They might catch Bison and Antaro on their retreat. They're going to have to be extremely careful about these Klebers.
They're definitely very, very dangerous for them, although, of course, yeah, you said Klebers fast.
The slide on Antaro. Does he fit through? He fits through.
He fits through.
No, he takes the torpedo.
Oh, Jesus
He actually
Christ.
slides into it because of the border.
And now, of course, more torpedoes incoming, so he wants to get away from the border here, but how will he get caught up by this edge torpedo? No, he won't.
That is an unfortunate start for Antaro here in the Kleber, because obviously that destroyer does not have a heel.
At the same time, look at the Sea Cap. Shriver is taking tremendous damage here, obviously getting radared and peaked immediately by all this firepower that they have. I do believe that Shriver will just be going down.
Can they pick up the kid in time? Do they
This
have
would be
only
huge
the
for
Minotaur
him.
is firing? No. Vermont dust with the salvo here. Is it enough? They get him.
Yeah,
what
they
a
get him.
shot
That
from
is
Server
really,
Hopper.
really critical for Rain here to get Shriver killed so early, because obviously, yeah, this basically puts Rain at the upper hand here. So the 3X has to bail from Sea Cap here immediately. Having sent the Kremlin there, they wanted to do something aggressive, but yeah, they can't anymore. They have to bail completely.
And even Velex here is taking a lot of pain, because that radar also caught him off guard, and he loses virtually half his HP with torpedoes incoming. They die off because it's Gdansk and they don't have that much range. But that is an amazing start right now for Rain.
Yeah, I mean,
picking off a daring literally 5 minutes in the game.
And if you look at the map perspective right now, 3X is forced off on the A cap, forced to retreat with the Haruguma and Minotaur. So basically, Rain has A cap, and Rain has also picked up a kill on C cap. So yeah, impressive start to the game here for Rain.
We see the radar from 3X point basically spotting the real ship Shady, forcing him into cover, and basically stalling a little bit the cap on C. The only issue is once this radar goes down, the real ship Shady can just maneuver and get into Charlie, and that's going to give the cap advantage for Rain on top of the ship advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, 3X doesn't really know exactly how to respond right now. They're still very much respecting the fact that they could get spotted by Kleber if they want to move up.
And look at the rotation from Bison here. The Gdansk has captured Bravo, but he's rotating towards A, I believe, to try and counter that double Kleber. But Bison probably will just try to get B.
Yeah, I mean, Gdansk, as you said, rotated off. The only thing that's yeah, could be working for 3X in order to actually keep a B cap for a little bit would be Anleitung's radar with the Moskva.
But look at the Kremlin push here from 3X. They are going to start putting Kremlin into a very, very nasty crossfire. They try to get some assets to fight C off, even though they are in serious disadvantage. Rain's Gdansk Gangbarang finally going into C, and I don't know what can counter it. Nothing.
Yeah,
maybe.
this push seems a little bit disconnected from 3X's Kremlin, because obviously 3X Point and Vilex on the 10 line here, they are getting pushed off, just getting ground spotted by the gearing, not having radar ready. So this is a very disconnected play. And look at what Bison is doing with his Kleber. He's already rotating towards that Kremlin.
To try and get either a rush or some torpedoes. The only issue is if he spots the Moskva, if he briefly spots the Moskva, maybe the Bourgogne Malimu can realize where the Moskva is and get some crossfire. Malimu will definitely try to get some crossfire from the Bourgogne all the way to D3. So this is interesting. And Vermont as well, Dastard just coming in to counter that Kremlin.
Yeah, I mean, Kremlin is super excluded here, and they do not actually have any info that Bison is there, because Moskva maybe just wants to hold his radar here for potentially some DD touching B cap. At the same time, 3X is finally setting up the repush on the A cap with 4 ships, so that will happen. But for me, it's very interesting to see what actually will happen here in the center with the Kremlin and Vermont, potentially Kleber rush.
Remember, Anta lost so many hit points, and his first line against 3X's Gdansk, so if he's not careful, he might get caught and be focused by essentially everything that 3X has on the A cap. This could be very dangerous for Anta, actually.
Exactly, like they will actually now be able to pull all these ships now towards this Kremlin. You can
the salvo,
see
the Kremlin misses the salvo on Bison, essentially just saving his HP. They're doing a double rush right now on El Stackman with Vermont and Bison. Acknowledgments does not have firing angles on this Kleber. This is probably going to be a free kill and a massive Vermont salvo on the, I mean, not angled enough Snackman. They are going to pick off this Kremlin. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, and I do believe this is basically a 1-4-0 trade because they now can just sit into the Kremlin's face and trade it down. Of course, the Kleber torps come out, but I don't think they have to put themselves into the position to suffer from Allies' crossfire. And I do believe that Ally is probably the next one getting picked up here.
Torpedoes that Kremlin is gone. That is a 2-kill advantage right now for Rain. Just starting off extremely aggressive, extremely efficient, basically throwing 3Xs off balance, and yet the staging that they've made on A is yet to bear the fruits. Antaro got radared but managed to get away with 6,000 HP.
They may be
Lulu,
able
on the other
to,
hand.
they may be able to pick up Lulu here. He's still spotted. A couple of ships still shooting him. He's on 10k. Of course, that would be very crucial for 3X to
he has no heal for a minute.
That kill. Although it's looking very grim in the center, I must say, Anleitung obviously just getting pressured by this Vermont, and I mean, there's nothing he can do about it.
Conqueror salvo coming in from Angelstone into Lulu. Lulu sees it, turns out, is it going to be enough? He's under tremendous pressure, but he's surviving. He's living through it. The Harugumo, of course, just keeping Lulu spotted. I don't think he can get away from that, and they're eventually going to pick him off, I believe.
Yeah, he has a heal in 26, but I do believe that he's not going to get to the heal. In the meantime, they might pick up a cap right now, but as I was saying, Anleitung just suffering in front of this.
Look at the Minotaur torpedoes. Look at Lulu's torpedoes on Gdansk here. Is he going to be able to accelerate in time? Is he going to be able to accelerate in time? He might be taking one here. Gdansk is not a Kleber. He's taking a Minotaur torpedoes, and that's a lot of damage here.
Goes down to 6k HP, which further just diminishes his abilities to take part in this this fight here.
Acknowledgments actually holding his own right now in very dire situation. Of course, Vermont overmatched the upper nose of Moskva, but...
Yeah, it's only a matter of time until he goes down. I mean, these torpedoes from Kleber are coming in. If he goes forward, then immediately Moskva is going to have a crossfire. It's just a very dire situation. He will eat one torpedo. Vermont chunks him for a huge salvo, and yeah, 7k,
They're eventually going to pick him off,
quickly.
yeah, of course. So, okay, 3X actually managed to get the cap back, but once the Moskva goes down, Bison can just waltz into B, without anything to counter it. So that cap advantage they have while they pick off.
Oh, and
Antaro
actually, yeah, Antaro goes down, which we have totally missed. I don't think that was actually something that, maybe a little bit of a mistake there to lose Antaro, but...
and now Malimu under tremendous pressure. They're going to trade ships again. 3X is starting to trade ships. They know they don't have the advantage right now.
And they very much need to, because, yeah, I mean, they need to get the kill on Malimu here quickly and then put their attention towards the B cap. So, Kinimod is still spotted. Shots go out.
That dispersion doesn't look good at all.
3k HP left.
Completely misses.
Will Malimo get another shot off? He has reload boost active.
No, he
does.
He does.
Shell comes out. Is it gonna be dangerous for Kinimod?
No.
No.
He survives.
Not really. Of course, now Rain knows this. They need to take B cap before the ships from 3X are in a position to defend it. So you see Kleber rushing immediately towards the B cap here. I do believe that this is a straight pickup because, as I said, no one is able to really defend it very well.
Nobody as well. Server Hopper is going to take it a little bit easy. You can see the Vermont trying to take some cover, take it easy. 3X still has Harugumo and Minotaur on that H line here, but it's just a matter of how they're going to use this to crossfire whatever is going to be coming out of C towards B. Once they capture Bravo, Rain is going to have to anchor down, in my opinion, and wait for a 3X's move. And that's actually kind of rare because most of the time it's the other way around. 3X has such dominance over the cap and then wait for the enemy team to push into them.
Yeah, the way it worked out in the center for 3X was very far away from optimal. They've lost the Kremlin basically for free. Then the Moskva got killed as well. They didn't have any forces to actually defend these two ships because every other ships were so occupied on the flanks. And I don't really believe that 3X is in a good position to come back. I mean, it's 1 minute and 40 seconds until Rain wins.
Gearing torpedoes as well. Points from 3X does not have. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. These were Minotaur torpedoes, not gearing, so they don't have the range that off. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously 3X can only have one task. They have to send in someone into BCAP, otherwise it's just all over. But yeah, I mean, Server Hopper Dastard has a lot of HP still that he can play around with. Gang as well in his Gdansk now trading into Minotaur.
We are going to see a face-off here, yeah, against that Vermont and the Conqueror. Kleber torpedoes going towards Angelstone as well. This is very dire for 3X. Kinemod under a lot of pressure here. Some blind fires, some fires as well. He's on 9k HP, burning a heal, but it's one of his last one actually.
Yeah. Well, it's his second to last one, but nevertheless, I mean, he's in not a good position. He was forced to open up, which further diminishes his progress on towards the BCAP, where 3X needs to really go. And it's again 40 seconds.
Look at Bison and Gdansk both rotating and trying to get on that Harugumo here. Gangbearing has the radar ready, burns it on Marcelo as he smokes, and they're going to be able to kill it.
Really dangerous, yeah. I mean,
Kinemod is coming back with the radar as well against Gangbearing, but I mean, is it going to be enough to save Marcelo?
I don't think so, because the damage that Gdansk and Kleber can put out in such a short amount of time is really incredible. Marcelo goes unspotted, but the blind shots may be able to actually pick him up here.
And the torpedoes too.
Torpedoes come in, he is angled towards these torpedoes. They're looking for these blind shots. Great dodge by Marcelo, but still, okay, Angel put himself into the BCAP to stop the points ticking, but still 3X desperately needs a kill here. And I struggle to find a ship that 3X can pick up at the moment.
This is actually very interesting because they need to contest Angelstone now. He's going to get the cap in 4 seconds, and I see no shells going that way. Meanwhile, Server Hopper under a lot of pressure.
5 seconds, 1 second until Rain victory here. They couldn't claw it back in time.
Look at this.
Yeah, not enough time for 3X to actually get it back. These mistakes in the center actually cost them very badly, and yeah, maybe a little bit unexpectedly, Rain picks up the first game here, so we're already setting ourselves up for an awesome final.
Rain warmed up for from that amazing best of 5 that they just showcased us, literally taking the first win on 3X, and I will say it, I'm sorry, but breaking that really unfortunate streak that's been haunting them for so long.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to see,
no,
in my opinion.
It's good to see because obviously one team domination is never something that can be exciting over a long period of time. So
of course.
It's great that we go into this final with Rain picking up the first match, because we're guaranteed to see like another 2, maybe, you know, another 3 as well, depending on if 3X can come back from this or not. Yeah, let's see what Baz and Kilburn have to say about that.
That was a very decisive victory in Rain's case.
It was very decisive, surprisingly enough. That I think it started off with the Daring potentially overstaying his welcome on the sea cap. He didn't really know what was on the other side from Rain. He got radared and died. It's very rare to see a Daring usually die from one radar due to its like amazing maneuverability. Obviously it has a heal. Maybe he overstayed his welcome, maybe he was just, you know, a bit greedy. Who knows? That definitely started off the snowballing.
Certainly, because like losing that Daring opens up that flank, and then a Mino and another destroyer don't really have an awful lot of staying power to stop anything pushing through that. Then obviously the Kremlin of 3X commits forward into a position where if it's supported, it can be very strong.
Absolutely.
But obviously the angle just wasn't quite there.
No.
The Vermont again demonstrating its immense firepower.
Yes.
And the Kleber rush coming off for Rain this time.
Yes, I think the Kleber rush especially. The Kremlin going into the channel is obviously a very strong position for the Kremlin. However, given the fact that both of the Klebers were not spotted after the initial engagement with the destroyer, where one of them actually ate a torp, they could have just rotated over. And that is exactly what has happened. And I think the Vermont was actually just going there anyway, and it was going to be a Kleber rush to secure the kill on the Kremlin. It was just like a backup.
Certainly, yes, and obviously with the loss of the Kremlin, that opens up the middle of the map. 3X's Moskva is then left completely unsupported.
Absolutely.
Trying to last as long as they can, but they just have too much firepower directed at them.
Absolutely. Given the fact that they lost Sea quite early in the game, Rain ships pushed through sea and made sure that the Moskva couldn't reverse, and as a result was forced to essentially just tank a Vermont and a Kleber that was in his face. And at that point, it's just a matter of time. You can't effectively ever 1v1 a Vermont in a Moskva.
Not at all.
Especially at that type of range. And he went down, and I think that at that point the game was kind of over. But the 3x rotation towards mid was interesting. If they got some kills, perhaps it would have been a bit closer, but the problem was that Rain had set up perfectly to defend the B cap, and then they had the points advantage, which they just sat on.
Yeah, they got the camp that they needed, and they just held on. Obviously, the 3x push on the A flank was successful. They did get all those ships killed, but the time it took them to go up there to get those kills to then come back, the point ticker just run away from them.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, as we say, a very decisive victory for Rain. Very good start for them, especially given they've just come off a 3-2 nail-biting series to go into the finals against a fresh team and to come out with the first win.
Absolutely. Maybe it's not a burn thing. Maybe it's them just getting warmed up. The best of 5 warmed them up for a amazing series against 3x. Maybe this is how they break the curse.
I certainly hope we see it. It would be fantastic. And also, for everyone viewing on Twitch, you can now redeem distant voyage containers with Twitch drops. Sorry, channel points.
That is very cool.
Yes, get your premium and permanent camouflages and such.
Ooh.
Special ones. So hopefully we should have the render ready in a moment, so we can go back and through that. Do you think there was at any point when 3x could have recovered?
Possibly.
Was the Kremlin committal needed?
I would say that due to the fact that they didn't know where the Klebers were, and given the fact that Kleber is such a great rushing ship, I would have expected to see maybe a Moskva radar before he had committed to that position. Maybe on the island before he jumped finally into the channel itself, he would have got an info radar out of the Moskva and then jumped over. But unfortunately, some things are missed, and as a result, he was guaranteed to die. It was one of the things that would have decided the game, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always a bit of a risk to throw in a battleship into a very contested patch of water.
Absolutely. Without support, any battleship, doesn't matter what it is, Kremlin, Schlieffen, Vermont, all of these battleships are amazing, but they are all amazing with support.
Absolutely, and so expanding on the distance voyage containers, so for 10,000 channel points you can redeem more signals containers, 30,000 points a coal and green bonus container, and for 50,000 points some distant voyage containers, which are all pretty good given how many Twitch points you can earn.
Absolutely, and especially with the predictions that are going on during these games, you can get even more points.
Absolutely, some people have made great profits.
Yes.
A couple 500,000 winners here and there. So, analysts, having watched it, what do you think how it went?
I mean, incredible game, of course. You know, it was, again, back and forth, like a lot of early mistakes maybe happened, which cost 3x, for instance, dearly, losing that daring there in the process, not realizing that he was a radar for so long, maybe just overstaying his welcome, as you guys have said already. And yeah, really well done on Rain to just take advantage of these mistakes from 3x being handed to them. And yeah, we see again and again, you know, 3x, great name, great players, but as long as teams make mistakes and the other team can capitalize on them, it doesn't matter who you are going to suffer. So yeah, just well done by Rain. What do you think, Robin?
I mean, I don't have many things to add. It was a great game. I felt like Rain really was on top of their game, especially with that Kleber rotation. They had a very unfortunate start with one of the Kleber eating that unfortunate border slide torpedo, and that could have been actually very bad. But the other one who went out unscathed ended up rotating the entire time getting that Kremlin in the end, that Vermont salvo into this angle Kremlin was ridiculous as well.
No, it was.
But again, as the studio says, Baz and Kilobin said, that Kremlin should have gotten a little bit more support from the Moskva, because they sort of knew, when they rotated the Gdansk away from B, they knew that the moment they're going to realize this, B would be basically opened. So again, as you mentioned, mistakes happen, and Rain this time really emphasized on these mistakes and got a very deserved win in my opinion. So
yeah,
nothing is out of the bag yet. You know, there's still minimum 3 more games to go. So, you know, everything is possible.
Okay.
And I can't wait to see what happens.
No, absolutely. And so the teams are ready for the next game, so we're going to skip the render. So let's jump to the second map screen. So Loop.
Loop, okay.
Des Moines and Stalin bands again.
No, it's Daring and Vincent bands. So 3X is playing from the Alpha spawn, so they're going to be playing on the north side, and it is Daring and St. Vincent ban from Rain. Daring was banned by 3X, and this is infamously a map that usually has Darings in the middle, which means now the fact that there is no Darings in the middle, it means that there is less likely of the B cap being flipped. So it's a C cap, I believe, but
yeah,
the mid cap being flipped by a Daring, because usually you would want a Daring in the middle and supported by maybe a Moskva, maybe a Des Moines. Yesterday we saw Rain play 2 Des Moines behind the B cap, with a Vincent being smoked up into a forward position, as well as a Vermont was being smoked into a forward position with a Vincent nearby it, and they were playing for a hard control towards the home cap and the middle cap.
All right, so both teams are ready, so let's go to the video.
Along the Portuguese coast lies a crossing of sea lanes critical to the survival of opposing fleets. Surrounded by towers of crimson sedimentary rock and the expanse of the blue Atlantic, these two fleets will soon engage in trial by combat, where only one team can claim victory. This is Loop. Loop is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A and B caps are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this new configuration, Loop now has 2 capture points on the west side of the map that can be seen as teams' home caps. Teams will now have to weigh whether it is worth deploying more ships west to try and capture the enemy home cap, or merely defend and attempt to break through elsewhere. In the center of the map, capture point C has been greatly reduced in size. It'll be far more challenging for destroyers to comfortably capture this point without sufficient support from teammates and nearby radar cruisers. On the eastern side of the map, capture point D was moved further east. Destroyers wishing to capture this point will no longer find the safety of the island in the middle of the cap and face the threat of enemy radar or even enemy hydro from nearby islands. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Loop.
Welcome back everyone to this second game of Best of 5 Rain versus 3X, and we are off to an interesting start here in terms of layout. Rain brings double Vermont, Worcester, Petropavlovsk, Minotaur, and again 4 destroyers with the double Kleber that were running on Warrior's Pass for the previous game. Angelstone only has 3 destroyers this time, and also brings a Grozovoy. What do you have to make of this, Blood?
I mean, Grozovoy pick probably just to get somewhere fast. Like you can see him heading towards the sea cap right now. Grozovoy is an unusual pick, but it has the speed to go into places very quickly. So it'll be interesting to see what he does in sea. Interesting to point out maybe that they have 2 Klebers Rain side, but Bison is actually running the legendary upgrade, which gives him a far better concealment. So maybe they want to use Antaro as like a gunboat Kleber, and Bison on the other hand is much more of the spotting type.
It's a very good point actually. Bison will basically not be the gunboat destroyer that Kleber can be, because the unique upgrade severely reduces the reload time of Kleber's main guns.
Exactly, and very interestingly we see 3X immediately heading into this sea capture point here.
The Gdansk will have the radar.
Take it super early. Yeah, I mean, the Worcester actually radars first here, but
the question is, what ship will be? Klebers might have the range on Grozovoy, but I think from that distance it's very unlikely.
Yeah, from that distance it's super unlikely to actually get it, and I don't think that anyone of Rain has the shots to defend it.
Very good play from 3X of getting the central cap that early.
Fast pickup.
Now the question is,
capture point.
can they actually pull the Grozovoy away from this position without losing him, or at least him being crippled for the rest of the game?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Worcester Radar goes on for a very long time, so he's going to be pinned for a little bit longer here.
You see the double Kleber getting D as well. Basically, nobody can also counter them in terms of either spotting or radar, and they're gonna get the cap before that.
Yeah, very interesting. Look, I mean, if you just take a look at what Point is doing in this Marseille, he's getting smoked by Villa here in his gearing, probably to set himself up for entering some sort of island position here. Usually teams do that to break line of sight and get a better entry for the Marseille. So I do suspect he wants to go for the E8 rock here close to the D cap.
Yeah, Grozovoy holding its own right now, having lost a little bit of HP from the Gdansk. Gangbearing, on the other hand, taking a just, you know, not really out-trading against that Grozovoy very nicely. Yeah, this is very interesting. Meanwhile, on A, we haven't really seen what's going on. They've sent a lone San Martin here to capture Alpha and basically just alone defend this against a Harugumo and a Minotaur.
And Point is actually now charging out of his smoke screen on the D-cap here, getting spotted, and the probably incoming salvo soon from Malimo here. Vermont will be the one that does something against Point heading towards this very aggressive position. Maybe Artorios in his Petropavlovs can also get a crossfire. We will see how this goes. But Point is definitely just going in here.
The only thing as well is that even if it gets to cover, he has Amazing with the Worcester that can just surface spot him, leaving Malimo with basically shots on him. Severhopper missing the 22-kilometer salvo
and
now, from the Vermont. Here comes the Malimo salvo.
Here comes the Malimo salvo. Of
That's
course.
looking awfully good. Yeah.
Oh, that is really big damage here. So
the Marseille cannot really hide from the Worcester. I believe maybe, yeah. I think the Marseille will be able to anchor down here,
but maybe continuous blind fire will come in here from Amazing. Actually no, this position looks incredibly safe, if I may say.
Especially with Kinemod countering any Kleber spotting with his radar and forcing them away. Now Veil X is going to go into Delta, and nothing can really spot him to contest D, which means 3X might get a 3-point advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen this a couple of times where if you get points ticking super quick, especially on this map.
Never mind me, sorry. The Petropavlovs from Astorius actually spots the gearing. They were sort of ready for this, and now he has a double Kleber basically contesting him and firing back.
Yeah, really long-range shots coming out from Serverhopper Dastard here onto Marseille. Does he actually clip him?
Does
it's
actually.
Not but it's not enough, not a lot of damage here, and I can see the gearing is probably just going to try to reverse back into this capture point, although Entaro has sent out his torpedoes onto the contest spot, so we may see some dangerous torpedoes heading towards it.
Do you think Entaro, I mean, the gearing has smoke. Do you think Entaro is going to try to contest this? 3X is sending Grozovoy to assist that D-cap as well, so these Klebers have to be really careful. Bison might also have to deal with gearing torpedoes, but they are sending him to outspot the gearing because he's running the legendary upgrade, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, Vilix getting caught here probably.
But the Marseille points reversing into it. Only 2 guns on Bison knocks him out to 9,000 hit points. He's not using the booster yet, but Bison is being pushed away quite heavily here.
Yeah, I mean, probably just a very good setup here to actually catch out this Kleber. But Vilix is getting continuously torpedoed, so he still has to be very, very careful.
Bison goes dark here, but he's on 4,500 HP. That's really, really dangerous for him, especially because he's the one supposed to spot and get into danger.
You can see that Rain now starts to push on the A side here, probably wanting to make something happen. Very good radar actually comes out from Faster Motion, catching this immediately. So good awareness on his part. Let's see how these trades will go.
At least Lulu is sort of safe. Oh, that's a Citadel actually from the San Martin. San Martin's AP is not to be trifled with. Lulu has to be very careful about this. He is
No,
safe
definitely not.
from Angelstone's Vermont. Although, oh, never mind, the salvo is out. Does Lulu realize that there's a gap right here on the Vermont salvo? Ooh, he gets really lucky
He
with
realizes
that one.
it slows down in time.
Yeah. San Martin from 3X. Suffering a little bit.
Oh, big hit actually coming out from the Vermont across the map here, which probably will mean that Faster Motion has
he have a heal?
already burnt his heal, and he's now on 5.8k HP, and obviously he's not going dark, so this is gonna just be a pickup
18
for Rain.
seconds for his heal. He had enough, but no, he's going down. He's actually going down.
This
That's
is
the first
huge
blood.
for Rain, because now they actually can take this A capture point relatively easily, and Angelstone has to just bail from this immediately.
Incoming blind fire on the real ship Shady. I think he was actually spotted. Really minimal damage.
Oh, Grozavoid taking a big hit here while contesting the D point. So, yeah, I mean, it's Rain just making it very difficult
More blind fire pouring through
for
actually.
3X to actually get this capture point.
He doesn't have DCP and is burning, which means that he's gonna actually bleed a little bit of point. His heal is active, but only for 7 more seconds. Yeah, that's very impressive. Somehow, Rain's Harugumo is not going into A, probably because they think that Striver in the Gdansk will counter it. I wonder why they just try to stalemate this and not actually taking Alpha, because they have all advantage to take it right now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're a little bit afraid of a potential Gdansk rotation, I'm not sure, but Alpha will definitely fall into Rain's hands here relatively soon. There's nothing to stop the Harugumo from reversing there.
Meanwhile, Amazing spotted here, trying to get into Charlie, spotted by the Gdansk and Angelstone with the Vermont salvo. Worcester is not equipped to bounce Vermont shells. Let's see how much damage he can put on Amazing.
Yeah, he's still full HP, so this salvo might actually hurt him. Not too bad for him here. But yeah, obviously Amazing is going to look for contesting C-Cap here, because the only thing stopping him from doing that is Vermont, and Vermont is going to get pushed away because of A-Cap falling into Rain's hands.
Yeah, but I mean, look, Ikeon Litung has radar ready on Worcester. The moment Angelstone's guns go back online, they're going to call to radar and try to get another salvo on Rain's Worcester here.
Yeah, I believe 3X is just trying to pick up this Petropavlovsk kiting away, although it's getting increasingly difficult because Malimo is obviously holding this angle. So Kinemot actually cannot push any further other than this rock position that he reached.
That's true. Artorius will have to be kiting, even though the Vermont, even though Malimo is here with the support, but they are sending both Klebers. Rain is rotating both Kleber to try and deal with that C situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, 3X doesn't really have any ship that can stop a Kleber from just sitting inside the C-Cap, because they've lost control over the complete west side of the map here. So Rain staying calm and collected and actually pulling off great rotations.
Essentially, 3/4 of the map are currently controlled by Rain.
Yes, exactly.
They are kiting with the Petropavlovsk on
having
Vermont.
such a fast progress on A-Cap against that San Martin actually was crucial for them, because now they can enclose around 3X incredibly quickly. And now you can see Entaro with his Kleber just basically going into this the C-Cap, or attempting to go.
The Petropavlovsk is ready for him though, which could be problematic. He is spotted, no need for radar. Actually, this is proxy spot. But they also have staged the Vermont and the Gdansk to try and get into Charlie. Torpedoes going towards Gangbarang, they die off. Yeah, they're gonna put Server Hopper Dust here into Charlie to try and get that cap back.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously 3X is still in the points lead, but Rain is setting the positions up in order to actually, you know, brute force themselves into C-Cap here. Anleitung has Hydro active, but yeah, I believe
he also has to deal with long-range Vermont salvo, because Malimu now has him in his sights.
He dodges the torpedoes, so very well done by him. And yeah, 3X pulling the Kremlin actually back from the D-Cap to do something against the brute forcing of Rain towards
Rain has to
here.
act though. They have to act now because 3X has the point advantage, not by much, really not by much, but they still need to get C. They still need to claw that point advantage just by 10 points. And they're doing it with Antaro here. They are going to basically slap him behind this island and hopefully contest the point. Once they get the advantage, which is going to be literally in a few seconds, Rain has to anchor down and chill, in my opinion.
Exactly. I mean, now it's all about the fight on C cap here, because as soon as this capture point flips, then yeah, I mean, Rain can just contest it and are already winning. I mean, look at the points right now. Basically, 3x will need a kill here in order to actually flip it, because Rain contesting it for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, but Anti is under tremendous fight. I thought he was going to try to get close to the island, but that's all they needed. They only needed to get that point advantage, which they have now. So now Anti can run away, and that's all Rain has to do for 45 more seconds.
Yes, exactly. And are they going to be able to pick up any kills here in time? I don't think so. I mean, Malimo is still very healthy. Petropavlos can run away.
The 3x
Obviously,
is doing
Rain
the same
realizes
thing,
this and yeah, just basically not giving them anything.
3x is doing the same thing. 3x is going to put the Petropavlovsk into the cap and maybe at the very last seconds counter that point advantage they have and maybe back the win.
I mean,
the
they already
should have
own the
stayed
cap,
in
but
there.
it's not enough. Like it's 18 seconds, and they need to pick up a kill. They can't contest any cap. They can't get any kill. Or
Oh
maybe
my goodness.
Malimo. No, but maybe Malimo, is he able to get killed here? This battleship. Oh Jesus! I completely missed that. Yeah. So yeah.
Rain with the death strike on the Petropavlovsk. That is amazing.
Yeah, I completely missed that. That was my bad. But yeah, I mean, obviously 3x being in a desperate position, needing to go somewhere, and yeah, I mean, incredible display from Rain. And
3x could have won this if the Petropavlovsk didn't go down. It was literally on a 10-second timer on both teams at a few seconds left. Nail biter on this one, and Rain gets the second win.
Yeah, I mean, what a game, what a shock. I mean, this goes completely against everything that we've expected from this final. So now it's just Rain needing to get one more game, and they are the EU winners of this tournament. Will 3x be able to come back from this?
That's
what
up
do
to
you
the
think?
studio to analyze this at this point.
Wow.
Another decisive victory for Rain.
Yes, they have been playing so well.
Yes, no, absolutely. Taking out the San Martin, opening up the home cap, letting that point tick, and just so that all they had to do was get Intaro in there for 6 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a matter of reading the game. They realized that all they needed to do was contest the cap for a little bit, stop the point gain for 3x. As soon as they had the point lead, they left, played to live, and won the game with that.
Indeed, and 3x seemed to struggle to put down Rain's ships.
Absolutely.
Certainly got good hits in, but not enough to put them down.
Yes, quite a lot of good shots from both teams. 3x also did really well to try and stop these DDs from doing whatever they wanted to. Unfortunately, they put them down to low HP sometimes, were unable to finish the kill.
I think we can both agree that the loss of 3x's San Martin is probably the beginning of the end.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very clear Rain-favored kill, and you don't expect a San Martin to die, really.
No, especially from a Vermont on the opposite side of the map.
Absolutely. That was a absolutely crazy shot. And then a similarly crazy shot at the end of the game to devastate a Petro.
Yeah, which is certainly something you do not see.
No, I don't think we have seen a Petro being dev struck in a very long time.
Not at this level of competitive, no.
No, definitely not.
I mean, they had no choice. They had to put a ship in there anyway.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
But even at that point, if you're in a Petro and you're forced into those sorts of situations, you can kind of rely on the ship not tearing itself apart.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is just so resilient. It's not that big of a ship by itself, and the Citadel is hard to hit. Maybe they would have had a little bit of more time and could have clawed a kill back. They would have won the game with it.
All right, so let's go to the render. So as was pointed out, one of the Rain Klebers was actually running unique upgrade, which means he's much more stealthy, but he does pay in gunpowder.
Yes.
So these two Klebers running together aren't what you'd normally expect.
No, definitely not. So the legendary upgrade Kleber has a 5.6 kilometer concealment, which is equivalent to like a Shimakaze.
But it's extremely fast.
Oh, sorry, I think it's a 6 kilometer concealment, my bad.
So they managed to get the D cap. Obviously, 3x managed to get the center cap, which is a very difficult cap to get, especially with the Des Moines ban. You can't as easily put an anti-destroyer cruiser in that area to keep it safe. And so this back and forth over D, like the Marseille does suffer getting to the island,
But he gets there eventually.
He does, but like the amount of delaying that Rain achieve on the decap against 3X, so that the point tick is even.
Absolutely.
Definitely gave them the opportunity late game, where the points were so close.
Especially given the fact that 3X got the C cap immediately at the start of the game, with the Grozova just going in there, basically uncontested, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so obviously there is the San Martin fight. He pops a heal.
Yep.
He's getting away. Vermont then is reloading. And so San Martin goes down off after all that focus fire. That means 3X's Vermont has no support. The Gdansk doesn't come back to help.
No.
Maybe that was a mistake?
I
Maybe
would
not.
say it wasn't a mistake purely because of the fact that there was a Gdansk pushing the 4 line, and there was also Minnow in the smoke at A. So with the 2 radars there, if he tried to contest that, he would likely have died and then sped up the game into their loss.
But like the point ticks are just so close. Like at this point, they're only 11 points apart.
Absolutely.
And so Rain obviously noticed like all they have to do is delay.
Yes.
They don't need to cap.
They just need to contest the cap for 3 ticks, and then they are in a winning position.
And at that point, obviously, 3X have to commit to try and get something. And obviously, the Vermont that makes that final kill is almost dead at this point.
Yes.
And with that final salvo, manages to take out the Petro and then goes down.
Yeah.
If you flip those kills, it's a different story.
Yes, if you flip those kills, 3X wins immediately. If you don't get that kill, Rain wins. If you do get that kill, Rain still wins.
Yeah.
And so, as a result, Rain did win that one. Now it's a 2-0 for Rain.
So 3X have got to get it together.
They need to pull a shaft and then win the last map as well.
Indeed. So obviously we're going into a very interesting potentially last game, or potentially merely game 3 of a series.
Potentially, yes.
So if we can bring up what the third map will be, it'll be Shatter, a map that we've seen Rain dominate on earlier today.
Yes, absolutely. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Kremlin Schlieffen push again.
Certainly possible, but having displayed that openly, do you think they'd risk it? Or do you think 3X will
They probably could risk it, given the fact that they also did use that strat multiple times in the group stage of the tournament. So 3X will have seen it plenty of times by now.
So I guess we'll see if 3X deploy a counter strat or something else.
Yes.
So if we can bring up the Shatter map itself with the bands. So Kleber and Des Moines. So no Kleber rush this time.
No Kleber rush this time. But you could replace it with a Marshal.
You could, but it's less effective.
Absolutely. The damage of the tops are definitely lower, and as a result, it's harder to outright kill a battleship.
Obviously, with the Des Moines bands, we're probably going to see more Minotaurs again.
Possibly, yes. I think both of these teams are very capable with playing minnows, and they have more than enough experience to not do anything stupid in them and explode randomly.
You'd hope so.
I hope so.
Obviously, maybe we finally see some Gudens, or maybe just some more
Possibly.
conventional.
It really depends on the strat that both teams are playing. If they're playing a more control-heavy strat, I can definitely see some Gudens, maybe some Trumps. The airstrikes are definitely going to be very helpful in this map, since most of the islands are really good positions for any cruiser to stay on, and having those airstrikes will allow them to dig them out of those positions.
Indeed. So we're just waiting for both teams to get ready. Obviously, Rain will be riding high.
Absolutely.
3X probably checking the great tome of strats, figuring out what they can pull out. But obviously, they've got all to play for. Even though both of these teams will go through to the internationals.
Yes, they're just playing for seeding for the internationals as of now. But they're also playing for the EU King of the Sea Championship.
Absolutely, not to mention the bragging rights.
Absolutely. Those are the most important.
So hopefully teams should be ready shortly. So other than the amazing best of 5 we saw earlier, what has been your favourite game so far?
That is very difficult to say. I would have to say it's the best of 5.
Any one of them in particular?
Map 3.
I'm leaning Estuary.
Yeah, Estuary was map 3, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it was. And yeah, that not only was that a map that we rarely see, but it was also a very interesting one and could have gone either way.
Very close indeed.
And wow, like both teams made some interesting plays. Both teams came in clutch, and in the end, it was literally a matter of who goes and plays it better in the micros of the game.
Yeah, like these games are like won by inches.
Absolutely.
And so both teams are ready, so if we can go over to the map intro screen.
Along the Portuguese coast lies a crossing of sea lanes critical to the survival of opposing fleets. Surrounded by towers of crimson sedimentary rock and the expanse of the blue Atlantic, these two fleets will soon engage in trial by combat, where only one team can claim victory. This is Loop. Loop is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A and B caps are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this new configuration, Loop now has 2 capture points on the west side of the map that can be seen as teams' home caps. Teams will now have to weigh whether it is worth deploying more ships west to try and capture the enemy home cap, or merely defend and attempt to break through elsewhere. In the center of the map, capture point C has been greatly reduced in size. It'll be far more challenging for destroyers to comfortably capture this point without sufficient support from teammates and nearby radar cruisers. On the eastern side of the map, capture point D was moved further east. Destroyers wishing to capture this point will no longer find the safety of the island in the middle of the cap and face the threat of enemy radar or even enemy hydro from nearby islands. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Loop.
And welcome back to the Grand Finals. This best of 5 currently led 2-0 by Rain. This is match point for them, so let's see what 3X can bring to potentially extend this series. Yeah, let's talk about lineups here.
Pressure is on for 3X right now. Pressure is on, but at the same time, Rain cannot just take this for granted because this might go very wrong for them as well, especially on the map like Shatter. I'm seeing an interesting pick in terms of battleship for 3X here, taking Schlieffen and Preußen. Very close range sort of battleships, Hydro.
Indeed.
Because they, I think, assume that they're going to basically hold caps with Hydro behind islands with his battleship, staging pushes with Schlieffens.
Yeah, I believe these battleships are tailored towards staying a little bit closer to the center, just because they want to make use of the Hydro and the secondaries, like you've said. Yeah, let's check the deployment on the Rain side here. I'm very interested to see. So they sent Stalingrad. I don't think they will be sending Stalingrad to the usual 7-line rock because it is having a little bit wider approach here. So just switching things up yet again. We can also spot the Marceau from 3X is actually heading towards the Bravo point here, maybe wanting to pick it up quickly, so to get the points ticking, just as they did in the last game, but surely that doesn't mean anything, like we've seen. So yeah, but wanting to take an advantage early, obviously with the Marceau, you can do that.
And I don't think they have anything to counter this Marceau. They have no radars, no surface spotting, so 3X is going to get the central cap advantage very early on. I don't know. This might come to be a problem for Rain on the long run if they don't put assets to try to contest B. But at the same time, it's too
yeah, which currently they do not actually send any DDs towards the Bravo cap. So I believe this capture point will be ticking for them for 3X here for quite a while. So yeah, also interesting, just as we pointed out, Stalingrad is getting sent wide by Rain. 3X is sending the Petropavlovsk on the 3-line also a little bit wider, so maybe both of the teams looking to put a 12-kilometer radar a little bit closer onto these flanking positions.
What I'm realizing is, though, 3X does not have radar on C. They will potentially have the Marceau to try and help, but in terms of radar coverage, Moskva, Stalingrad, San Martin, Striver FX here might be on the back foot if he tries to contest Charlie.
Oh, of course. I mean, if he sticks there for too long, Moskva obviously coming in, daring will be having shots, so the radars are going to be there. Although I don't think it looks like as if Striver is contesting the C-cap. I think they very much know that they're not in a position to do so right now.
We're going to see a lot of action coming in here against Rain's daring anti-row. He's going to poke the cap, get read out instantly, of course, by Kinemod on the Minotaur. He has cover. So perhaps he can stay safe, but these Minotaur salvos could,
Oh, they,
really hurt
they
him.
definitely hurt.
That is not a good start for Antaro here, losing half his HP in 2 salvos from Minotaur. Harugumo from 3x, Vlex here, is going to also get angles and start pouring 100mm HE on him. Antaro is in trouble. He has to disengage as soon as he can.
Yeah, I mean, the radar is still on for 25 seconds. He's still very deep in it, so he's going to bleed some more HP here.
He will get out of it literally right now. Oh, easy though. He like him trying to juke the shells, make him slow down and remain in the hail of fire from 3x.
Yeah,
we might see like a reverse happening. You know, Rain losing a daring very early here. No.
Yeah, Salem shots also coming in, but Antaro doing a good job of slowing down there at the end.
Yeah, daring is an extremely hard destroyer to hit just because of that engine. It's not a fast ship, but it can duke for sure.
Indeed. So yeah, very interesting to see here what teams are going to be doing. Interesting Petro position as well. He's just sitting there in smoke. Actually, never mind. He's just driving into the A-cap, it seems. So. Yeah.
Oh, he wants to keep the pressure on Antaro here. The radar is going to be on the Gdansk and Antaro for a little while.
And he's still spotted, and you can bet that Malimo is looking at this and thinking to himself, okay, I'm just going to wait until this Petro does this final turn towards this rock, because surely the Petropavlovsk wants to go and hide from the Vermont here.
He only has a few seconds left to take that salvo. This Petro might as well be crossfired by this. Incoming Vermont
Shot comes
salvo.
out.
He's angled enough.
Oh yeah, he's angled enough this time. He doesn't get caught out.
Petropavlovsk is ridiculous.
Now it's a little bit tricky for him to make this turn. Let's see if he actually manages to do so. Yeah, just creeping forward slowly but surely. I do believe he's in a safe position now, though.
The issue is, like, the Salem cannot really push forward to contest this because he has a Minotaur and a Harugumo to deal with right now. Although, yes, amazing. Use the rather short-range radar from the Salem to give eyes on Gangbarang, so he can reset the Petropavlovsk.
And he definitely, Anleitung definitely can't reverse it too far, because obviously the Wehrmacht will still be looking for this shot. I do believe he realizes this.
He knows, of course.
Gives Gangbarang an opportunity to put a lot of damage onto this Petropavlovsk here. Obviously torpedoes heading his way as well.
In the meantime, 3x trying to stage some sort of counter push on Charlie. They have rotated the Marceau after he kept Bravo to try maybe and reverse into C, bleed some points. But I mean, with the amount of ships ready and basically having the entirety of the cap covered with the Moskva, Stalingrad, even San Martin, it's going to be a very difficult endeavor for Flashbang here.
Yeah, I'm just further looking at this A-cap here. Anleitung still not really being in a very good spot. Like, Daring is now sending his torpedoes towards him. It's gonna be very tricky for him to actually live for long term. Maybe
there needs to be more blind fire on that Petropavlovsk. They can't allow him to get A.
Oh, actually, Schlieffen went into the position close towards this rock here on the B-cap. Schlieffen's trading secondaries at the moment.
So both are full secondaries. I assume it's kind of the only way to run Schlieffen.
But yeah, I mean, constant decaps coming out from Rain here, making it very difficult for 3x to actually do what they want, and that is pick up an advantage here.
Yeah, they've put Daring in a perfect position. Are these torpedoes going to connect, actually? Oh, no, they hit the rock.
Sucked up by the rock, yeah.
That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, so Anleitung in a safe spot, but it doesn't really matter that much because they still haven't figured out how to take this capture point. And the Gdansk and Daring, they can just happily sit there and trade into him. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, they are even sending Vlex here in the Harugumo to try and oh man, this rock is eating more torpedoes than Anleitung here. So now they can actually put the Harugumo and get that A-cap because Anleitung is taking a lot of heat for this cap right now.
Yeah, for sure. He's getting smoked up right now. The Salem doesn't have the radar just yet.
Look at what's going on at B right now. Rain is reversing Bison in here, the Daring to try to capture Bravo. There's no radars available at all. They will not be able to detect Bison and reset him here.
Yeah,
actually, too far.
Yeah, if they actually are able to take the B-cap here, this would be very good for Rain, because yeah, as you said, 3X is not really in a good position to either defend it or take it back right now.
Is taking a little bit of heat here, but he's not into any critical position. He can just go backward and heal back. The trade versus Snackman wasn't in his favor, but he's in no danger of going down.
Anleitung still suffering tremendously from the firepower that Gdansk and Daring are just putting onto him. He's still radared by this Salem.
Yeah, Salem
they
taking
really,
some heat
really
as well,
want
though.
this kill, and this radar is still going to go on for another 20 seconds. So just lots and lots of damage that Anla is receiving in his Petropavlovsk.
But on the other hand, Salem is going to pay dearly for this because he is broadsided to a Minotaur's Rash, and that's not good at all. He needs to either reconcile or get away, because otherwise Kinimod is just going to farm him to death, regardless of
I do believe, though,
Salem's
that Petropavlovsk will go down here because he's still suffering from the bloom inside the smokescreen, and the DDs will keep farming him. So
he is dark now, but does it matter? Does he has the DCP? No DCP, and
no,
he's
don't
burning.
do DCP, he's burning, so he's going down.
First blood again.
First blood
Rain.
goes to Rain, and if they do not pick up the Salem here as a counter kill, then yeah, that's again good, well done by Rain here to
And
actually pick this up.
Look at what's going on. Don't Flashbang is.
Oh, but the torpedoes going out on the Salem here. Are they going to actually pick him up? Yes, they will. So they do actually trade back, and if we look over at the B side here, it recently flipped to Daring, but now Marceau is back in a position to to flip it back onto them.
It's also quite unfortunate because Server Hopper Dazed Hydro went down the moment Marceau got into the cap, blinding Malimu here, and he's not able to contest Bravo. Bison taking a necessary fire here from the Schlieffen secondaries. He looks like he is safe, and his torpedoes will go amiss. But yeah, 3X basically clawing back that cap advantage really, really quickly after Rain got it.
Yeah, it was super crucial to actually be able to pick up the Salem kill here with these torpedoes and then regain control over the Bravo cap, because now Rain is in a position where they really have to try to figure out how they go about regaining Alpha. It's going to be difficult because now that the Salem is died, the Minotaur obviously will go back and try to defend Alpha. Although checking the HP on that Minotaur, it's not very big, so...
It will be able to heal back to like 20,000 HP, give or take, maybe a bit less.
Exactly,
with the 3
but
heals he has
maybe
left.
if he's not careful enough, Malimo with his Vermont can actually deal an incredible amount of damage.
It's true, Malimu is still fully in play right here, but the Harugumo from 3X will be a real threat to both Enta and Gangbarang because, you know, at this point Harugumo has a massive HP advantage, and even in a 2v1, Vilex can still take one out easily.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, what they will probably try to do here is just send these DDs towards Alpha Cap and maybe try to catch a DD out with the Gdansk radar. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. This engagement is going to come up shortly.
Yep. I mean, obviously Daring has slight spotting advantage. 3 Vilex is spotted for some reason.
Yeah, Harugumo. Oh, this could actually be huge because the Daring is actually radared. Vilex will probably just try to put all his firepower.
But Malimu Salvo is coming right in too to help.
Salvo is coming, so this can actually hurt
That
a
is a
lot,
big
and it
salvo
does,
here.
and it puts him to 10k HP. So trade's going heavily in the favor of Rain here.
Does Gangbarang has the radar on the Gdansk here? Does he has the range?
I mean, he might have, but yeah, he has to, like Vilex definitely has to be careful. He can't go out and just happily trade into him because obviously he knows that Gdansk still has the radar. So what effectively happened, they managed to defend Alpha Cap, but they paid very heavily because Villa lost like 10k or more HP.
Gangbarang playing a very risky game here to maintain into the range of Kinimod's radar just to keep that crossfire on the Harugumo here. He's basically completely neutral to that AP, losing a little bit of HP, but he just wants to maintain that crossfire.
Now you can see on the B cap, Bison is heading back towards that capture point, wanting to take this cap back from 3X because the Marceau moved into a position where he wants to farm the Schlieffen.
That's a lot of heat on Server
Schlieffen
Hopper.
is no longer spotted.
He has 2 DCPs left, but no heals, so Server Hopper is on basically 10,000 hit points, maybe even less, and that's all he's gonna get from this. So a Schlieffen rush is basically not even possible at this point.
No, now Schlieffen is spotted again, so you can see that Daring and Marceau immediately just start farming him again. I mean, he has his DCP ready, shells are in the air.
If he gets one more fire, he's going down.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly close. Okay, the shells land at the island, so no fire ticking for Schlieffen.
Bison is capturing B. Nothing can really counter this right now.
No, I mean, now looking back at A-Cap here, of course they're trying to pressure this this Haruguma position as best as they can.
But look at the reaction
torps
from
into it and everything.
Look at the reaction from 3X. Salem right now is radaring Enta, and Haruguma can just take 3 shots at it, and he has to be really careful. He's going out of the Salem's radar,
Ooh,
and
torps,
he will live. But
torps on the Salem are barely missing a
Yeah.
point, just getting away from like a sure death here.
this is awfully risky right now for Rain. They have the cap advantage right now, but can they maintain this? Because in the meantime at sea, Marceau
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Daring.
Marceau and Daring are coming in and contesting, and let's see.
San Martin with the radar.
San Martin with the radar catching this out, but obviously he's broadside to this Napoli, so he has to really watch out.
Prosen salvo from Angelstone as well, going into crossfire here. These are really nasty shells. Lens, no, Citadel on him.
Oh, another Citadel again. These Preußen salvos from Angelstone proving very efficient. They are just probably going to keep trying to brute force this C-Cap.
Incoming salvo from Napoli as he angles against the Preußen. This might be a kill actually.
Whoa,
No,
just lands too
unlucky.
short.
But second
look, they're
Preußen
just sticking the C-Cap here. Rain just radaring with the Stalingrad, but this radar will go out very shortly, and they will probably just pick up the capture point.
Yeah, I mean, they are sending Bison. Bison is on cap duty right now. He hasn't lost that much HP, and they are sending him to try and contest that C-Cap. It's just a little bit too late at this point.
And actually,
Rain.
yeah, Rain killing that Harugumo, this is very vital for them. We've seen him being stuck in this position for a long time, so they probably just figured out a way to creep up to him with the Vermont on the side and pushing him into the Daring here.
I have to admit, Kinemod is essentially into a 3v1 situation. Yes, he has the backup from the Salem and the Schlieffen, but he has to contend with these like Antaro and Gdansk, all the while trying to hide from the Vermont. Maybe a bit of a question why Halimu pushed all the way on the one line when he had like relatively decent crossfires from his old position.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to try to find a way to dig out this Harugumo, so this is why they sent him on the one line.
This is just a cap mayhem.
Things are going completely crazy here, so basically 3X is throwing ships in towards the B-Cap here, obviously, because they can't let the B-Cap be uncapped here since they just lost the Harugumo.
And they will eventually get an angle on Saverhopper. He is spotted right now. Oh goodness, it is a cap trade at this point.
They desperately want to have this this Schlieffen killed. You can see the Marceau is starting to farm this immediately. It's going to be very interesting if they can actually pick him up or not.
Luca also in a world of trouble here, facing Angelstone's poison, secondaries and main guns. He is healthy enough to survive for a little while and perhaps even get into island cover. He is contesting the B-Cap, but with the Schlieffen capping at the same time, it's going to be impossible for them to prevent
and obviously,
that happening.
Daring goes, oh, Daring kills the Salem. This is actually huge
How
for
did
Rain.
this happen?
So I guess he got spotted, and obviously Vermont was shooting into his nose, probably dealing a humongous amount of damage, getting picked up by the Daring torpedoes here. So Schlieffen really needs to get killed here very quickly, otherwise this is not going to look good for 3X. They know this opening up with Daring and Marceau at the same time.
The cap trading is ridiculous. Bison is capturing Seaback after all of this, after all the effort 3X has put onto capturing Charlie. They still haven't killed the Schlieffen yet. They are pouring so many shots into the Schlieffen.
Yeah, they seem to not really have the angle yet to deal sufficient enough damage on the Schlieffen, and Snackman is trading heavily. He's losing so much health here in order to actually get an angle.
And they're gonna get him.
And they're gonna get him even before Dastard
And
goes down.
survives.
And it's 8 seconds until Rain is potentially sweeping 3X, the reigning champions. And this is incredible scenes that we're witnessing right now. They actually got it. They pulled off a 3-0 victory against 3X. And Rain comes back strongly after dropping to the losers bracket and sweep 3X. This is incredible scenes.
I cannot believe this. Blood, I'm sorry because you have a little bit of skin in the game, you know, but at the same time, it is fascinating to see Rain stamina all the way through this entire stream, facing into one of the biggest best of 5 we've seen for a long time, and then knocking 3X 3-0 like this is
No,
extraordinary.
It's extraordinary, and you cannot take anything away from these Rain victories here. They've done a tremendous job putting 3X under constant pressure, forcing these mistakes from 3X that basically made the whole game very, very uncomfortable for 3X to play. They couldn't really respond in time, and yeah, I mean, that's how you do it.
I have to admit the cap trade was really difficult to follow because no caps remained uncontested for more than a few minutes. It was a trade between B, A, C, again B, A, C, all the time just fighting for the objective, which is basically what Shatter is all about, because there's so much cover in this
I mean,
map.
we've seen incredible games on Shatter. We've pointed this out before the series, and yet again we've gotten ourselves an amazing game. And yeah, I mean, of course, you're mentioning I have some skin in the game, but honestly, I mean, yes, 3X losing hurts my heart a little bit, but I have to just say, incredible games from Rain. I'm always someone that is just happy if games are super close and if games actually end up in a way where the better team ultimately wins. And this is what happened. Rain, really good performance, and yeah, strangling 3X here in all these 3 games and forcing these mistakes was really well done by them.
But enough of us. Let's give it back to the studio. Baz and Killabin, send it away.
Wow.
You must be very pleased.
I am very happy about this one. Obviously, I am a Rain member, unfortunately for Blood. Yeah, wow. A 3-0.
Definitely not what we expected.
No. Defeating the reigning champions, definitely the tournament favorite in a clean sweep.
Convincingly every point.
Wow.
No.
The last game was obviously a bit closer due to the fact that it's Shatter and both teams decided to play control. There was no pushing and they were playing very, very safe. And the cap control, the rotations, they were all excellent from both teams. I think some of the deciding factors for the Rain winning were obviously the Petro dying, him being committed in a position where he was essentially unable to control his own spotting and getting farmed down by a Daring and the Gdansk, and then Entaro's Torps killing a Salem outright.
Yes, no, those Torps probably sealed the victory for them.
Absolutely.
And prevented 3X from making that counterattack.
Yes.
As well as just the Schlieffen, just hanging on by the absolute skin of his teeth.
He stayed there the entire game.
Yeah.
Got found by 2 destroyers, 2 battleships. Who knows what else shot him. And he just stayed alive. Didn't want to give up the points. Didn't give up any of the, potential map control they would have gained from killing him. And then they won. Essentially, as a group effort. This was a game where previously after the last game, Gang said they were all playing by themselves. This was clearly a team effort. They played a 9v9 and they won as a 9v9.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a game where they came together as a team because they were constantly contesting the caps, swapping the caps, trying to get positions so they could get better shots on and things. This is an excellent display of teamwork. Absolutely fantastic. They will go home very pleased.
As they should. This was an amazing series to watch. They played really well in the best of 5, and going from a best of 5 into another best of 5 as the grand finals, it is extremely stressful. And coming out with a win against who is considered the best team currently.
Indeed.
They should be very happy with themselves.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I think the interview is ready, so we'll be able to go and talk to the...
The interview is not ready yet.
No, never mind, they're still on their way. So obviously, with the EU regionals done, next weekend we move on to the globals. So teams from EU, NA and Asia, as well as China, will be competing to be crowned the King of the Sea across the globe, where we can have money prize pools, which we can bring up to show what the teams will be playing for at the globals. And so they can be able to play for actual money. $17,500 for the winning team, which is a decent chunk of change.
A big load of money.
Absolutely. And so obviously this final led to, so Rain will get the top seed for the EU.
Yes.
So they should hopefully get a smoother run
Absolutely.
3X obviously coming into this will have to fight that little bit harder next week, but obviously we don't have any doubts about their abilities at all. So, do you think anything could have changed those, or is it simply the Schlieffen not dying?
I think it was quite a lot of different things that went Rain's way, and one of them obviously was the Schlieffen not dying. They reacted extremely well. I actually do like the fact that the Salem did try to peek and add on to the damage that the Pether was taking. It did make a difference and ended up in him dying maybe a bit faster. It would have been obviously great if the Salem lived after getting the kill, but sometimes getting a trade is still a positive thing because he would have given them more map control and obviously cap control, and in the end the points are what mattered.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Both getting as many out of the enemy team as you could and conserving what you had as well.
Absolutely.
But I think most teams were expecting maybe a 3-1 or 3-2.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think anyone expected a clean sweep either way.
No, definitely not. Both of these teams are obviously extremely experienced and they are long-term rivals, and as a result you expect these games to be relatively close. Maybe they're not very close in terms of map score, but they are usually close in terms of the game itself.
Indeed, indeed. Showing the highlights, the tops from Intaro, taking out Point Salem.
Yeah, wow.
Probably saving range control of the cap.
Absolutely. If he got to do the push that he was making, it was likely that everyone on that side would have died.
All right, so the interview is ready, so let's head over to that.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Baz. Huge.
What are your thoughts after being crowned King of the Sea EU?
Well, I can only say one thing, man. Clippers are broken, dude. Like, you should permaban them again. They're like nuts.
Almost feels unreal, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
After
Congratulations.
After what we've been through throughout the day, tough fight against Shaft. Really, the confidence was low. Getting kind of run over after having a 2-0 lead. And we show up with our best gameplay against TW when it matters. It's like really pleasing that we finally can show what we're capable of in the game that matters, you know.
No, absolutely, and obviously this takes you into a very strong position next weekend for the Globals.
Yeah, for sure. But honestly, this victory here means much more than the international endeavors afterwards, although of course we're going to be looking to get a great result.
No, absolutely. You and the team should be very pleased with your performance. It was fairly convincing from our perspective. Obviously, though, at this point, as convincing as it may be, it's a matter of inches. A shell left or right can decide it, and managing to put it all that together and bringing it home as you did was incredibly impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely really well played. Coming back from a best of 5 that goes all 5 games, I'm sure you guys were mentally drained, but
no, it was a warm-up. Like Lulu made the joke that it was the best warm-up we could have hoped for.
Understandable, but
all the inting was out of the system by that.
You guys played as a team. Like you said in the previous interview, you were playing more for the solo engagements and playing for yourself, and then in this game you played all together, had a cohesive strat, and played it all extremely well, and it was an amazing game to watch.
Yeah, thank you. What put us in a great shape is that we actually were the ones most of the times attempting to put 3X on the back foot, and we forced them to shove into positions to actually get us out of the point lead. And it's not what happened previously, and especially with the double Clipper resuscitation, which got us early caps on the first 2 games, we were able to really put them on the back foot and capitalize and play clean off our lead, which wasn't always something we were great at.
Absolutely, you definitely put the pressure on them to make the plays, and then you set up yourselves perfectly to punish potential mistakes, I guess.
I think it mostly comes down to us sorting out our individual gameplay issues. We played yesterday two great games against 3x in the winner bracket final.
Yes.
Sadly, we lost both of those games to individual mistakes, and it was about getting a clean series against them of not doing too many individual mistakes, and this way our solid like understanding and stratting can get the results it deserves, you know.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. You are definitely well deserving of this victory, and congratulations, you are King of the Sea EU.
Yeah, and also congratulations to 3x, because yesterday we were on the receiving end of the loss because we weren't on our A game. They were probably not on their A game today, and we took advantage of it. But they're definitely going to be like a great pain in the X for next weekend.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, and obviously best luck to you and Shaft and 3x for the globals. Do EU proud.
Don't worry. We go for the EU. We go for the EU 1-2 again.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I'm sure they all be very, very pleased. So obviously, now Rain take it, becoming EU champions. And obviously, so they go on to the internationals next week with special drops on the Twitch channel, which we can bring up, as well as the teams themselves will be playing for prize pools. So Massaos, Mines, Borodinos, community tokens, special permanent camos, all very, very nice things.
Absolutely.
And obviously a special shout out to everyone here in the Belgrade office. We've got a whole team of people behind the scenes, sound, producing, live video editing. Without them, none of this would be possible. As well as obviously got to give special thanks to all the COTS assistants and adjudicators and referees. So I was going to read from the list, and if I get any of the names wrong, I'm very sorry. So we've got Finkso, Mjester, Reedamal, Serafish, Stewie, Admiral Quirt, Lustian, Mdragit, the Big M145, Ustadi, Yazora, Track, Albedo is my waifu, Floppies, Index, Ito, Sniping Cat, The Lost Dane, VR4M, Tio, Polaris, Yuk, Master Weeb, Lemon Eagle, Oceanless, Zernios, and Megalde. Without them, none of this would be possible. So I hope you've all...
Breathe now, Kilafin.
It's fine. So I
Okay.
hope you've all enjoyed it, and make sure to tune in for the NA regional finals, which will be starting very soon. And hopefully you've been able to get your drops and such, and if you haven't, don't worry. As we said, NA will be on straight after.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Yes.
Have
Bye
a
from
good
us
one.
all.
Thanks
Take
for
it easy,
watching.
bye.
Hope you enjoyed.
Well, that was really pressured because we didn't do a single